Hey, good morning, everybody. And my coach, Chris Tierra, gets the belt.
Hello.
I forgot my glasses in my car today. So my wife took my car because she has a nail appointment. So I drove us here. Then she's driving my car to the nail appointment. I'll Uber to where her nail appointment is after the show, and we'll do the whole thing. So I can't get my glasses. I was thinking about going full Kenny today.
Oh,
The problem is that with the
Let's go full.
nice, hell yeah, all right.
I can't see the screen.
I can't either. I literally the screen, it doesn't look black, but it looks like dark blue.
That would stop us from looking at the chatty house. That's
Hey, do you know what's cool about polarization though? If you turn your head to the side, you'll be able to see the screen.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I was wondering because I had done something that I could see the screen.
When I worked at Sports Chalet, that's how you tested if something was polarized.
Yep.
You'd take two lenses and you'd put them like facing each other, and then you turn them. And if it turns black, that means it's polarized.
All right.
Because they're crisscrossing.
Sports Chalet. Living to
We'll take it to the limit.
That's right. Taking it to the limit.
Shout out to Sports Chalet, bro. What a great spot.
Is it still around?
No. RIP. What's up, Warren? Good morning, Bryce.
There was one here in Roseville.
Yes, correct. I worked at the one at I always forget the name of it, that mall that's now like decrepit on Watt and El Camino.
Arden. No, Country Club Plaza.
Country Club Plaza. Yes. I worked at that one.
Oh.
We were like a C store. So we got the lower end stuff, and people would come in looking for higher end stuff all the time.
Oh.
And I'd be like, you can go to Roseville because Roseville is a sick ass store.
Yeah.
And they were like, no, it's too far.
Yeah. Well,
I used to not get it. I get it now. It was far.
David Jackson.
What's up, David? What's up, cool cat?
That's
Hi, Jose.
Ridiculous comment.
David Jackson made a ridiculous comment? No chance.
Yeah, he finds this show
Tucker. What's up, Ash?
very polarizing.
I mean, when we're wearing our glasses, for sure. Hey, what's up, Katrina?
It could have been you know what? I will be wearing a fedora later tonight. Polo.
Good to meet you too, Wilson. Shout out. Thanks for coming up and saying hi. Ran into Wilson at the K-pop store.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. We're going to the show in Seattle. We leave tonight. And I had to drop by and make sure that there wasn't anything we needed.
All right.
There was.
There was. Of course. There's always something you need.
You're not going to not. I also met our guy Andy from Mochi Nut Rancho Cordova.
Oh.
Because right next door, just walked in, got some donuts.
All right.
We're gonna go live. Let's we have done, this is gonna be crazy. All right, here we go. Oh yeah. Yeah, it sure is. Barely. We made it though. We made it. We're here on a Friday. That's James. Right. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil at the home studio. Salute to everybody listening on 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. Shout out to everybody on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Free Odyssey app users, hello. If you're a podcast listener, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show podcast version of this program, if you listen there, hello. Hope the future's going well. Yeah, we barely made it today. Boy,
we barely made it.
I usually leave my house about I shoot for 6:30, sometimes a little earlier, sometimes a little later.
Okay.
Today, it's a Friday. It's like, okay, leave a little later. It's not the end of the world. But my wife had an appointment up here. So it's like at 10, it's like, okay, perfect. You just drop me off and then you can go to your appointment in Sacramento. You drop me off in Roseville, you go to your appointment. So we left a little later than normal. Left the house about 7:30. Then we had stopped for coffee. Obviously, not going to not get a coffee on a Friday.
Of course.
And that took a little longer than I was expecting because everything gets thrown off. When you leave your house an hour later than you normally do, all of the rhythms of the road are thrown off. All of the rhythms of your commute are different.
Well, I totally agree. I mean, for me, there's like every 5 to 10 minutes, Highway 49 changes. Like, you have no idea if you're going to hit like 14 lights or if you're going to make every single one and be to the freeway in 4 minutes. So it's literally like a 10 to 12-minute variable.
Yes.
It's ridiculous.
It's crazy. So I don't usually leave the house at that time. So I thought I'm going to go like this is normal. Well, it turns out the coffee place is way more crowded than normal. Luckily, order ahead, salute. Still, it just took a little longer to get the drinks. But not the end of the world. We're good. I'm still going to be here around 9. Driving along, cruising along, everything's good. All of a sudden, we hit some kind of construction or hazard. Here's the wild thing. We were stopped for like 20 minutes.
Ooh.
And stopped in an awkward place between home and here where if I flip around, because I'm on the river road, I'm on 160. If I flip around and try and go all the way around, I'm not going to get here till super late. Plus, we're on a time crunch. We're in an electric car, so it's like, okay, we might have to stop and charge on the way home later. Oh my God! So we're trying to do all this math and figure this out. It's like Matt Damon in The Martian. Just back of the napkin math to figure out how many potatoes I need to sustain myself.
That's right.
So
I'm with you.
Good movie and good book if you've not seen it or read it, The Martian.
Good reference.
So my wife's like, no, don't turn around. Like the line is moving a little bit. So what I think happened, because usually when there's construction that's stopping traffic for 20 minutes, you drive past that construction and you can see it. There was nothing. And it wasn't like the bridge that we went over was up or something, which happens sometimes. It's a drawbridge. Sometimes it's up because there's boats going through because there were cars coming the other way.
Yeah.
So we drive over this bridge and can't find anything. There's some construction people or Caltrans type people, but there's no big like tractors. There's nothing. It's just trucks and dudes just hanging out. So I don't know if there was something in the middle of the road that was causing a slowdown. People were having to go around. I don't know what it was, but wound up getting here at about 9:32 today. That's when I got in the building, which is about the time we usually come into the studio from our prep area.
Yeah, you did.
I'm just all thrown off today.
You came flying in. It was fine. Like Seth and I had worked to set up the board early, and he was gonna like hang out in here and like run the board if you weren't here. We're like, we had you covered. It was just gonna be chaos. Like I'd have to open the show and then just start riffing about nothing and telling stories about how Kyle wasn't here. And I would make up some elaborate story.
No, James, you would do a show.
Yeah. Well, no.
You have a rundown. You can still do the show.
Until you got here, I would make up some story about you falling in a sinkhole or something. And like,
perfect. Yeah. Wish that on me. I love that.
They're pulling your car out of a sinkhole right now so you can get back on the road. There's no damage. Kyle's okay.
I feel like that's too real. I feel like that's too real of a thing that could happen.
Okay, so I need to come up with another.
Yeah, something a little bit more. Yeah, like, don't do aliens because that's real too.
What I could say is maybe that the river road had overflowed and they were ferrying you across.
There you go. That's way out there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's acceptable. I always wonder, man. There's and we'll talk about King stuff. I promise. So. I feel like when I don't understand enough things about the world. I just accept so many things that just construction wise.
Okay.
I'm driving on a road that was built above a river. That whole sinkhole thing.
Oh, that's possible.
Like, how do I know? I'm just cruising along. I'm just listening to music. I'm like, yeah, here goes me listening to D-Lo and Casey on the way home. Like, how do I know that's safe?
Okay, so growing up in Grass Valley, of course, is the home of the Empire Mine, which is a gigantic gold mine from the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
So there are gold mine tunnels all under the city. And I know someone who bought a house that, it was like a $500,000 house in like the late 90s, probably.
Sure.
He got the house for like $100,000 because a sinkhole had opened up under one of the corners. But he's a geologist, so he literally had to engineer a cement cap under the ground over the top of the opening, and then build a concrete bridge underneath the corner of the house to support that whole corner which again, if you were to have that engineered, would have been, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars just by itself.
Sure.
But because he was able to do most of the work, it was affordable for him
That's crazy.
to buy a house and then drop he probably like $80,000 to shore up the corner of the house.
We're talking about the Martian and growing potatoes and stuff. That's a real life version of that.
Oh, totally.
Like, here's a house with a sinkhole. How do I fix it? That's, again, these are just, there are so many things that happen in the world that I just don't get. That I will never, that guy could sit down and explain that entire process to me and it just, like, how do you know that the corner of the house is not going to just fall down again?
No, totally.
There's just math involved. I'm out.
You had to disperse the weight over a certain area.
Insane.
And you had to dig down to get to that point. Yeah,
man.
Wild stuff.
All right. You know what else is wild? How freaking good the Oklahoma City Thunder are. My God. I thought Minnesota was going to, and again, the series doesn't start till road team wins a game. We know that.
Yep.
So I'm not calling it over. It's never say never. It feels over to me.
Yes.
If something dramatic is going to happen for Minnesota to beat the Thunder 4 out of the next 5 games. Some wild swing, because it doesn't. I was talking about Naz Reid last night, right? My running bit is that Naz Reid is losing money. 1 for his last 17 from 3 in his last 4 playoff games, by the way. And I think he's 8 of 27 from the field.
Yeah.
Really rough. So more turnovers and assists. It's not great for our guy Naz Reid. And he got bodied by Chet Holmgren last night. Don't love that. But even if Naz Reid starts playing better, it's not like I don't watch Minnesota and go, oh, okay. Like the Knicks, for example. We watched the Knicks lose to the Pacers in game 1, but you walked away from that going, all right, but the Pacers missed 1 shot. The Knicks win that game. If the Pacers miss 2 shots down the stretch, the Knicks win that game by double digits. Like, they're fine.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing for Minnesota. I have nothing. Ant was more aggressive last night. I just don't think Julius Randle's turning into a pumpkin now that he's facing actual defenders. The way that, and again, this is not, Oklahoma City is flat out better than Minnesota.
Yeah.
What doesn't help is the way the series is being officiated. There was no change last night. Yeah. Minnesota doesn't get to be as physical as Oklahoma City does defensively. And that puts a team that is already fighting uphill, that would already have to play a really good series to win, puts them even further down that hill. It just, I don't see a way. It's like watching, it's legitimately on a different scale. It's like watching the Warriors without Steph Curry play Minnesota, where they won game 1. Obviously, that was an outlier. But then after game 3, you're like, all right, well, this is over now. The Warriors just don't have it. They don't have the right matchups. They don't have the right buttons to push to win this series, the right levers to pull, to use the phrase everybody on basketball blogs uses. They don't have the right levers to pull. I think it's over, man.
I think it's like I sent you the Thanos gift.
Yeah.
Like OKC looks like inevitable.
That's it.
Like, and it started again. It started with Game 7 and the Denver series. I watched that game and I'm like, that team is not going to lose. Not going to lose. I like they'll lose a game or 2 or maybe 3 here between the 2 series.
Sure.
But there's a very, very, very high likelihood that is your NBA champion. They are playing so incredibly well. And like watching them just squeeze the life out of another team.
That's it.
They're like a boa constrictor, man. They, everyone's like, oh, well, they're gonna make it really difficult for Anthony Edwards to get in the key. It's like they figured out that that's probably one of the things. But hey, how about we run at shooters? How about we make them uncomfortable from 3? And that's where this series, because OKC can score in different ways.
Yes,
but the Timberwolves can't.
I do think on the Timberwolves front, just real quick, Ant last night showed why he's still that dude.
Yeah.
Like he's not MVP level. He's not Shai Gilgeous-Alexander necessarily, but you talk about getting in the paint and the difficulty of it against the Thunder. He just did it last night.
Yeah.
There were moments in that game last night where he just went, give me the ball. I'm going to get past his first defender, no matter who it is. I'm going to get past his first defender. I'm going to get in the lane. I'm going to draw contact. And it's just, there's not a lot of guys in the league, I think, capable of doing that, who have the mentality to do that and then are capable of executing it. So I thought Anthony Edwards, despite the 1 for 9 from 3, I thought he was very good last night. 32 points, 9 boards, 6 assists. It just doesn't matter, man.
Yeah.
It just, I mean, Julius Randle, 2 for 11, 0 for 3 from 3, 6 points, 5 boards, 5 assists. Like, yeah, it's probably what's going to happen. Because he can't just bully Draymond Green into the basket and score now.
The way they collapse on him, and like, look, he's a player that is super physical, likes to get into your body and push his way to the rim.
Mm-hmm.
That works, especially on a guy like Chet Holmgren because he's so lightweight.
Mm-hmm.
But then Chet Holmgren is like Inspector Gadget. Like his arms just keep going forever.
Mm-hmm.
So then Julius Randle gets him all the way down there, and it's like he tries to go up through. It's like, hey, that dude is so much taller.
Yeah.
And his arms are so much longer. You know, his standing reach alone is so much higher than Julius Randle. And so it just becomes like a crazy matchup issue. And I thought that might be one of the problems that they had. You know, game 1, of course, Randle got crazy, went off. But Mark Daigneault he has adjustments still to make. And now it almost feels like he's preemptively making adjustments just to mess with them.
Yes.
Like, hey, we're going to take away Julius Randle from you tonight. Let's see what you look like then.
And the thing about Oklahoma City, and let's Julius Randle specifically here, is they have so many different things they can try that if one of the things doesn't work, it's not automatically, oh my God, we have to scramble and put our defense into rotation because Julius Randle has the ball and we can't guard him.
Yep.
They don't even do that with Ant. Like, they're like, yeah, hey, we're going to put Case and Wallace or whoever up top. He's going to guard him. It's going to get downhill. Chet will rotate over. Alex Caruso might try and get a hand in there, but it's not, oh my God, everybody panic. Anthony Edwards is in the paint.
Yeah.
There's so much confidence in what they're doing and so much self-assuredness in what they're doing. And again, things change quickly. Maybe Minnesota wins game 3 by 20 and it crushes Oklahoma City and they fall apart. But it's just like, that's all speculation. Anything in reality is this. Oklahoma City is just better.
Oh, yeah.
They are just a level or two ahead of where Minnesota is. And Minnesota's really good. Minnesota has a lot of good players.
They do, but again, it's predicated on Anthony Edwards. And when you have an All-NBA first-team defender in Lou Dort to throw at him, you have an All-NBA second-team defender in Jalen Williams to throw at him. And, oh, by the way, you also have Caruso, who's a multi-time All-NBA defender.
Yes.
And, hey, you also have the MVP, who's an outstanding defender to throw at him. It's like they are limiting them. Like, and you still have,
and that's just 4 guys.
Well, yeah, but you still have 3 or 4 other. You got Wiggins that can defend him.
Insane.
So the fact,
and then if he does get in the paint, you have Chet Holmgren, who's an awesome defender.
Oh yeah. So there was a play late in the game where Randle got the ball in the post, and Dort flew baseline and just swatted it out of his hands. I think he was out of bounds, to be honest with you, but he just swats it out of his hands.
Yeah,
and we're going the other way.
Yeah,
it's just so demoralizing. They have so many good defenders.
It's ridiculous. I feel bad for Minnesota, man. You're rolling first series 5 games, second series 5 games, and then wow,
yeah,
here's a team with guys in their prime.
Not good, not
really,
good at all.
Really, really tough for Minnesota. All right, we'll talk a little bit more about that series. We'll talk about Knicks Pacers. We'll have game 2 of that series tonight, and if it's anything like game 1, you're not going to want to miss a second of it. That's at 4:30. Coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320. Pacers at Knicks. We got to step aside on the radio side and pay some bills. We'll finish up talking about shooting guards for the Kings. We'll get into some wings for the Kings. Don't love the wing options for Sacramento this year.
Yeah.
It looks a little dark, but there's going to be opportunities for Scott Perry and the new front office to get creative. We'll talk about all that coming up. Oh, and I'm getting kind of tired of Brock Purdy.
Okay.
I'll tell you why during the show as well. That's James Ham. Not Brock Purdy. Just well, we'll talk about it. James Ham's here. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil at the home studio. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's sports leader. Oh, I forgot. So I made sure the board was live, but I forgot to do the thing where I can push this button and send us to break. Now it's ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Clear. Whoops.
Yeah. Bronson.
Sorry.
Oh.
Ooh. No turn your computer down.
No spoilers. You don't care.
I don't watch. I don't care. But people who are watching this might care. So mute us. I'll give you a thumbs up when we're done doing Survivor spoilers. Okay, Survivor spoilers. Survivor finale spoilers coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Survivor spoilers. Go, James.
Okay, so how did I feel about the final vote? I felt bad because I think Joe got strangely overwhelmed, and when you're that deep into Survivor and your brain is not working properly and you're deprived of everything, and then you get hit with some pretty wild, you're playing with a guy that you thought was a school teacher and he ends up being an attorney. You're playing with somebody who is, again, has autism, and then she breaks you the news that she graduated from college in 3 years, and then she's getting her PhD and almost done with her PhD program, and not only that, but she's like this top end crazy physicist, but you didn't know that the whole time. I think he got knocked off kilter in a weird way because he didn't understand that saying I'm just a firefighter and being a firefighter the whole time probably should have been your defense. Hey, everybody, I didn't have to lie to you the whole time. I'm just who I am.
Yeah.
These fools over here sat here and lied to you the whole time.
Yeah.
And sure, that might have been cool play, but I got here on my own, being the biggest, the strongest, and defeating all of you and getting all of you voted out. You all thought none of you would vote for me the entire time because I'm the ringleader.
Yeah.
And I get all the way to the final, and he got knocked off kilter by their two random stories and just sunk in the final. And you're like,
oh man.
Yeah, it was his $1 million to win. I mean, without any question.
Brutal, dude.
Yeah. David Jackson, I don't know the Amazing. I love the Amazing Race. I have a buddy who produced 13 seasons of the Amazing. That's it for spoilers. We're done.
Right. Oh yeah, we're back.
We're back.
Well, we're not back. We got a minute and 20, but
yeah, I love the Amazing Race, especially someone who loves to travel and who's done Europe and on rails and stuff like that. I dig Survivor. And I still watch The Amazing Race, but I have a buddy who did 13 seasons as a producer for The Amazing Race. If you ever want to freak yourself out, watch The Amazing Race with the idea of how many cameras and how many cuts each scene is, because that's something that to me is so shocking. When I built Small Market Big Heart, when I worked on Small Market Big Heart, I didn't do any of the editing, but my buddy Toby did. And watching the editing process is pretty crazy. And I've edited a bunch of video because on King's Beat, in the past, Cowbell Kingdom and all that stuff. But watching The Amazing Race and going, holy cow! I just watched 5 seconds, and in that 5 seconds, there was probably 25 cuts. It's just that quick and that crazy. Yeah.
Oh, hey, we're back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham is over yonder. I'm Kyle Madsen. Talked about shooting guard options for the Kings yesterday.
Yeah.
Tons of options in-house. Not a lot of trade options. I think we're in the middle of trade options when we kind of stopped our conversation.
Yeah.
It's Derek White, if you want to call him a shooting guard, works, although he probably is fits your point guard need.
Mhm.
It's like Contavious Caldwell-Pope, I guess, is the other one.
Yeah, but I mean, first of all,
Um,
he looked like it just
He had
like,
an awful year.
Father Time just like
Yeah.
lassoed him and like
And I think I think the logic there would be that he thrived in an offense that was run through a center and a very, very good passing big. And Orlando's offense is not that. Orlando's offense gets super bogged down and probably does not generate open shots for KCP the way Denver did. And
Of
so I think the
course.
thought there would be
Yeah.
that Contavious Caldwell-Pope could perhaps revive his career in Sacramento, but he makes 20 plus million a year and he's older.
Yeah, I'm out on Contavious Caldwell. I've always liked KCP, but I think you can get younger version. And I've said this. He makes 21.6,
Oof.
and then he's got another 21.6 player option for the 26-27 season.
It
Yeah.
feels like it feels like it feels like an old Kings move. Where, hey, look, we got Contavious Caldwell-Pope. He's a champion. Look,
Yeah.
he shot 39% from 3 2 years ago. And then he's just kind of very George Hill-ish.
Well, I'll make this weird comparison too.
Sure.
I think actually it's probably
I love a weird comp.
they're like when it comes to like their passing ability, they're like a really, really poor man's Kings. Like that team does not move the ball at all. And they've got
The
like
Magic?
Yeah, the Magic. So
It's a lot of ISO stuff.
they don't have a point guard. And I know a lot of that is because Jalen Suggs got hurt. But he played 35 games and averaged 3.7 assists per game. And Wagner and Paolo Banchero are their leading assist guys, but they're at 4.8 and 4.7. Like, that's not going to cut it. Like, we walked into this Kings season understanding that you would at least have 3 guys averaging over 5 assists a game in Fox, Sabonis, and Monk, and the possibility of a 4th in DeRozan. And, when you get to the end of the season and the Kings don't have a natural point guard, they don't have a natural point guard, but again, Malik Monk averaged more assists than either one of their leaders. And then, Sabonis averaged 6.2 a game. So you're still looking at the ability to move the ball, where I think that a team like Orlando, it does really devalue a player like Contavious Caldwell-Pope.
Yeah.
Like,
sure.
Get them a point guard. They should be in the point guard market as much or more than anyone, especially Suggs. I love Suggs, but Suggs is more of an off-ball too. I mean, he can play the point.
But he's not. He's a point guard to me. Different player, different styles here, but he's a point guard to me in the way that Malik Monk is a point guard. Like, yeah, he can do it.
Yeah,
but that's probably not that's probably not maximizing what he's doing.
Well, that, and he's not nearly as good at the pick and roll game as
like I said,
as
different
Monk is.
styles for sure, but same vein in terms of can do it, but not their ideal position, not their ideal role.
Yeah. Even we all watched DeMar DeRozan season last year. He averaged 4.4 assists per game, which is 0.3 less than Franz Wagner and 0.4 less than Paolo Banchero.
So I want to talk about DeMar DeRozan for a second here.
Yeah.
Because as we were rolling through, we're going like, man, there's not a ton of shooting guard trade options. I wondered if that would be good news for the Kings. If there are teams that need shot creation and shot making, maybe a team will give up some real stuff for Zach LaVine. Maybe a team will give up some real stuff for DeMar DeRozan. I'm so interested to see what DeMar DeRozan's value is. Because the production's there. The points are there.
Yeah.
And he's a Hall of Famer who's going to be one of the most efficient mid-range scorers in the league. I just wonder how many teams are looking to acquire DeMar DeRozan who need or want an ISO 2-point scorer.
I think it really does depend on the team, right? Like, there are a lot of teams out there that I don't want to say don't rely on the 3 as much, because the 3 is like the way of the NBA. And DeMar DeRozan got up to 3.3 3-point attempts per game this year. That's better. I mean,
he shot what percent?
He shot 32.8.
Right.
And it faded down the stretch.
Right.
But that's like the second highest like per game that he's ever shot.
Yes.
Like he's shot 3.6 was his high one time years ago, like in the 17-18
and what
season.
percent?
And in that he shot 31%.
Right.
Yeah. So
it's a trend. I think his career high is 35.2% from three.
Yep.
On 1.9 a game.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
So you start ticking up his volume and the percentage goes down. Just historically.
Yeah.
So he's just not going to be that. He's 36 years old and he's made a Hall of Fame career out of being a mid-range scorer. So like I look at a team like Orlando. Go, hey, they need scoring. It's like, well, they really don't. They need a point guard, like you said. They
need scoring.
Right.
But a point guard would probably lead to more scoring.
Correct. Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner are the guys who are going to score there.
Yep.
They don't need a DeMar DeRozan to be like, okay, now it's my turn, because it's a lot of Paolo Banchero dribbles and then Franz Wagner dribbles and they try and get their own shot. Then I look at a team like Houston where you go, man, Houston, you look at that series against Golden State, Houston's just offense just super bogged down at every crucial time. And if it wasn't for Fred VanVleet turning into prime Steph Curry, they probably lose that game a lot quicker than 7.
Yeah, that series.
Series.
Yeah, for sure.
In a lot quicker than 7 games. But I don't know that just dropping DeMar DeRozan onto that team is necessarily what they're looking for. They might, but I don't. I can see where he would have value to a team.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, A, how many teams are going to be willing to take him on, and B, how many teams are going to look at, let's stick on the Rockets, and they go, Amen Thompson is our dude. We want Amen Thompson to develop offensively.
Mm-hmm.
We saw what happened with Keegan Murray last year with the Kings, or we saw players with the Kings saw their numbers go down, and DeMar DeRozan just kind of sucked up a lot of oxygen in the offense. So we think we can find that scorer who's not going to take away a ton of touches from the guys that we want, Jalen Green, Amen Thompson, et cetera, et cetera. Like I have no clue. That might just be my personal bias leaking into my thinking. And maybe the Rockets or whatever team we're talking about doesn't think that way.
No,
but that's what sticks out in my brain.
I agree. I mean, there has to be the right situation for DeMar DeRozan.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that there are a lot of teams in the NBA that are the right type of situation. Like like Bryce brings up Denver. Like I think Denver would listen. Like, okay. I think because, I think they're kind of done with Michael Porter Jr. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm not making a swap for Michael Porter Jr., but I certainly would look at 3-team trades that might, send him somewhere, DeMar somewhere, DeMar to Denver. I think Miami is a team that we keep circling, and I think makes a ton of sense. I think the Clippers and the Lakers, both teams that could use another scorer, and their play style at times sort of works with that type of player. I just don't think that the Kings offense wasn't a good fit with him, and that doesn't mean that they can't find a different fit. But I also I think for Doug Christie to maximize who he is as a coach, DeMar kind of needs to be gone, because DeMar becomes a crutch, and because you need scoring and you keep thinking, oh my gosh, bad things are happening. And so you end up allowing him to be a focal point. And I think the way the Kings are designed, or should be designed, or have been designed, that was successful, 2-3 years ago, is by having a ball moving offense, a flow offense that everybody gets an opportunity. And that's not really the offense that DeMar DeRozan plays in.
Right.
And so that's the problem. I think by removing him, it would give Doug a lot more leeway to allow his team to organically grow. And unfortunately, I just think that DeMar is who he is, and there's no changing that. And that's okay. He's really good at what he does.
1,000%.
But he's really, like, in the same way that Davion Mitchell was never going to fit in Sacramento, I don't think he's ever going to fit in Sacramento.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter the points and all that stuff that he puts up.
I'm so interested to see with Doug this year, how much the Kings go back to the motion offense, dribble handoffs, and maybe not dribble handoffs. Maybe that's just not where they're maximizing Keegan Murray, and you don't have a Kevin Huerter type of player, so they don't do a ton of dribble handoff stuff. But just using Domantas Sabonis as the offensive hub, right? Because they got away from that quite a bit last year.
Yeah.
And I wonder how much of that was what you said yesterday, just clinging for dear life and going, we need to score points however we can. DeMar, go do whatever you got to do. Zach, do whatever you got to do. We'll figure out the rest. And how much of that was because
well, that's where Kyle playing for a play-in spot when you shouldn't.
Yeah.
When you already had a draft pick that was sitting there that, again, we can debate that all day long, whether or not you should have been playing for a draft pick or not. But there's something about handing the team over to your younger crew in the second half of a season that's not going to be successful. You get to a game with 20 games left, you get to game 60, game 62, and you know that your team is not going to be a true contender for a playoff spot.
Right.
And all of a sudden you're looking at maybe 40 wins, and other teams around you are looking at 47, 48 wins. So you know that you're not like a true contender. That's when you're supposed to feature someone like Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
It's when you're supposed to hand the ball off to Isaac Jones for long stretches. Not just make Isaac Jones like the guy, but if Isaac Jones would have played 15 minutes a game down the stretch, that would have been so valuable to him. If Keegan Murray would have been a guy who went from 12 shots per game or 10 shots per game to 16 shots per game in the last 2 months of the last month and a half of the season, that would have been so much better for his maturation as a player. But that's a problem with trying to fight for this low end play-in spot. And there should have came a point this season where, hey, we probably should start playing for the future. But that's not what's going to happen when you have an interim head coach
coaching for his job, potentially
coaching for the job, and then you have a GM and an assistant GM who are doing the same thing. They're trying to get, the message from them is not to go highlight a guy like Isaac Jones. Even like silly, but Mason Jones probably deserved an opportunity. I mean, what Mason Jones has done at the G League level is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, I mean, his 3-point shooting percentage and like his assists and all that stuff. Every time he gets at the pro level, he looks like a 4A player and struggles. But that's where the last 20 games of a season, you put a guy in and you say, go give us what you got. Show us. This is your audition. You're going to play 20 minutes tonight. Like, prove to us that you belong.
Yeah.
And
it's a good point.
Yeah, that's why I think the play-in tournament is both a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, man. I kind of wonder if there was, I don't want to say ownership involvement, but if there was some kind of pressure from ownership too, like, yo, make the play-in.
Yeah.
And frankly, I kind of get it, because the play-in this year was, and I understand what you're saying, but I also think if you're looking at the Kings in the play-in this year, it was, man, you're going to get Dallas in game 1. And then you might get an old Golden State team, might get a Minnesota team that might be trying to struggle to figure things out with Julius Randle, and it can happen in one game. And all of a sudden you're the 8th seed and you're back in the playoffs. So I get it, but I also think it's such for the Kings specifically, that's such a narrow way to view this. If and Vivek knew, all right, this front office is no bueno. We're moving on from this front office. Got to figure it out with Doug. But I would have rather they figured it out with Doug playing the guys you're talking about, playing Isaac Jones some more.
Yeah.
Playing Mason Jones some more, giving Devin Carter some real burn, letting Keegan Murray be featured offensively.
Well, that's Devin Carter. I mean, again, I'm not a huge fan of his game, but he's your rookie. You need to feature him in the final 20 games of the season. And he did play more, but not nearly enough.
No, he's ostensibly going to be a rookie going into year 2.
Oh yeah.
He got some action, and not all the way a rookie, but he's not like, hey, he had a full season under his belt.
Yeah.
So man, it's just, I don't want to say, I don't want to harp on because we're here now, But man, you just kind of look back at like little things that could have gone differently. And when we talk about DeMar DeRozan, that's just such a glaring aspect of the Kings season last year, good and bad.
Yeah.
And I wonder if there's anything. Is that just, oh, we're here, you cover the team, we're doing a show every day, we're paying super close attention to this, and we both have our thoughts on it? Or is that how other teams are going to view this? Are they going to look at like, hey, that was a lot of DeMar DeRozan, it blocked Devin Carter from playing more, it blocked Keegan Murray from rising, and we don't want that to happen to our young guy? I have no idea. Teams might also just fall over themselves to get a Hall of Famer in their building.
Well, that's why you have to find the right team that has the motivations of being a playoff team and needing scoring.
Yeah.
And then I think and a team that plays isolation ball that, isn't a free flowing offense. And there are a lot of teams.
I kind of think, I know this is sacrilege to say, but I don't view it as such. I get that it will be viewed as such. I think he would be a dynamite sixth man. I think you bring him off your bench and you've got 26, 27 minutes a night of DeMar DeRozan running your second unit. I think he would be really, really effective in that role.
I still don't think he'd be effective in that role in Sacramento.
No. Malik Monk needs to be the sixth man in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Just while we're on the shooting guard thing.
Yeah.
That just, again,
it's tough.
The roster might shake out where, okay, hey, Malik's starting. I think you're maximizing the roster. Malik Monk is coming off the bench. I will go to my grave believing that. Go to my grave.
All right.
I don't know. I do know, actually. I feel great about it. I feel great about that take. But God forbid, you have the sixth man of the year and you make him your sixth man.
I'm with you.
Anyways, we'll put a pin in the Kings discussion briefly. I want to complain about Brock Purdy.
I love it.
Not Brock Purdy specifically, but a Brock Purdy thing. We'll do that next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear. Oh, shoot. I had the chatty house in the wrong spot. Sorry, guys.
What does that mean?
It was just old messages. I was not.
Oh, okay. Bummer news. Billy Joel has announced he's canceling all of his scheduled concerts.
Oh, my God.
After recently being diagnosed with a neurological condition.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Let's see, where were we? There are a couple of things. Let's see. This, James, what would you give up for Dalton Connect? Lakers seem to have soured on him. I'm not giving up that much for Dalton Connect. I got to be honest. Like, you can be angry that the Kings didn't draft Dalton Connect for sure. But you also have to understand that, like, he's a player that lost out down the stretch on minutes big time. Just kind of fell out of the rotation for a lot of the second half. He's not young at all. And when you're the 17th pick in the draft and your rookie season doesn't just like bubble up and say, hey, this guy is first team all rookie, or I don't know what he finished if he's even second team, but like he's an okay player and there's potential there. But I believe Dalton Connect is like way older than, again, if the Kings were to go, if he was part of a bigger trade, sure. But we're talking about a guy who averaged 9.1 points, 2.8 rebounds, shot 37.6 and from three and 46 overall. I don't hate Dalton Connect, but he's 24 years old. And, so again, if he was a move, it'd be like, hey, you're trading like DeMar and you're tossing it, what's coming back. He could be like a sweetener in what the return was, but he's not like a focal point of a trade. That makes sense. Let me see. There was something else somebody asked. Oh, no, somebody said this. Yaz, he said running it back with Levine and Sabonis is guaranteed for a play and exit again. I don't agree with that 100%, Yaz. Running it back with Levine and Sabonis in the current roster, of course, I totally agree. Like, they might not even be a play-in team. But that doesn't mean that, like, the finished product after this summer Like you could improve this roster this summer. It's not going to be easy, but you can do it. And so I just wouldn't make a blanket statement because I think Levine and Sabonis actually play off each other well and could be a really nice combo. You just need more and different.
Golly. Minnesota shot 11 of 39 from 3 last night. They are 26 for 90 in the series. Woof.
Daniels, DiVincenzo, and Connolly. You mean McDaniels? I don't. Hang on.
1 minute.
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
I think you mean McDaniels. Like the Timberwolves are not trading McDaniels, DiVincenzo, and Connolly.
If I'm the Kings, I would do this.
Yeah, like you already sent the plane. You just take them now, even though they're in the middle of a playoff series. Yeah.
That wouldn't. The Wolves would not do that.
Yeah. No. You can't. I don't think you can get McDaniels out of there. You might be able to, but I don't think so. And I don't think Connolly is going to retire. He's
really.
Is he a free agent?
Oh, maybe not.
I don't think he's a free agent. He ain't going away from money. I got it right now. Except for McDaniel, he's played so long that like scrolling down his basketball.
Oh, he's got one more year at 10.7.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Oh, hey, we're back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I want to get to this Brock Purdy thing. I was gonna skip it to continue talking about what we were talking about at the break, but I'm gonna get to the Brock Purdy thing now because if I skip it, we'll never get to it.
I fully am on board with this.
So Brock Purdy's 5-year contract extension has been announced. It's worth up to $265 million, $100 million guaranteed, blah, blah, blah. We know all that. The 49ers are posting content about this like they just won the Super Bowl, which they didn't, FYI.
No.
It is. Let me get this number down. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I was looking for at all. 49ers. There we go. Okay. We have. I'm going to count all the Brock Purdy related content. This is since in 3 days.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Hang on, we're almost there. 18, 19 things about Brock Purdy in the last 3 days on their Instagram.
Oh. They're feeding the beast, Kyle.
Bro, that's too many things. He's been in the league for 3 years and he's been pretty good.
Yeah.
It's this whole, and then they're doing a YouTube series, a sit-down interview series with their in-house reporter where they're talking about, I'm driving down 80 today, and this is Toyota, this isn't the 49ers. There's multiple billboards on the side of the road from Toyota congratulating Brock Purdy. Have I just never experienced, I don't remember this kind of fanfare for Jimmy Garoppolo when he signed his deal with the 49ers. And that was the richest quarterback contract in NFL history. Brock got a really nice contract as the final pick in the draft. I understand the difference there. And I understand why it's a big deal that he got paid. I got it. I don't understand. Why is it, are they at, like, it feels patronizing. Like, oh, you did it. Wow, good job, Brock. Look, we're going to do an Instagram post for you. And now another Instagram post, and now another one, another one, another one. Like, all right, we got it. Can the guy accomplish something first? Like, he's accomplished. Let me pull that back. He's accomplished more than I have in my entire life in the last 3 years. He got drafted into the NFL. That's incredible.
Yep.
Whether you're the first pick or the last pick, remarkable that you were so good at football that an NFL team said, we need to have that guy on our team. That's amazing. Accomplishment unlocked. Making the team, huge accomplishment. Starting a game, huge accomplishment. Going to the NFC title game twice, going to the Super Bowl, unbelievable. Wow. And now he's gotten paid commensurate with his accomplishments, and that's awesome. I don't mind shouting him out. But yo, it's pretty indicative of where the 49ers are and what their offseason has been, that this is all they have. There's some Fred Warner stuff in there. To be clear, there's some Fred Warner stuff mixed in there. But this is what they're hanging their hat on right now. This is, they are showing everybody, hey, this is the guy. This is it. This is all we've got for you. And if he's not good, this is just underscoring, like, this is underscoring why, where this could go sideways and why this is potentially problematic and why there are people, despite the fact that it's a pretty team-friendly deal, why there are still people like, I don't know, man, because they are putting all of their eggs in the Brock Purdy basket, and they showed you with this offseason, and they're showing you on social media by trying to make sure everybody knows that, hey, we like Brock Purdy. You know, we got it.
The thing that concerns me, like, you're putting him out there as the guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the same right tackle that allowed a guy to blitz the quarterback, run right through him, and destroy his elbow in the NFC Championship game is still your right tackle.
Well, the tight end who was blocking on that play is no longer with the team. It's a play call, but go ahead.
The guards, the same. The center, the same.
Mm-hmm.
You traded Debo. He's gone. Ayuk is out for at least probably half the season. Like, so, yeah, you got McCaffrey back.
Mm-hmm.
You got Kittle back.
Extended George Kittle, yep.
But then it's like, hey, you got Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall and a 4th-round pick and DeMarcus Robinson, who may or may not get suspended. And, like, what are you doing? Like, spend as much time building the roster to support what you just did as you are promoting what you just did. And to me, I put this in the rundown. It feels a lot like the Here We Rise campaign from the Sacramento Kings back in like 2012, where it's like they put a billboard on, it's the school building, the okay, you know where the Ziggurat is downtown?
Nope.
You call it the pyramid. Everyone calls
it. Yeah.
It's not a pyramid. This is a ziggurat.
That's
but
right.
That's okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Right there, there's the Cal Purse building.
Yes.
Right? They put like a 12-story overlay on the outside of those glass windows of DeMarcus Cousins and Tyreek Evans and the big title, Here We Rise. It was everywhere in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Every single billboard, Here We Rise, Here We Rise. It's like, okay, man, like that thing rose like a souffle that fell.
Sure.
Like did not. It may have risen for like a second and then poof.
Yeah.
So like, don't put all of your attention on something that, like the NFL, it's a team sport, man. Like if Brock Purdy could throw for 5,000 yards this year and the 49ers could still be bad because their defense isn't good enough, like there are all kinds of things that could go wrong here.
Right. Their offseason was still very slow. They still lost a ton of dudes, and not that they were all super crucial, but they are still hoping that their draft picks are good. Like this does not, the Brock Purdy contract is great. You got it done in May. Awesome. Like really, really good. And you got it done. It was a good deal for both sides. Cool. Mm-hmm. And now it's like they're trying to sweep everything else from the offseason, all the bad vibes. Like, yeah, get him. This is all under the rug. Look at Brock. Look at all these silly videos we're doing. Oh, the social team has a fun thing for Brock. Oh, admin forgot to put this thing for Brock.
It's just a little over the top.
I also think there's part of it that the 49ers, for as however long, 10, 15 years now,
Mhm.
have been a very like business-like social media. That's been their voice on social. They're not making jokes about other teams on social. They're not doing all that. It is buttoned up. It is very straightforward. Like, here, congratulations, Juwan Jennings, on nearly having 1,000 yards, or Deebo Samuel becomes the first. But like, they have the graphics. It looks cool. The videos are well done, all really good quality. But the voice was very straightforward, like business-like. And now it's like they're trying to be goofy and bubbly and fun.
Maybe
And it's
maybe they switch managers.
I think, well, I know for a fact that they've cleared out their old social media people.
Yeah.
And I think they're now hiring outside of the building.
Oh, all right.
That's kind of how it seems. And it's just weird, dude. I don't like it one bit. The vibes are down for me now. It felt like the vibes were up for a second. Now they're down.
Okay.
I don't like what's happening. It's just,
I mean, promoting your players is one thing. Over promoting and putting a lot of like, it just feels like a distractionary tool.
that's it. That is 1,000%
It's like,
what it
look
feels
over
like.
here, look over here.
Yeah.
We're not going to be very
Yeah.
good. Well, look over here,
Yeah.
look over here. We signed our quarterback.
Yeah. It's
And-
QB1. Yeah, no, we got it. He's been QB1.
Yeah.
No, for sure.
And he was still under contract this year.
It's like they want, yeah, he was going to be QB1 anyway.
Yeah.
It's like they got a call, and I don't know that this is true, but it feels like they got a call from Jed. It's like, hey, make sure everybody knows how much we like Brock.
Yeah.
Don't leave any doubt. You got to let everybody. It's like, all right, we got it. It's Brock Purdy time.
It's very possible one of our listeners that hates Brock Purdy, they're doing this just to spite you. So everywhere you drive to, you see it. You're like, oh no. Yeah. Either way, like, look, you are going to promote your players, and you're going to like go crazy when you have a big signing. I just think it's the 49ers signed, their three big, like, whether it's Warner or Kittle and Purdy, those three guys, like that's your off season. Like, your off season was very, very mundane.
Yes.
Actually, it was worse than that. Like, you had way more losses than you had additions, and you are truly banking on a draft class.
Yeah, get the draft class content out there.
Yeah.
I don't need another freaking Brock Purdy post.
Okay.
Now Toyota, congratulations, Brock. All right, man. Relax.
We get it. He drives your cars. We get it.
He gave every one of his offensive line. If I was a quarterback, by the way, this is just the type of bad person I am. If I was a quarterback, not everybody's getting a truck.
Oh,
really? You know who's getting a truck and who's not. Trent Williams, you get a truck. Aaron Banks, here's a watch. Here's a nice Casio for you.
Are you leaving? I think you get nothing. No suit for you.
I remember that hit I took last week. I came from your guy.
That's right.
I don't want to do that again.
That's funny.
Man. The other thing, real quick, talking basketball, which we're going to do here coming up. There's this whole thing that's just accepted. The Thunder are just so physical defensively because the refs can't call everything. They know the refs aren't going to call everything. We heard that about the Legion of Boom Seahawks as well.
Yep.
Hey, they're going to commit PI on every play because that ref is not going to throw the PI flag on every play. And it is worth like the risk reward of how many completions we're going to stop versus how many times we're going to get penalized for that. The risk is worth it. Or the reward is worth the risk. Buddy, I'm the type of petty that if I was an official and I heard that, I'd be like, you think I can't blow the whistle on every play? Watch this.
Yeah.
I would be Shea Gilgeous-Alexander would foul out in 4 minutes. Oh, I would every touch foul, every single time they got a little like, nope, whistle. Can't do that here.
You go
I will call this every time. Think I won't call this every play. The hell with that.
Who took more free throws last night, the Timberwolves or the Thunder?
I know the answer to this. The Minnesota Timberwolves took 5 more free throws than the Thunder last night.
Who committed more fouls, the Timberwolves or the Thunder?
Uh-oh.
It's the Thunder.
Oof.
They committed more fouls.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Yikes. Hate to see it for our guys.
Yeah.
All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We'll keep talking hoop coming up here in a bit, unless the 49ers post another thing about Brock Purdy, in which case we will let you know.
Kyle will lose it.
Brock Purdy, QB1. All right, we got it. Golly. James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's at the home studio. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. More NBA talk coming up on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports. That's the second hour coming up on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Clear?
Clear. Sacramento Kings do have prospect workouts going on right now. There was media availability this morning at 10:30, which of course I'm here, so I'm not there. But let's see. Who do we have working out today? We have Zakai Ziegler. Wow, double Z's. Z squared. From Tennessee, a 5'9", 172-pound point guard. 5'9". RJ Felton from East Carolina, 6'3" shooting guard. Let me see. I wonder if he is related to Raymond Felton. Maybe, maybe not. Let me go to who else do we have coming through? We have Ben Henshaw out of Perth, a little Australian shooting guard, 6'5", 193 pounds. Cameron Matthews out of Mississippi State, a 6'5", 235-pound small forward. Yaxel Lindenborg out of UAB, a 6'9", 235-pound power forward. And lastly, we have Jalen Moore, 6'7", 203-pound power forward out of Oklahoma. I don't know what that was.
Blackpink World Tour video.
Oh, he's the cousin of former NBA point guard veteran Raymond Felton. So it's good, though. I mean, this is a second round. Second round of players coming through Sacramento. I don't know where Felton is listed as far as average 18.8 points, 6.4 rebounds, 2.5 assists, shot 41.4% from the field, and 37.6 from three. I don't know where he ranks as far as prospects. Let's see. Yeah, it's to be a perennial playoff team that looks like a 5-6 French team now. Why not a contender? The Kings would love to be a contender. But I don't know that they're not going to take this step back to take a step forward. I'm not saying that's not what I would do. Like, I understand what you're saying, Jim. I'm just telling you that, like, there's a difference between
10 seconds.
What I would do and what the Kings are going to do.
Oof.
That was bad.
All right, here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. And they will take you up to 4 o'clock. And then not Timberwolves, Pacers, Knicks. Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals is today right here on ESPN 1320 at 4:30. Coverage begins. Shout out to Joe Brazil. He's working from the home studio today. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I think that covered all the bases.
I think you did.
Everybody on 1320 AM. Hi. 98.5 FM HD2. Hello. YouTube, Twitch. Hello. Podcast. That's the James Hammond Madsen show. Hello. Free Odyssey app. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
And if you're listening on if you're like on a pirating website for radio programs that you can get for free, hello.
Hello. Hello to all
Just
of
listen
you.
a bunch of ways you can do this without having to do so illegally.
And my
Is
suggestion
it
is
even illegal? I don't
just
think it's illegal.
listen on all of them at one time. Just like,
That's what you do when you're at home.
yeah, just load up all of them. Like, I don't care.
All your TVs are on D-Lo and KC. You got it
That's
on the
fair.
app. You have your car on.
Yep.
You got the
I know.
just listening however we can. Hey, I have a thing I want to talk about with the Kings.
I'm here for it.
Just because we talk at the breaks with the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN 1320, and there's just kind of this ongoing discussion about what this offseason looks like and the fringe contender and are they this or that. I think an important thing about the Kings roster is more about what they don't have than what they do have. Because somebody asked earlier about could Levine and Sabonis, I forget the exact question, but it was about Levine and Sabonis and can they be a
Actually, I think
winning duo?
it was a statement that if you have Levine and Sabonis, you're just a play-in team.
Okay, that was it.
Right.
That statement is not about Levine and Sabonis. To me, that statement is about what do you put around Levine and Sabonis. Let's do this. Let's talk about the Pacers. Because I think the Pacers are a team that if you're the Kings, you're kind of looking at and going, okay, we don't have a superstar in our building right now, although Tyrese Halliburton might be elevating to that. But we don't have that superstar in our building right now. So how can we build a contender without bending over backwards to get that player?
Mm-hmm.
And I think you look at Indiana, and it's a bunch of dudes. You have a really good backup point guard in TJ McConnell, and then it's a bunch of dudes who are switchable wings, who are dogs on defense. Even if they're not great defenders, they at least try defensively. They're crashing boards for rebounds. Everybody has their role. Like they've built out this really nice team. I think if you took out Miles Turner and like I was going to say Tyrese Halliburton, but I think he's so effective as a point guard. If you swapped out Miles Turner for Domantas Sabonis right now, I don't think the Pacers are dramatically different.
No, I don't think so. I think the Pacers' offense is different, and Sabonis isn't a good fit for their offense.
That's fair.
So, I mean,
you might just be torpedoing my entire point.
Well,
but okay, no, that I said the wrong thing. I said the wrong thing. Sorry. If you brought over the Pacers, except for Tyrese Halliburton and Miles Turner, that's where I was going with it.
Okay.
If you brought the Pacers to Sacramento, leave Tyrese Halliburton and Miles Turner in Indiana, but you just drop the Pacers around Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis, I think the Kings are just way better.
Oh, as a team, yeah, I think they would be not way better than what the Pacers are with those players, but
correct.
way better than they are today.
Yes. I don't think you're just a play-in team with that team with Sabonis and LaVine.
No,
Sons,
yeah, dude. Okay,
Halliburton
so I'll keep saying there's a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of work to do here in Sacramento because that's where you allowed the other guys to leave the team, right? You allowed Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox to leave the team without a starting point guard, without a answer at the small forward position beyond a soon-to-be 36-year-old DeMar DeRozan that's only under contract, fully guaranteed for one more year. Like, those are problems. Like, we can go through and look at the depth at the small forward position for the Kings, which is what we'll do here in a few minutes. But when you get to the fact that your forwards, your three forwards that you have on the roster right now are Keegan Murray, DeMar DeRozan, who not many people believe will be here next year, and Isaac Jones, that's it. Like, there's no other player. No one. Like Jake LaRavia, free agent. Trey Lyles, free agent. Jay Crowder, free agent. Doug McDermott, free agent. Like, there is not another player. So that's a problem when you're looking at an undrafted free agent rookie. You're looking at, Keegan Murray, who's a legitimate NBA starter, and you're looking at a 36-year-old small forward who's 6'6" and doesn't really play defense anymore. Like, that's not the modern NBA.
No.
So what you're talking about bringing on the Indiana Pacers, yeah, the Kings need someone. Brought up Dalton Connect earlier. Okay, yeah, Dalton Connect would play major minutes on the Kings because they don't have anybody. So the job at hand here is to find not one, not two, not three, but 4 or 5 forward options, because you realistically only have one true forward option that all of us know will be on the team next year, and that's Keegan Murray.
Yes.
Isaac Jones is non-guaranteed contract. Whether he's here or not, I probably will be here because he's so inexpensive that, like, why not? You got to take a flyer on somebody, but there's no guarantee that DeMar DeRozan will be here. So that's where, like, the crux of this like argument is always going to be with the Kings. It's like, it's not just that you're missing 1 or 2 pieces or players or positions or like the roster build and all that. Like, it's just really bare. So like, this thing's stripped down.
That's one of the things I think that gets, I don't want to say gets lost, but it doesn't get brought up enough. They're not gonna fix whatever this is in one offseason.
Oh, probably not.
This is not like, when we're talking about these moves that the Kings can make, this is not hey, if they do these 2 things, they're a contender next year. Especially when we'll go over the wing options, like free agent wing options.
Yeah.
Not great.
No.
Not a great list. Like, there's not a couple of free agents that they can go, yeah, hey, here's our mid-level, and you get 20 a year, and you get a 4 and 80, and you get the mid-level, and here you go. Like, jump on in, and we have 2 rotation guys, and now we're ready.
Yeah.
It's not going to be that easy. Like, Scott Perry and the front office are going to have to get creative. They're going to have to make some savvy trades. They're going to have to make some savvy signings where it's a player who doesn't even move the needle. We're talking about, I brought him up before the show, like Braxton Key, a 28-year-old. He's on the end of the Warriors bench, but he's G League defensive player of the year. Can't score a lick, but he's big, he's physical, he's a heck of a defender. Bring a play. It doesn't have to be him necessarily, but those random guys that if they signed Braxton Key or a player in that caliber, we'd be like, oh, okay, well, whatever. He might not even make the team. But hey, maybe he worked on his jumper over the offseason and he can reliably hit a corner 3 now. And all of a sudden you have this guy who can give you 15 good minutes a night. That's what it's going to take, more than we can concoct all the trades. You can jump in the trade machine. You go, okay, you move this guy for this guy. And then if you throw in an extra first and maybe you get this guy, and now all of a sudden, like, wow, look, the Kings are contenders. Like, no, man, that's not happening this offseason.
Yeah.
At least not to be quote unquote contenders.
Even a lot of the players that people like that you really would like the Kings to go after, a lot of them may not even opt out of their contracts. There's some, like people, John Collins, people would love to have John Collins is a $25 million player option for this year. He may opt in. If he doesn't, he's not taking $14 million a year, and that's all you got to offer. Right. And so, like, it's not going to be like super simple to just build out this roster super quick and add the depth that you need to be competitive. You can do it, but it's going to take savvy moves in the offseason. I think you can, like, I'm not going to say you can't do it. You can't improve the roster in one offseason. You can improve the roster. You can get yourself back into like a 5-6 conversation, in my opinion. You're not going to be a contender status. There's no way for this team to get a contender status. I mean, you trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo, and I still don't know that this is contender status. Sure. And that's because, like, you're going to have so many other holes in your roster that you can't add the correct pieces. I
kind of, just since you bring up Giannis, not to divert too far from the Kings, but I think there's an interesting team building thing that's happening in the NBA right now. And I think we're seeing a little bit of it with quarterbacks in the NFL, where when Dak Prescott signed his contract, it was just the biggest contract because he was next. That was always the thing with quarterbacks. Whoever's next is going to get $1 million more annually than the guy who signed previous. And that was just the price of doing business.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing that not be the case as much. Where Dak's contract, certainly Deshaun Watson's contract is an outlier. Dak Prescott's contract, nobody's trying to match Dak Prescott's contract now. Nobody's trying to surpass that.
Yeah.
And I think what you're seeing is, and I'm going to relate this back to the NBA, I think what you're seeing is teams know that you handcuff yourself. The 49ers knew, man, if we pay Brock Purdy $65 million a year, we're going to be handcuffed to the point where we are not going to be as competitive as we would like to be.
Mm-hmm.
How's 53? $53 million annually. It allows us some wiggle room with the cap going up. It allows us some wiggle room to continue building. I kind of wonder if like teams are seeing what's going on in the playoffs right now. Oklahoma City was not built through finding a star. Like they found one in Shea, but they did not gun for a superstar. They brought in Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. They drafted well. They developed. The Pacers, again, we see Tyrese Halliburton elevating into that superstar realm, but that's not what they're predicated on. They're predicated on depth and defense. You see that with Minnesota, who have now been to back-to-back conference finals, where it's depth and it is shooting. And again, they have Anthony Edwards. They drafted him and they brought him in as a superstar for sure. But when it comes to the Giannis thing, like if you told me the Kings could add a point guard, a good point guard, a capable point guard, and 2 rotational wings and bring back Jake LaRavia, I would almost rather do that than gut a team for, and again, the Kings maybe not specifically, but I kind of wonder if a team would rather do that and be like, yeah, we're going to build out some depth and we're going to give ourselves a 2 or 3 year window with this depth instead of just gutting everything, getting Giannis in the building and going, okay, now let's figure it out because congratulations, you've become the Bucks.
Yeah, the Bucks just got eliminated 3 years in a row in the first round.
Right. Congratulations. You have this superstar. Now it's really, really hard to build around that guy.
Yeah.
Like that's where, because if Giannis got hurt a couple of those years, and all of a sudden you're one guy that you're banking on, the Warriors with Steph Curry, one guy you're banking on gets hurt. It's like, all right, well, you're toast now.
I think like advanced team building in the NBA is so difficult.
Yeah.
And that's where taking over like midstream, like Scott Perry is, from what a team that was built and now is caught in the middle between a full teardown and can you make tweaks and build it back up?
Yeah.
Like a mid-level player is not going to save this team.
No.
And to be honest with you, we can look at all the mid-level players that are going to be out there. There's not one out there that's going to be as impactful and can change everything.
We'll get into some names in the next segment.
Yeah, I mean, there is something to the fact that OKC and Indiana, both of those teams, their star player was acquired as a very young player in a trade.
For a better player at the time.
Yeah, for a better player at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the fact that Domantas Sabonis and Paul George were like the big pieces to acquire those players, I think the Kings are in a better situation than like the Clippers were, because the Clippers gave up so many first-round picks. They're still giving up first-round picks for that trade.
Yes. That trade is not complete yet. The other thing the Thunder did is after making that trade and getting all those picks, one of those picks was Jalen Williams, who's an all-star, all-defensive player and looks like the Robin to SGA's Batman.
Yep.
That's nice.
No, you have to like stick with the system. You got to give people like an opportunity, but then you also have to look at, and when you give someone an opportunity, and you have to look at where they're heading and say, okay, that's not where we're going anymore.
Yeah.
And then
it's a good point.
And then realistically, you got to back away and say, okay, this is not, we're just going to shut down for the rest of the season. We're going to play the season out, but we're not doing that anymore. You're not going to be making the decisions anymore. And I think that's going to go down as one of the biggest issues that we see here. It's that they didn't leave the cupboards bare. They did leave all the draft picks, right?
That's true.
But on the way out the door, you allowed them or told them, to go out and trade De'Aaron Fox, your best player, and to go get a player who now there's a bunch of question marks about in Zach LaVine. And I think again, Zach LaVine's a very good player, but building a team around a point guard and De'Aaron Fox and a center and Domantas Sabonis is a lot easier than building a team around a shooting guard.
Sure.
And
or if you had a De'Aaron Fox to trade this offseason, if he was like, I'm out, I'm done.
Yep.
Nothing changed over the last 50 games or 40 games or however many games it was. Nothing changed over the course. I guess Doug did 51 games. So those last 30-ish games, nothing changed. He still wants out. Okay, cool. That would be a much better way to have to go about this offseason than where they're at.
Yeah.
Just kind of stuck.
Yeah.
We'll get to some of the names, though. Some of the wings that are potentially available in free agency. We're going to continue trying to put together a Kings offseason that at least gets them moving in the right direction. Moving in the right direction toward winning sustainably. We'll keep talking about that. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We'll have some NBA playoff talk coming up too. Pacers, Knicks. I got to talk about that one tonight because that's not a game I'm turning off.
No.
Watching every second of that game. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's James and Kyle. Joe Brazil at the home studio. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Ooh, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. We will put this in our back pocket. Cheyenne? Let me know how to pronounce your name so I get that right. Cheyenne? Hey, thanks, Ross Dog. Yeah, shout out to Wilson. I forget if I did that on air or not, or on the stream or not. I can't remember if I just told James or... Yeah, Wilson met the homie at the K-pop store in Sacramento yesterday. Thanks for coming up and saying hi, by the way. I feel so bad if I get a DM from someone. Not like this happens a lot, but if I get a DM from someone who's like, hey, I saw you, but I didn't want to come up and say hi. Like, bro, always say hi. I have nothing going on. Plans. I'm going to be in Seattle hanging out. No traditions for me. I'm not telling you this, Manny. I'm not telling you when I'm going to Chicago. No, I'm going June 11 is my departure date. Get to Chicago Wednesday late morning. Hang out in Chicago. Go to a game Thursday. Flying out to Boston Friday. Hanging out in Boston Saturday, Sunday. Or no, I'm sorry. Hanging out in Boston Friday, Saturday. Going to Sox Yankees at Fenway and then flying home Sunday.
When is that?
June 11th. I'm missing the 11th, 12th, and 13th.
Okay.
Love the vibes. Big vibes guy. I told you it was happening, bro. You want to give me the opportunity to act? Like, yeah, I'm in. Yeah, I've been to Chicago once. It was for Jack Cooley's wedding, actually. Salute to the homie. We were there for we took a red eye to Chicago, got in the morning of the wedding, napped at the hotel real quick, got ready for the wedding, went to the reception, had a great time, beautiful wedding. Went back to the hotel, went to sleep, woke up the next day, packed our bags, went to downtown Chicago, went on the riverboat architecture tour.
Yep.
It was pissing rain the whole time. We did that, the architecture boat tour, that's what it's called. And then took the L train back to the hotel and grabbed our bags and went home. It's crazy.
That's wild.
So I'm really excited to go to Chicago and actually be there for a couple days.
Are you going to get to go to a game at Wrigley?
Yes, that's why we're going.
Yeah. And see if you can take the tour.
So I looked it up. It's 30. We'll do this. We got 15 seconds. Hang on.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil at the home studio. Yeah, so what we were talking about at the break on YouTube with the Chatty House, youtube.com/ESPN1320 if you'd like to participate with the show there. Me and my dad are going to Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And we're doing the Wrigley thing. We're going to go see a game at Wrigley, and then we're going to go to Fenway. We're going to watch a game at Fenway. It's both of our first times going to either stadium. Super psyched, right? So you asked if we were doing the tour of Wrigley. So I looked that up on your recommendation. And, can I restart this computer now? I'm going to do that. We're in a long segment. I'm just going to restart this now and hope that doesn't break anything. All right. So, yep, I'm just doing it.
Good for you.
Not going to bother engineering for them to go, yeah, just click it. Here we go. So I looked it up on game days because we're there. The days we get there, there's games both days we're there.
Mm-hmm.
On game days, it's the same price as the full tour, but it's like a limited version of the tour. You don't get to go to the wall. You don't get to go you get to go on the field, but you don't get to go in the dugout.
Oh.
You don't get to, you basically just walk around the concourse. And I think you get to go on the field briefly.
Okay.
But there's a non-game day tour, which is like locker rooms or clubhouse, dugouts, Ivy, like all this really cool stuff.
Yeah, the media, the
press box.
Yes. And Harry Carey's spot.
Right.
I mean, it's incredible.
It sounds so cool. And they don't do that on game days.
Yeah.
So
I wonder if Fenway has the same thing.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
We'll take a look, but there's also a bunch of nerdy historical stuff in Boston we want to go do.
Oh, totally. Me
so
too.
we're gonna knock a bunch of that out. But we were hoping that the Celtics would be in the finals, not just for our dear friend Jesse Tapia, but we were hoping that the Celtics would be in the finals because Game 3 of the finals was the Friday we're there.
Okay.
Friday or Saturday, one of the days we're there. It was like, we're gonna go find a bar and we're gonna go be Celtics fans for the night.
I even have a bar for you. Mike.
Dang it.
Mike Zarin.
No, they're not. I'm not going to a bar in Boston to watch Thunder and Pacers.
No,
I'm
that's
sorry.
true. But right across from the arena is like an Irish brew pub.
My kind of spot.
Bar. Yeah.
Might go might get that name from you anyway and go track it down.
I absolutely love both those cities. They're great cities, but I've been there for like very specific things.
Sure.
And so I haven't caught games in either city.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we the games are obviously our number one priority.
Yeah.
But we gave ourselves some extra time to explore a little bit. So can't wait.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
I'm envious. That's a good trip.
Yeah, really
I'd like to
really
do
fun.
that.
Can't wait. Anyways, what were we talking about? Oh, wing names, because this Kings rebuild that's going to, what are we calling it?
You have
retool, a rebuild, a reset? Because they're like picking a new, different maybe direction.
I think we have to figure out what they do.
It's a good point, actually.
Because as of right now, like I don't know.
All right, this Kings off season.
Yeah,
this Kings roster management.
Yeah, like I think we're gonna learn a lot, like really quickly. But like the Kings have to decide whether they are a team that is just going to play out this string with this group of players, and somewhere in the next 12 months, Domantas Sabonis will ask out, or if they're a team that's going to build, if they're a team that's going to let like the contracts of DeRozan and Levine expire in 1 and 2 years, and then that way you get like a true roster reset where you can start building things again. Because as much as it is about draft picks and stuff like that, the Kings have put themselves in a situation where they're not a salary cap team, where they're not a team that can go out and sign true free agents outside of like a mid-level exception at $14 million. So that's an awkward position to be in as well. It's not just about, hey, how many draft picks do you have? So you have to decide. You've got 9 draft picks over the next 7 years once you hit July 1st.
Mm-hmm.
Is that part of what you're going out and shopping with? Or are you looking at that and saying, we have 9 now, but I would prefer to have 12. And let's see if we can front load. So, got an extra pick in 26, an extra pick in 27, another pick in 27, and an extra pick in 28. and then maybe we get lucky and move up in the lottery. You know, like that's your team that has to decide that right now. Like I think
we don't have a name for it yet, but whatever the Kings are going to do to their roster this offseason, they're not fixing it in 1 year. Whether they tear it down or decide, hey, we can Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine and Keegan Murray is the core that we're going to try and open a 4-year window with, or whatever it is, and then go from there. That 4-year window is not going to start until, if they do everything right, it's probably not starting until next season after the upcoming one.
Yeah.
Like where we feel really good about, like, oh man, they've made all the right moves, they pushed all the right buttons, and here they are.
Well, yeah, but we say that, and then, you know, weird things happen.
Weird things do happen, no doubt. But in outside of, oh wow, they made this trade for, they brought in Cam Johnson and Giannis and didn't give up Zach LaVine or Domas, and oh my God, watch out for the Kings. Like, okay, like maybe,
yeah.
But I think in the realm of I don't want to say reality, because what you said is reality, but in the realm of, like, okay, let's not be crazy for a second. It's just going to be tough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not going to take out the possibility of some crazy haymaker that everyone's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe the Kings just did that. And then they do it again. And you're like, oh,
sure.
Okay, now you're cooking.
Sure.
Like, there is a possibility.
What? An example, please.
There's a possibility. Like, let's say the Kings do something crazy, like they trade Zach LaVine and 3 first-round picks for John Morant.
Okay.
And now you're like, oh, all right, now what happens? And then let's say they get done with that deal, and now your backcourt looks more balanced because you've got, you know, Malik Monk, and you've got Keon Ellis and, you know, Devin Carter. You still need a backup point guard, stuff like that. Let's say you turn around, you trade DeMar DeRozan, and you come away with, again, you give up a first-round pick, and you come away with Cam Johnson. And then you go out in free agency, because, again, you can work these deals that I'm talking about are net neutral in salary cap. They're going to cost you first-round picks.
Sure.
So now your 4 first-round picks out of your 9 are gone, right? But then you go out and you add a Dorian Finney-Smith in free agency. You make a move.
If he opts out. Yeah,
if he opts out, you make a move to trade for a Naz Reid or something, and all of a sudden the Kings go boom, 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 and they build the thing out. And so there's always that weird possibility that those things happen. Now, all of that's pie in the sky.
Sure.
Right? But there is pathways to, or there's potential pathways.
Okay.
And I would tell you this, like, the Kings have the 27 San Antonio Spurs unprotected first-round pick. There is no guarantee that San Antonio Spurs are good by 2027, realistically. They have the 2031 unprotected first-round pick of the Minnesota Timberwolves. So in addition to that, all of their picks are once again looking like some of the most valuable picks in the draft, like they always have. The Kings are always in this situation.
Right.
Where people are like, man, I would love to get a couple of Kings first-round
For
picks,
sure.
because those guys aren't going to be very good.
For sure.
So there's a potential for that. So we're not just talking about 9 first-round picks. 8 of them are full-fledged, you could go unprotected first-round picks.
So what you're saying is, if the Kings don't have a big offseason, then it's ineptitude from the front office.
No.
That's what I'm hearing.
No. Because you have to decide who you are.
Sure.
And again, if I'm the Kings, I could go, I could see this thing playing out 2 ways, where you're like, okay, we got DeRozan for 1 more year. Let's just hold on to him, and we'll bite the bullet on the final year that we'll just pay him the $10 million. But when the salary cap at that point is going to be $185 million, it's like, okay, who cares about $10 million that you're flushing out for 1 season?
Sure.
And then you've got 1 season left of Zach LaVine, and you're telling people, hey, like, look, we got a $49 million expiring contract. Who wants in? Maybe you do your reset then. The problem that you have is this Sabonis situation, that, like, Domas is not just going to say, hey, I'll forego the next 2 years of who I am as a player in order for you guys to just be bad. And I'm going to have to be the one who's stuck holding the bag. You're going to put me out on the billboard, You're going to run me around town like I'm Brock Purdy. and
King Social Team needs to get working on those IG posts.
Yeah, and I don't have Brandon Ayuk or Tebow Samuel to throw to anymore. That's what it. He doesn't have De'Aaron Fox or Levine or like whatever.
Right.
Like it would be really, really tough. So like there are a lot of ways they can go here.
If Sabonis asks out, that I think chooses their path for them.
Yeah.
Like that would be because you're probably not getting like really awesome players back in that deal. It's probably salary filler and picks.
Yeah, you have to decide
where it kind of.
You have to decide who you are right now.
Yeah,
because the Sabonis thing, it's hanging out there, but it's like, do you try to build the team he's asking for, or do you realize that there's no way to build that team?
Yeah, and
just go in reverse.
I see a couple of things in the chatty house, and that's James Ham, Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil, our producers from the home studio. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is the Insiders on ESPN 1320. D'Lo and KC coming up in 28 minutes. I see two different Blazers related things in the chatty house, so I'm going to go back to a little bit of a conversation we had yesterday. Russ Dog says Portland should send Anthony Simons to Sacramento, and Aldrin J says Sabonis for Shaedon Sharpe and salary filler. From what I understand in talking to somebody in Portland is not interested in moving off of players right now. They like the direction they're going. They're not. Apparently, I didn't look up to confirm this. Apparently, their books are clear in 2 years.
Well,
like they have.
They'll tell you that, but I mean, Jeremy Grant's contract's still sitting there.
Sure. So it might have been 3 years.
Yeah.
It might have been 2 years after. It doesn't matter. Anyways, they like the direction they're heading, and they're not looking to get off of Anthony Simons or Shaedon Sharpe, at least not yet. Going into this year. And then I asked about Tamani Kamara because we talked about him a little bit yesterday.
Yep.
And apparently that DeAndre Ayton trade that happened that Tamani Kamara was involved in only happened because Tamani Kamara was involved in it. Where the Blazers were like, hey, we need him. That guy needs to be involved in the deal or we're not doing it. And then he was all defense this year. He started figuring it out offensively. And I was told that he's the kind of player who, like, there's 4 guys in the league they would move him for.
Yeah.
So anyone interesting on the Blazers is just not available, apparently.
I'll tell you this, too. They have their assistant general managers, Mike Schmitz, who used to run.
Wasn't he on ESPN?
Well, yeah, for years, it was him and Jonathan Givony on Draft Express, and then they moved over to ESPN together.
Right.
When ESPN purchased the product. And then Mike Schmidt literally ran around the world seeing every prospect in every location that you could possibly imagine. That dude has been in so many different countries scouting and watching prospects. That's what he did for a job forever. So when you look at guys like Scoot Henderson or Donovan Klingdom or Shaedon Sharpe, or they go out and they trade for Deni Avdija, or they, again, the Kamara move, right? Like all of these things. These are calculated moves by one of the true draft experts in the game.
Yeah.
Like this is a dude who not only did he go and see players in Italy or in Australia, but he interviewed them and he sat down and he spent the time to get to know players. And it's such a that's who if you're going to go this route, that's what I would do. I would go get somebody that has that kind of knowledge, and he has knowledge of that for like the last 15 years, not just like he's a draft guy, who posts drafts on the internet. Like there's so much value in having a guy in your front office like that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Because not only do you know those guys via the draft, but those randos that are sitting on the end of somebody's bench or sitting on 2-way contracts with somebody or in the G League.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you know what? That guy's way better than whatever. So we talked about with Aaron Nesmith yesterday.
Yeah.
The Pacers knew what kind of offense he ran in college and was like, hey, he can't fit in Boston. We think he'd be a better fit here. We think we can maximize what he's doing. Let's make sure to get him in our build.
Yep. And in the meantime, he developed into a really strong defender.
When all of this stuff, by the way, goes back to the Kings, because this is what they need to be doing. This is the big trades are there. The big signings are there, But then can you find those couple diamonds in the rough? Can you find a Keon Ellis type who's 6'7"?
Yeah.
Can you find an Aaron Neesmith that's on the, or Tumani Kamara who's on the end of somebody's bench who's not getting an opportunity somewhere who, you know what? Hey, he would fit really good next to Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine and Keegan Murray. Let's get him in our building and see if we can maximize.
Yeah.
Like that's what it's going to be, man.
Yeah,
tough.
I'm really intrigued to see how they build it, and that's why, again, like I think Scott Perry's a really smart hire, but you have to support him the right way. Like BJ Armstrong, smart hire. He knows a lot of players. He knows a lot of people.
Sure,
been in the business a long time, but you also need some of these other pieces that the true draft and scouting guys, and hopefully you've got them.
Yeah, man. No handoff today, FYI.
Okay,
just learned that. Where was I going? No handoff today. Oh, real quick before we move on. The A's lost again last night or yesterday afternoon. They've lost 9 in a row. They have not won a series since they took 2 out of 3 from the Marlins on May 2nd, 3rd, 4th.
Yeah, man. And if you're watching the games, they're close early. Their bullpen is trash.
It's so bad.
I heard a stat yesterday while watching the game. They are tied with the Yankees with grand slams given up this season with 5.
Oh.
All of those are in the month of May.
Oh, my God.
They've given up 22 grand slams in the first 22 days. They've given up 5 grand slams in the first 22 days of the month.
Oh, my God.
And so they go from being right in a game to 10-5. Because that's what they keep losing by. 9-4, 10-5. And it's because they give up these crazy home runs out of nowhere.
They beat the Dodgers 11-1. And that's the last time they're hitting and pitching all locked in on the same day. Because then you have losses. These are all their losses. 9-3, 19-2, 9-1, 1-0, 3-2, 4-3, 7-5, 10-5, 10-5.
Yeah.
Like the offense is there. 5 runs a night. You score 15 runs across the 3-game series. You think, okay, we're winning at least one of those. Nope. Just can't get enough outs. Luis Severino, really good. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's the bullpen, man.
Dude, it is just...
That's what happens when you don't spend any money on your bullpen and you just think you're going to fly throughout the season and pick up guys who get waived by their DFA guys.
They've had some success with that in the past, but man, when you're going into a year and you're like, that bullpen's not going to get outs.
Well, yeah, but
you gotta fix it early.
And they keep bringing guys up and they go like 10 games without giving up a run. And then all of a sudden, boom, gone.
You want to know the good news for the A's? Starting tonight, they have a 3-game set against the Philadelphia Phillies, who have the best record in the National League, and they're a half game back at the Detroit Tigers for the best record in baseball.
Yep, tough.
Man.
Tough look.
Man. Get out there though. If you have not gotten out to an A's game yet, get out there to watch them play. The Phillies. If you're not an A's fan, the Phillies have got a lot of dudes that are really fun to watch. That's a very, very good team. They could very, very well win the World Series this year. So get out to Sutter Health Park. 3-game set. A's. Phillies. See if the A's can snap that 9-game losing streak. Maybe you can be in the building for it.
All right.
We'll keep talking hoops next. We got an awesome Pacers Knicks game tonight, 4:30 right here on ESPN 1320. We'll dive into that. We'll dive into some of the stuff from the game last night that we haven't gotten to yet. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We're clear. Hey, Jesse, are you watching the stream? And if you are, do you want to jump in for the handoff? Little delay.
Not watching the stream.
I think he's watching the stream.
Oh no, he's watching baseball.
Oh, okay.
There's like this little.
I'm gonna go pantomime. I'm gonna go pantomime a handoff to Jesse.
Look at this little tiny between the brackets of the computer. I can see his. Yeah, Chris, we got it. Your Angels swept the A's.
I went with like the read option handoff first, and I don't think he got it. So I went under center, and you got a reverse pivot. Obviously, you're reverse pivoting.
Cheyenne Atari, what is the Drew Holiday stuff that you're talking about?
The great Brett Siegel did some hard scrabble reporting.
Oh no,
I haven't seen it yet.
Booey.
Is it a rumor or is it like
If I were the Kings, this is what I would do.
Right. Yeah. Hey, come on. This is so good, Zabo. Oh, okay.
That's what
You
it
wanna
looked
go,
like.
wanna go hit the links? So this was okay. So here's a great thing. 3 dots and a dash is less than a half-mile walk from our hotel. I'm a big tiki bar guy.
Okay.
So if there's a tiki bar in a city, I'm going. So already on the docket, Au Cheval. I don't know how to pronounce that, but anyways, Abe Cannon, who's a big food guy,
Okay.
highly recommended that place. So that might have to get on the list.
And you need to have a deep dish pizza.
I've had a deep dish pizza.
Okay. From there?
Yes, from
Okay.
Chicago.
Okay. And have you
Also,
been to
salute to Lou Malnati's, who they partner with a company called Taste of Chicago.
Mhm.
And while I was there, I tweeted something about their pizza, and they actually shipped a couple of their deep dish pies to the crib.
What?
Yeah. Taste of Chicago.
What?
Really, really cool.
I want someone to send me pizza.
Dang. Best burger you've ever had? All right.
Okay. And are you going to Billy Goat?
We haven't decided on what we're going to do.
That's
down
super fun.
Yeah.
Hamburger.
We have a long
hamburger.
flight to really nail down exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah.
A lot of winging it, though. Going to be a lot of winging it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you traveled a lot with your dad? Is he a good traveler?
My dad's an elite traveler.
Okay.
He worked for NASA, which to me, just like already, if you work for NASA, you better be good on planes. But he traveled a lot for work.
Okay, cool.
So actually, when we went to DC, he'd go to DC a lot because NASA's HQ is there. The Airbnb we stayed at, me and my wife, was right around the corner. Like you could hit the NASA building with a rock. Like he was super familiar with the area we stayed. It was cool.
People are always shocked by how
I've heard this.
Me and my wife, when we travel, we move. Like we walk really, really fast everywhere we go. And people are like, how are you guys so fast? Like, huh?
Yeah, dude. It's gonna be like my dad goes, "Do you have TSA pre-check?" And I was like, no. The disappointment on his face.
We have friends.
Like, sorry,
they've
dog.
been pushing us forever.
He's like, God,
but
travel with this.
Getting on the list now, it takes.
I think you get a +1 though.
It takes so long though. You have to go to SF to get it.
Oh.
And their appointments are booked out. Right. You might be able to get it between now and
it's not a
when you're gone.
I'm gone for a week, and then I'm back, and it's not that big of a deal. 30 seconds. Drew Holiday is a veteran player the Sacramento Kings have interest in. Sources said Perry was a fan of Holiday when he worked at the New York Knicks. Buddy.
Aren't we all?
It's a good hoodie.
Johnny G.
Well, that's a good thing. Hang on.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. I lied to you guys earlier. I'm so sorry. And Jesse, it's a good thing your mic wasn't on.
I was in program
because
1.
You were in program 1.
Yeah, because I was talking. I was like, wait, I'm not hearing myself. Like, this is weird.
Same thing.
Yeah.
That's my bad. That's on me. That's bad board
offering
by me. You're here. Yeah.
Take a lap.
Yeah, I'll fence him back. I'll do it after practice. That's Jesse Tapia. It's the 11:45, which means
it's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's Jesse Tapia.
Hey, Jesse.
What's up, guys? Happy Friday.
Yeah, same to you, man.
Yeah.
I need the old intro back.
I always think about the old. That's why I was laughing right
now. What's going on, man? I'm just gonna email the sound guy, and that way it comes from me. I don't want Charlie to feel like it's on him.
Yeah.
I'll email the sound guy now.
What's up, guys?
Taking it right up the middle is so crazy.
That was crazy. that was crazy.
So all right. Here's our guy, our friend. I shouldn't say guy. I don't know if it's a guy. our friend Cheyenne.
And Atari?
Cheyenne?
Our friend.
Cheyenne Atari.
Shay Atari.
The homie essay said that Brett Siegel, I believe from Clutch Points, said, quote, Drew Holiday is a veteran player the Sacramento Kings have interest in, sources said. Scott Perry was a fan of Holiday when he worked with the New York Knicks. I have no doubt that Scott Perry, when he was with the Knicks, was a big Drew Holiday guy. But that was also several years ago.
Mhm.
Jesse is the resident Boston Celtics expert in the
Drew
building.
Holiday's great. You'll love him. You'll love Drew. He's great.
A couple firsts for him?
Yeah, he's a champion, 2-time champion. Couple firsts, maybe. You love him. Nah, Drew,
He looked old, dude.
He did. He is. He's still really good defensively.
Relax, he's 2 months older than I am.
Well,
In basketball years, he looked old.
we need to have a conversation about you as well. But but like Drew's still really great defensively. He's still a good playmaker. He's just not really much offensively as far as scoring anymore.
And he's owed $104 million over the next 3 years.
Golly,
And
man.
Yeah.
he's,
I feel like
35, 36
I feel
years
like the Celtics are in a spot where they're going to be looking to dump salary
Mm-hmm.
because you'll pay that tax bill if you're a title contender. But I don't think they probably are without Jason Tatum.
Well, they've said like the reason why if they are going to make like moves and all that is not because of the tax bill. It's just more so like, oh, your first round pick is locked up because of what reasons, like
Right,
CBAs and stuff like that.
Yeah, so that's I should have said the aprons, not the
Yeah,
tax
yeah.
bill. But I feel like if their teams are going to know that, and there'll be teams like, yeah, we'll take Drew Holiday, but it's going to cost, like, we're not just taking Drew Holiday in a direct money for money swap.
Yeah.
Like, we're taking Drew Holiday and
I
we're going to
don't-
need picks.
I don't think Drew's that bad though. Like where his values just tanked. Like he still could help a contending team and all that. It's just a matter of the Celtics have reached a point where there's
But
no
you just
place
said
for
it.
him.
Like,
Like
you just
if-
said it.
if-
He could
if-
help a contending team. I don't think he's making the Kings contenders. He'd
Casey
help.
said yesterday he thinks potentially they could be top 6 with Drew. What do you guys think?
KC was over optimistic about the Kings. Get out.
Call
Okay.
what you want. He said potentially. I didn't say they would be. He said potentially.
Okay,
If you
so
throw Domas out there,
there is a way in which Drew Holiday works with the Kings, especially playing alongside, because we keep saying this, like there's such a huge issue about finding the right person to put next to Zach LaVine.
Mhm.
If you can get Drew Holiday without, like, again,
this is like a DeMar for Drew swap, something like that.
but the problem is you don't have a small forward. So unless you're moving Zach LaVine to the small forward spot and you're starting Keon Ellis, now I'm getting a little bit, but again, offensively, that's not enough.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're caught in this catch-22. But Drew Holiday's nicknames, which is one of my favorite things that we ever do,
buddy, I don't think we've ever done this.
they are like,
At least with Drew Holiday.
okay, no.
Basketball Reference nicknames are insane.
No, yeah, I know this segment for you guys.
Yeah.
So it's always something crazy.
Have you seen any
Yeah, we
of
need to
them?
name
No
this segment.
clue. No clue what you're gonna say next.
So Jay Holla is one.
No chance.
Yeah,
no one's
nope.
ever called him
Okay, that
Not
I
over
don't-
here, it's
I
not.
don't
Jay
like that
Holla.
one.
Jay Holla tried to sell me a mixtape at the Shell on Arden one.
Yeah.
That's right. The next is the Druth, like the truth,
All right,
but
that's
the Druth.
we'll be sending a cease and desist for that.
That
one.
sounds like a Johnny G joke.
That's right. And then the last one, which I personally love and I think makes perfect sense, is Kung Fu Drew. Because he wears the headband.
Yeah, the headbands. I say that one sort of. I guess like no one's ever called him that, but like I automatically thought of the headband. So maybe.
Ah,
I don't know.
if I've never heard of any of the nicknames and you've been in the league for 15 damn years,
Yeah.
It's tough.
it's not.
Brett in the chat out says, "Can White run the point? Debo for White? No, you guys cannot have Derek White.
Yeah, I'm trying for White. Like, if I'm the Kings and I'm giving up like 2 first
I
round
I'm
would
picks
giving
to
up
tell-
get
multiple firsts
Yeah.
for Derek White.
As far as I'm concerned, the Celtics can go 20-62 next season, and Derek White will average 26 a game, leading the charge or whatever. Derek White's got to stay for me. He's just so perfect. He's the perfect role player.
This
An
is
elite,
not. This
elite
is not a
three-point
bit.
shooter, elite defender.
When Derek White had his kid and play ass haircut on the back of his head, it looked like Gerald from Hey Arnold, and the wind blew too hard and it blew his hair back. And when he looked
Very
like
nice,
that,
yeah.
when he looked like that,
You ever see the close-up picture of Derek White when he had his hair like that?
no,
Let me see him.
I don't want to see
Let me
it.
if
I
can
don't
find
want
it.
to
No,
see
it's
it.
crazy.
I don't want to
It's
see
like a
it.
black and white picture. It's like
It's
kind of
insane.
crazy. Yeah.
So when I see it and again, I don't say this as a person with a whole full head of hair. Like my hairline said peace out when I was 21. So this is not judgment. This is like, brother, You need to come home. And I just, there was his face. I didn't like him. And then he shaved his head and it was like, yes, brother, we are here. And now I'm a big Derek White guy.
Here, I got you right here. I got it pulled up.
Oh, great.
What
can't
if the Kings went all like weird hair guys?
Oh, no.
Just the close up.
Oh, my God.
And then we're tweeting that out for like the starting lineup pick that season too. Like Derek White starting
Why?
at shooting guard, and this one.
That's harsh. That's
Why would you
That's
do
probably
that?
that's probably what got him to like shave his like go
It
bald.
had to be.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's not like, bro. I need that back. Thank you.
I don't want to do my guy that dirty, but
This is crazy.
respect Derek White, by the way.
Salute to Derek White. He's awesome.
even the background is like startling.
Yeah, it doesn't help.
No.
Oh, because of the eyes.
Yeah.
Was it like? Shout out Derek.
I mean,
Salute to Derek White. Would be a great.
Wow.
Would be awesome on the Sacramento Kings. I think if you're listing players that are potentially gettable,
yeah.
he's way at the top of the list for me.
What if they did a 3-guard set of Derek White traded for Trae Young and kept Devin Carter?
So Trae Young is a Celtic in this situation?
No.
No, Trae
right.
Young is in a backcourt with Derek White.
Oh, okay.
And Devin Carter here in Sacramento.
Hated as a Celtics fan. Love it for the Kings though.
Yeah, I would do. Those are two of the guys I would love to see in Sacramento. So
yeah. Derek White's
it's a big
perfect
time
anyway.
W for me.
And then I like Trae Young, so
Scott,
I'm not as out
make
on
the
him.
call. I also the thing that's tough for the Kings with this whatever we're deciding to call it reset, their roster management, is I was very pro F them picks in the last couple of years, but now I don't think I'm there. Like for the right players, yeah.
You bring in a player better than Domas or Zach LaVine, and I'm for it.
Yeah, right. In that case, yeah, shell out the picks. If it's Derek White and all it takes is you got to give up a couple of firsts, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't think you can just start dishing out picks for randos just to make changes and all of a sudden your cupboard is bare and, oh, don't have that pick because we had to attach a first to DeMar DeRozan, but it's a protected first, so now we got to wait to see our like
Yeah.
I don't want any of that.
That's where it's almost like you've got all of those picks. You have to, like, if you're going to take a swing, take like a big swing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
Don't
it's
have
like,
pass it.
yeah.
I think you mentioned Trae Young and John Morant the other day. This was on D'Lo Case of this show. I think James, like something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
Well, I
even-
don't know, because if you're gonna stick with Domas and Zach LaVine, I'm cool off of just wheel out around the edges and be a playing team. Like if this is it, then you gotta go for it. I feel like.
Yeah, that's it.
And
If you're committing to those two guys, then all right, here's your window.
Yeah, I'd rather them just
The next
rebuild.
4
but
years.
If this is the case, then yeah, you got to kind of go for it here.
I don't think they're going to rebuild though.
No, yeah, I don't think so either. So like, if this
just
is the plan, fine. You got to make a splash this offseason.
Oof. We didn't even get
And
into
I
the
hate
free
that
agent
too.
wings.
We didn't.
I'm going to read some of the names. These are this is all player option, unrestricted, restricted, all that jazz. LeBron James?
Yes.
No, but it's like Chris Middleton, Julius Randle, John Collins got a player option. Dorian Finney-Smith's got a player option. Marvin Bagley, unrestricted free agent.
The reunion.
Bobby Portis got a player option.
Yep.
Chris Boucher.
Hey, Bobby Portis wants to opt out and take the mid-level. I would do that. The 4.1, so he'd end up with like a 3-year, $46 million.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd be all over that.
Zaire
like good
Williams,
business.
restricted free agent. Anyone?
He's at least
Just not
intriguing, but
yeah, there's
I
a
don't know.
oof.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's bleak. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. James, you got stuff to do. I got stuff to do. Jesse, you got stuff to do
Yeah, I got
because you're producing D'Lo and KC, which is next. Damian Barling, Kenny Caraway, Jesse Tapia, those guys are going to join you next right here on ESPN 1320. They'll take you up to 4 o'clock, and then at 4:30, Pacers Knicks, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320. Again, that's 4:30 for James Ham and Jesse Tapia. And Joe Brazil at the home studio. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're back next Tuesday. No show Monday. Tuesday, 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320. The Insider's is back. It'll just be James with Jesse. I'm out next week. So I'll see you guys in a couple of weeks. Everybody have a safe weekend, a Memorial Day weekend. Don't drink and drive. Call an Uber, call a Lyft, call a friend. Don't drink and drive.
Don't go swim in the river,
Don't go swim in the river
please.
after drinking
At all.
at
Like,
all. Or don't go swim in the river
right now.
just in general.
Be
Right now.
safe. Be safe is
Anything
the
else?
point. Be
Just
safe and smart.
Google it before doing it. Like, should I do this thing?
Listen to your conscience.
Jesse's got it. Insiders. Drink water. Be nice people.
All right.
Thanks, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. Everybody have a great weekend, and I will see you guys in a couple of weeks.
I will see you guys in the other studio.
See you guys.
We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. It's Friday. Hey, hey, hey. Shout out to everybody who got paid. Y'all know what it is. Maybe y'all Y'all know what it is, man. Hey, hey, we got concerts in the park tonight.
Come on.
We outside. It is beautiful. Springtime is here. Summertime is approaching. Bank account is full, man. It is Memorial Day weekend. Xzibit gonna be here in studio. Xzibit gonna be at Concerts in the Park. It's a free concert. Chris Biderman, Leezy, Eddie Gonzalez, everybody hanging out today. Come on.
Just got news. It's Friday night. Party hunting. Feeling right. Body shaking. All around. No one thing. Gonna get down. Check the mood. I'm looking fly. Down up the posse. Jumping alright. Radio rocking. A monster jam. Feel the rhythm, pump up the sound. Feeling so good, don't you know I'm just grooving to the beat. I'm grooving.
Come on, man. That's what we're doing.
sir.
Hey, we welcome you in. Got to get back to my traditional buttons to the Friday, May 23rd edition of Dealing with Casey. I'm Davey Barnes.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Don't cross our producer.
What are you doing with him?
We here, boy.
We are in
We
The
here,
building.
man. We feeling good, man. We get to be in front of what 4,000 or 5,000 people tonight
Man,
at Cesar Chavez
It's going to
Plaza.
be lit tonight. Lit at Cesar Chavez Plaza. Like you said, Memorial Day weekend, kicking off Concerts in the Park. X to the Z Xzibit
Mhm.
is in the building.
He gonna be here too,
He is.
right around the 2:00 hour.
That's
We'll
right.
say.
That's right. The Oak Room was in the building too.
Shout out to the Oak Room. Shout out to the Oak Room and its CEO.
I wonder if I probably won't today. I've never been in the Oak Room.
Me neither.
I was about to say, I wonder if I'll
Our
be able to get in
connection,
there
our
today.
connection ain't even showing up. They had Bottle Rock.
Shout out Bottle Rock.
Yeah,
See, I thought about
that's a whack ass line.
well, see, I thought about you today because somebody else was talking about Bottle Rock. I was like it's cool to like go to a festival or something like that, but I can't just be going to like if there's 10 acts and I only really care about one of them. Like I don't know. That's a waste of time, even if it was free. There's something I could be doing with my time.
I like live music enough to where if the company gave a crap about us and said come hang out in the little VIP area,
Well, that's a little different.
I do that.
That's a little
But
different.
like I'm not doing that for Justin Timberlake, with all due respect, who I saw a couple months ago.
I'd go see JT again. Like in that situation.
Yeah,
In
like
that situation. We in the VIP, all this.
Yeah.
In that situation, I go see JT.
I put it on the calendar before Xzibit. We knew that was locked in. I was like, yeah, I maybe ask around and see if we can go. And then, I mean, now it's like I ain't gonna spend my weekend driving back and forth to Napa for that. Like, but Napa, if I were to pick a music festival, it would be Bottle Rock. Just because, like, I can go stay at a nice winery and go to sleep and shower and do all of that normal stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely better than Coachella.
Right? Yeah, I'll never do that.
I mean, it was for the Coach. Soul Bloom was fire. Soul Bloom.
Well, Soul Bloom is another one that you
amazing.
come and go. Like,
Yeah.
you know, it's nothing. Like Travis Scott went on at midnight at Coachella.
Yeah,
Yeah, man, you're gonna catch me next time.
Bottle Rock. They got the what is it called? The Black Radio Music Fest.
No, that's not Bottle Rock. That's the Jazz Festival.
That's
the
what-
jazz,
no, that's what I'm
the
saying.
Blue Note Festival. That's in
Okay.
Napa.
Did they change the name of it? Because they're advertising.
I think they did
as the Black Radio.
because there's never any jazz. There's never any jazz, so
There-
they changed it.
it's gonna be at the place I stayed when I went to my man Alan's wedding.
Yeah.
The Meritage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I did that
take
one when Mary and Nas were there.
Okay, same thing. Just,
Yeah, that was dope.
Just change the name.
It was dope. Yeah. And it, like everything is black owned. That's the one Dwayne Wade was at because he had launched
Still might try to go to that.
the 3 by Wade.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was pretty dope.
Yeah,
it was dope. Dave Chappelle said no one can have their phones close to the stage.
All right, Dave.
All right, man.
Relax.
Like, bro, that's literally what I'm here for.
Yeah, settle down.
Out of my face.
Settle down.
Oh man, the Western Conference Finals suck,
Oh
man.
my gosh, bro.
This
So-
looks like an absolute mismatch.
So I got a quick story to tell, and then I got to
All
talk
right,
about.
Biggie.
I got to talk about how right I was afterwards. As
Oh,
well.
good.
So I'm trying to watch the game a little bit. I'm moving. I got to go pick up Ryan from Sherrill Grove's house, and the game is on the TV or on my phone on the TV, but playing through the speaker, so I'm listening. And it's close. It's close. I get to Sherrill Grove's house. Minnesota cuts it to 6 or something like that after not passing the ball to Rudy Gobert like I told him not to. Good job. Don't pass it to him. That's how you got to 6. Get back in the car real quick. Turn it back on the phone. Julius Randle has somebody sealed. I think SGA comes on the weak side, strips the ball, steals it. I'm like, damn, I would have gotten him to 4. You got to finish that, Julius. SGA goes down the lane, gets an and 1. It gets to 8. Obviously, he makes the and 1. It gets to 9. When he got fouled and made the shot, I was like, this one's over. I turned the TV off. No lie. About 4 to 6 minutes later, in the group text, my man Brandon hits me up like, blowout city. Like, damn, what's the score? It's a 27-point game. How in that short amount of time did they get from 6 to 27? I said Minnesota should be embarrassed. What a joke. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you?
Who's we?
Yeah, who are you talking about?
Me and A-Rod.
Okay.
Oh yeah, forget that guy.
Man, big A-Rod guy.
Hey, you talked to
over here.
Ramos A-Rod at the end of
like
yesterday's
A-Rod.
show.
Dude.
Why?
A-Rod, my boy, because he's funny.
Because he kissed the mirror?
Well, no, that's not one of his better moments.
I disagree.
But no, that was
I disagree.
that was kind of
I disagree.
freaky.
I think it was funny. I was like, oh, he had the bicep flex too with his hand on the mirror. I was like, okay.
But yeah,
Either he's incredibly self-aware or incredibly
I think
unself-aware.
a little bit of both.
I don't know which one it is, but this is magnificent.
I think a little bit of both. But no, they look finished. The only reason I'm gonna say they're not finished is they're going home. And we see this in series often. It doesn't mean that Minnesota's going to win, but first 2 games on the road, it's looking bleak. You get home, the others play well. And then remember those Lakers Jazz series back when Kobe and Darren Williams were going at it, and the Lakers would win the first 2 games in LA. Like, oh, it's over. They get to Utah. Somehow we find ourselves even at 2 going back to game 5. So that's a possibility, but the spurtability of the Thunder just looks to be too much right now.
Play on. We've dealt with this situation before. Play on. Not to be confused with the soda.
Which is what?
Yeah, hold on now.
Hey, it's Friday squirt.
Whoa.
What, you don't like soda?
All right,
You don't like grapefruit soda?
Hey, what was he
right,
saying?
man.
What was he saying the other day? He kept saying it.
What, the movie?
No, yeah, the movie. Yeah. Come on, man.
What was the movie again? No, it's a shoot. I don't remember. What was the movie?
It was one with Shia LaBeouf. It was a Disney movie. Oh, it was Holes.
Holes.
Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, it was that movie.
Oh, come on, man.
I don't think the series is going past 5 games.
I have an
might not.
alternate theory.
It might not.
I have an alternate theory. The Timberwolves aren't very good.
Well, that's not fair.
The
Well,
Timberwolves.
hold on. That's not fair. You can't say that. They just might not be as good as OKC. That doesn't mean they're not very good.
The Timberwolves might not be very good.
Mm.
They beat an old ass Lakers team with no center.
3 seed.
They beat a Golden State Warriors team with no Steph Curry, and now they're where the big boys play, and Oklahoma City ain't here to play. Look at the adjective. Oklahoma City ain't here to play. And it's the flip side is this has been this goddamn team for 2 seasons. Up and down, up and down. So the theory you just presented is very plausible. This team's all over the place. What was the rate you took? I put it in the notes because 17-4 in the final
month and a half
stretch
or
of the
so.
season. Yeah, that's not a bad basketball team. That's 17-4 to get where they were because they had been so up and down all year. This is the MO of this team. They had the big up. Now they got a little down. They can absolutely bounce back. But you gave your view. My view is I don't buy them. I just don't. And to buy your scenario, I have to buy into this team, and I can't. Mainly because I don't trust them to do what you told him not to. He gonna touch the ball.
Gosh, he's awful.
He's got to be a net negative, man.
The NBA is doomed. If that's who we're
Well, see?
That happened 3 days ago.
The guy who was going to
ago.
save the NBA.
Yeah.
He can't even save us from Chet Holmgren, let alone Wemby.
Well, that was your take.
Jesus.
Why don't you go?
Poor Ant.
You're not
We need to
going,
get Ant out of Minnesota.
You're not going Barry.
The Wolves just don't feel like a finals team.
They might not be.
Like, who was the team that we talked about a few seasons ago? Was that kind of they got to the Western Conference Finals? It might have been the Suns or the Mavs, I think, and
The Mavericks.
It was
Mavericks.
it was absolutely the Mavericks.
yeah,
They-
they were there and they got bounced.
It
Like
was-
no one
what was
took them
it?
serious.
Two years prior to making or it wasn't the year before. Was it 2 years before
Yeah,
to making the finals?
yeah.
That's what this Timberwolves team
And
kind of feels like.
that's fair, but I will also say, you guys have been consistent. That's fair, but can't crap all over them because they're losing to OKC. OKC is looking like a historic team right now.
It's less about OKC and more. Julius Randle was doing well in the playoffs, but I don't know how much I believe in Julius Randle's a number 2. And
So I could be wrong. I think both teams in the East could get OKC. I never thought Minnesota could, but I think Indiana or New York can. We'll talk about it. Hang on, we'll come back.
And I was right.
Well,
Upon
given-
further review, I was
Well,
right.
from the guy who said Rudy Gobert was going to save the NBA, I can't wait to hear what this is about. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320.
just taking flyers out there. Does anyone want to trade for Trevor Story?
No, go ahead. No.
Giants?
No. We need a first baseman.
Aldrin,
he
you're a
play
Mets
for
fan. I
first
see you in there. Do you want Trevor Story? You can make him play first base if you want.
He still might be better than my boy Lamont at first. It's rough, man. That's my boy.
Yeah, Spectre. That's the thing. We got some guys at AAA that he's kind of holding back right now. We need to call them up. So
Yeah, what? You're gonna ask us if we want Todd Helton next? Is that what?
can I interest you in
Do we
Craig
want,
Biggio?
do we want what was old boy's name from out here? Little guy, MVP. Your
From out-
boy. Second baseman.
Dustin Pedroia? Yeah. You know,
Oh,
What?
come on, man. You
What?
called him the little guy?
He's not tall.
he was like 5'5". He was
Yeah,
like
you call him a little guy, though. Man, that's a World Series champion right there.
Did he win MVP?
MVP his second season, rookie of the year his
he
first
was-
season.
he was
Shout
the
out.
truth.
Yeah.
He was the
A
truth.
little fella. Like Michael Malone on the ESPN set yesterday.
Zabo, this was crazy.
Yeah, Michael Malone looking like a little fella.
Red Sox, Garrett Crochet threw Soto like just 3 just easy pitches right down the middle damn near. So I was like, no, I'm cool.
My boy Soto, man. He should have stayed with the Yankees. What was he doing? Stay with the Yankees, bro. That was a perfect situation for you. The marriage was perfect. And
Nah, I should have came to Boston.
no, that would have been just wrong. Wrong.
Did you see that all 2000s team or that all century team that was coming out on Twitter with the MLB players? I don't know if that was real or not.
I think I did see that where they had like the outfield.
Yeah, everyone was all mad because Yadier Molina made it on there.
I didn't even look at it too closely. Yadier Molina over who do they think should have made it over Yadi?
I saw a lot of Buster Posey or Joe Mauer.
Joe Mauer, no. Posey, maybe, probably, but
Joe Mauer was the truth.
he was, but
MVP once, right?
yeah. I would have. I mean, I'm biased. I probably would have said Posey, but Molina, being a Giants fan, saying Molina isn't crazy at all.
I was something from the Athletic they put out.
Yeah, saying Molina, he was a premier. He was a premier catcher.
I remember what the time frame was, but like Barry Bonds was on there.
It could be today. Time frame could be today. Bonds, he's the best left fielder in the game.
It'd always be funny. Like, yeah, Barry, how do you think you do against Satchel Paige? God. Ken Griffey, really, Barry? Really? God.
Griffey was pissed.
It would have been funnier if he was more aggressive. Satchel Paige, I'll launch that hole into outer space. What you mean?
Lotus Primes guy was from 2000 to today.
Bonds is still the best left fielder in the last 25 years. I guess so. If I say he's the best player ever, he retired in
like 07, I think.
Yeah,
around there.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot.
Man,
Of
really?
Great, yeah, there hasn't been a lot of great left fielders.
Did he retire or was he just kind of blackballed?
He retired.
Did he? Did he really?
I mean,
I thought he was just after that because like
it wasn't a Carmelo situation. Like if somebody wanted to give him a contract, he probably would have continued to play. But that last year, his knee was jacked up.
Oh, okay.
His knee was pretty. I'm talking baseball and injuries. Come on, man, relax. It was bone on bone. No,
I can't find my flag. Damien,
bro, I'm talking baseball. I'm talking injuries. We don't have one. We don't have one.
I got it as well. False alarm. Yeah, that's disgusting.
I'm talking injuries.
No, not on this show. You're not.
Come on.
I'll take a lap.
Hey, shout out to my man Chris. He don't take part in the chat often unless we're talking baseball. He said nobody was giving Bonds a deal. Yeah, I guess
nobody outside of the Giants.
Yeah,
Bonds was 42 in 2007 when he retired.
He's 42.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, nobody outside of the Giants. I don't think he would have went anywhere outside of the Giants. Like it would have had to been a perfect storm for him to continue to play after that season.
He was 46 years old, still hit 28 home runs that year.
Still to this, I don't think Elio got that. I don't think there's been a Giants outfielder that's hit more home runs since Bonds left, I believe. I think Ramos being the opening day left field starter, I think that was the first time since Bonds they've had a left fielder starting consecutive seasons.
Oh, I remember us. Yeah, I remember that conversation.
Just insane.
You know how like Pro Football Reference, Baseball Reference, whatever stat website they have, or whatever, it'll put it in bold the year they led the league in whatever. That's just all Barry Bonds' stat page, bro.
His
And
whole
then he's got like the gold ones. He leads the league all time in home runs, walks, intentional walks.
He's the greatest player
War.
ever. He's the
Yeah.
he's the greatest player I've ever seen.
I think he's a great.
People
player.
will make an argument for Willie Mays, and I'll listen. But he's the only person I'll listen to an argument for.
Right.
I will not listen to an argument from a person who played before the color barrier was broke. I will not listen to an argument someone who played during Prohibition. Stop.
Yeah, we don't care about Babe Ruth.
Yeah, hard pass. Or any of them.
I can't. And I love Willie and some of these other guys they talk about. I can't imagine someone being better than Barry Bonds. They could be as good or all that. Better than Barry Bonds. I can't even fathom that.
It's funny we actually talk about this. I saw a tweet the other day. It's like, yeah, people talk about Walter Johnson as if he was this phenom. In reality, he was throwing like 86.
Shout out Christy Mathewson as well. Hey, can I give a quick shout out? In real time, Stingers up. Baseball team, the number 1 seed in the WAC conference. They got the WAC conference tournament going on right now. As we speak, it's 0-0. Look at, for everybody watching, look at the one guy in the audience. Oh, he left. There was one guy.
No.
There was one guy sitting behind home plate.
Oh, no.
And he just left. But they're taking on Utah Valley right now. Trying to get a guaranteed bid to the College World Series. I think even if it didn't work out, they might still get an at-large bid. Shout out to the Sac State Hornets
baseball team's always been pretty fire.
Yeah, man. So big ups to them. Trying to get this WAC championship, and might be the last one they get.
Okay.
I
thought we had another flag.
Yeah, I thought you were about to say something offensive.
Wait.
You've been Andrew Dice Andrew Dice Caraway over here the last 2 days.
Might be the last one they get because the streets are telling me the Big West is calling. Sac State and Olympic sports could be going to the Big West pretty soon, and that is a fantastic conference for them to be in. It's like all California. Mostly Southern California, but that is a perfect conference. If they're not going to be one of the big boys, Pac-12, Mountain West, if they're going to stay on that, low level, the Big West is phenomenal for them. Basketball, baseball should see boom in attendance and all that other stuff with being in the Big West.
Cannot wait.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely cannot wait. Go ahead. You told us Rudy Gobert was going to save the NBA from Victor Wembanyama.
Well, I didn't say he was
now you're running
going
around.
to.
No, that's what you said. Now you're running around here telling everyone, I was right. What, man?
That guy Rudy, man, he's not good at all. I try not to pick on people, but did you see, real quick, I'm going to tell you, did you see the video ESPN put out of Rudy trying to do dribbling drills before?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Rudy. That's an NBA.
All, why did they put that out? Why did
they know why they put that out.
This wasn't even a hater report.
They
They
know why they put that out.
I mean, I can do that.
Know,
if you need me to mess it up.
They know what they're doing.
Oh man. But after the show yesterday, I was thinking, and I said, oh man, maybe I was a little unfair to Oklahoma City Thunder fans and the atmosphere in Chesapeake Bay Arena or whatever it's called. I watched that game. I mean, they're just sitting there. They're just sitting there. There's no vibes whatsoever in there. They get loud when they make a shot. They're just sitting there. I'm not saying it was like the most exciting game in the world, but just sit there and make a shot. Yay! Do their little fans and thunder sticks and stuff. And they sit back down.
You ever seen
zero vibes?
You ever seen like a wow OKC fans like Thunder clip or whatever that didn't include Russell Westbrook or Kevin Durant?
No, because they weren't there then. They weren't there. They weren't at those games. But I mean, look, that's not even my argument. It's just, it feels like they only cheer when a bucket is made.
He's right. He's right. That crowd sucks. Like they're so paint by numbers. Like, because I watched them, I was like, man, KC was a little too hard on this crowd. Let me see what they're about. And you're right, the game wasn't interesting.
Right.
But it's like, it does feel like they're following the applause meter.
That's a great call.
Huh.
They're just sitting there.
They're loud,
Yeah.
but vibeless.
Yes.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought you were being a little bit of a hater.
Well, I even self-evaluation. I said, maybe I was doing too much. And then I watched that game. They're just
Unwashed
sitting there.
ass. Yeah, not good.
They're just sitting there unless somebody
good.
scores, and then they go, yay!
And then sit down.
Sit back down.
Yeah.
Could you imagine
They're an
that
applause
crowd?
meter.
Can you imagine that Thunder crowd? This was just a regular season situation. It wasn't even, I'm just saying it relatable to us here in Sacramento, doing what the Golden One Center crowd did. Remember when Davion like guarded somebody in his first game?
Yeah.
Could you?
This is the first time this franchise had seen defense in like 6 years. They went crazy. It was July 2nd, but they went crazy.
They're not doing that in OKC.
Yeah. No chance.
They got the best defensive team in the league.
Yeah.
And they just sit down.
They have the, by definition, best player in the league.
Mm-hmm. Hey, they're not basketball, bro.
Is Shea like James Harden? Is that the closest comp to him?
In what way?
He's a better defender, but the type of scorer he is, the way that he scores, the way that his offensive game works. Actually, I want to rephrase all of that. Is his offensive comp James Harden?
I mean, that's a good call. My first thought, his ability to score at high levels is on that level for sure. But style of play, SGA works a lot in the mid-range, where Harden was to the bucket or three, thanks to your boy who told him that was the way to play.
Who's
your boy Daryl Morey? He told him that. He told Harden that's the way to play.
Oh, that's my guy.
So that's what he would do. He'd either get to the bucket.
Everybody knows I'm a huge Daryl Morey fan.
Get to the bucket and get fouled, or he'd shoot a three.
Uh-huh.
That's all he would do. SGA, there's more variance to his offensive game. He's expanded it a little bit more, where he shoots a little bit more threes. But he works that mid range crazy.
Would
I
you
don't know
go
who his comparison might be?
Kobe? I don't think he's as good of a creator as Kobe is, but nor should he be yet. But I was bored as hell watching that stupid ass game last night. And so I just started looking for things to watch. And the first thing I watched was that sorry ass crowd. And the second thing was I'm just locked in on Shea. Like Shea on the floor is a star. Like, who is his game like? And like, there's obviously the James Harden foul merchant, take advantage of the rule, that type of thing. And it's like, I think he's more like James when he was at the peak of his scoring powers was very versatile. Maybe he's more like Kobe and the type of creator that he is, or maybe he's somewhere in between the two. If James is whatever notch below Kobe, Kobe's here. Shea might fit somewhere in the middle and be some sort of like hybrid of the two, but that's what I spent last night.
I like what you said there, a hybrid of the two, because I'm not trying to nitpick every comparison you have, but when I think of Kobe came his shots and his positions on the floor by virtue of his position always seem to start out a lot at the triple threat position, right? He catches it and triple threat, do whatever he do. Because SGA is a point guard, he's bringing the ball up. A lot of his stuff comes more off the bounce,
which is what James did a lot.
So that's why I say, like, that was a good call by you to say a hybrid of a James and a Kobe. I like that, man. I like that comparison. But I hadn't thought about it till you just, you mentioned it. And I'm not sure whose SGA's game is.
Maybe he don't have one.
Yeah.
maybe he's SGA. Maybe in 10 years we're talking about, yo, this kid out of, Washington State, his game's a lot like SGA. Like maybe he's setting the mold for the type of play that, I mean, he's not my favorite, but it's what James Harden was. Like James kind of set a model for a player, especially on the offensive end. Oh, maybe that's what he is.
I love that comp of combining Harden and Kobe, because I think that's spot on. I love that SGA has perfected a style of play that uses the mid-range, that uses getting to your spots from the guard position. We see that a lot from guys who are 6'7", 6'8", or something like that. But the variance in the way that he can score, get into the bucket, get into the foul line. He can hit the three, but his offense is that mid-range and being able to stop on a dime, change directions on a dime, and pull up from 15 feet away. I love seeing that. Another guy that I thought of, it's different. It's a little different, but the mid-range shooting ability of it, even though this wasn't really off the bounce, so maybe it doesn't work. But I was thinking Iverson a little bit. Iverson really used that mid-range. He wasn't a big three-point shooter, but his was a lot of catch and shoot mid-range. So yeah, that doesn't really work. I like the Harden Kobe combo. I like that.
Okay.
Good call. So you were right now too.
Well, how nice for me. Go Barry Horowitz. Aldrin J says RIP to the legend, but the revisionist history with Kobe is funny because he was kind of boring as well.
What?
Aldrin J, I don't know what Kobe you think we're talking about. Kobe, maybe he thought we were talking about Kobe Altman. Did Kobe Altman play basketball? Because I know we ain't talking, and I think Kobe Altman's still alive, so no need to RIP to the legend, because I know we ain't talking about Kobe Bean.
Not Kobe Bean. Aldrin.
That man's game was not boring.
Aldrin's my guy. And he adds a lot to the show and to the chatty house.
He also is admitting he hated the Lakers, so maybe that's
fine
part
too.
of it.
That was a bad take.
Yeah, that's not a good one. But he's being a hater.
Stingers up, Aldrin. Stingers up.
He's being a hater. That's all right.
Yeah.
That's all right. Game 2 in New York. This was interesting. I was at the barber this morning. We got ESPN on.
Oh, they changed the channel.
They did.
Okay.
Yeah, they did.
Right.
They did.
I didn't want to see Paul Pierce.
Well, a lot of interesting conversations surrounding that series. Most of them centered around your boy, SAS, who was just adamant Tyrese Halliburton is not a superstar. Okay. I'm not going to fight that. If he's not, he's emerging, but all right, it's fine. And the other one is there was just an extensive conversation, and I guess to a degree we had it too, about whether New York could recover from that. And I get the game that we're in. The content, stay topical. People are looking forward to this series. People are looking forward. You want to talk about these Final Four teams. We're in a basketball market. Like, I get it. But I think this is a smidge bit overblown. This is game 1. It wasn't 2-2. Like 2-2, like, yeah, I'd be worried if I was a Knicks fan. You have a chance, you have the chance to be the one to go up 3-2 and you lose in that manner. No, I get it. Or hell, I mean, you could go any scenario you want. That was game 1. If New York can't emotionally recover from that, they don't have no business being here. This basketball team is way too good to be talking about their emotional state of mind. And again, I get the game that we're in, but I guess I was surprised that it was more than just hey, you think they could recover from this? Oh yeah, I mean, you got to. It was like, man, I don't know. And it was like, oh, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can't. But to me, just the idea of not being able to recover from a game 1 loss is stunning to me.
One of the things I think about with being able to recover from that loss is also how quickly can you recover? because maybe you're still tripping after one game after, right? And then you can get your legs back under you for the following game. You don't have that time in this situation. You can't recover tonight. You're down 0-2. You don't have time to get your sea legs after a game or two. You have to recover immediately. And I don't know, maybe that's that. It's also a little different too, because you were the home team. Flip that on its head a little bit. And if Indiana had lost that game, even in the scenario that I just, they were up and they blew the game. Even in the scenario I laid out where it was like they were just still shell-shocked in game 2. All right, we're going home. We can even this thing up, get the 2 wins, get our legs back under us, and then we'll go back to the Garden and win game 5. We could do all that. You need a game to recover. If you're the Knicks, you're down 0-2 going to Indiana for 2. This series, all of a sudden, which everybody thinks could be a long series, could be done a couple days after Memorial Day. So I think the loss and the way the loss happened is maybe a little heightened, because now it makes tonight such a major game. I'm not really the type to say it's over until somebody's won 4 games. This would be very, very difficult if the Knicks lost tonight. This would
for
be,
sure. For sure.
Whew, this would be as tough as it gets. So that puts a lot of pressure on them to be able to bounce back immediately, win this game, just to get back above water. You don't have no control over the series after that. You're just trying to get back above water. So we'll see.
Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, you lose tonight, it's a whole different conversation. The conversation we're having going into Wednesday, that's a whole different thing. You lose those 2 at home, and then you got to hit the road, where Indiana's crowd is going to be cooking. Like, Indiana's crowd is going to be, they're still riding that game 1 high, and it's playing out exactly as fear's the wrong word, but I told the insiders yesterday, I was begging for Indiana to win that game after that shot, because I didn't want that moment to die. I haven't seen a single play from overtime other than the Obi Toppin. They broke down the Obi Toppin dunk at the end where there was that defensive miscue. And that's the only play that I've seen from overtime, but it was done to highlight New York fell asleep on a defensive play. You can't do that in that situation.
Yeah.
Coming out of a timeout, you can't do that. You were switching. Then all of a sudden, on the most crucial part, you decided not to switch. You messed up. I think it was that.
It was, I think, Josh Hart and Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah. Mitchell Robinson, I think, was the one who didn't switch.
He's just standing there.
And that gave Obi Toppin the lane, the dunk, the game, essentially. And yeah, other than that, and that was a specific defensive breakdown, I ain't seen a single play from overtime. It's the shot, the bounce, the choke. You would, if history is going to tell, that ended the game. That's what history is going to tell us. That shot ended the game.
They had a whole
5 minutes. Yeah, but that's not the story. That's not the story. That shot is going to, kind of rewrite history, so to speak.
Yeah.
And it's like we just talked about this the other day. The Bartman play. Bill Buckner. It's all rewritten history. Like, what actually happened and the way those stories are told are completely different. Tyrese's story is going to be told in his favor. Oh, and God, if they win this series.
Damn, don't let it happen.
If they win the series, Ty's a legend. Ty's.
Oh, I don't have no problem with that. I just don't. No, I want the Knicks to win.
No, I know what you're saying, but
yeah, I get you.
It's Ty and Reggie. Like, they beat the Knicks, go to the finals, regardless of what happens there. He catapults to a different stratosphere because of that moment, because of this postseason. But I thought that was funny. They just kept running these highlight packages, and it was that shot, the bounce, choke. Oh, they won the wall. What 17-point comeback in the fourth quarter is like? That's what about the There's a story in overtime.
Yeah.
The Knicks went up early.
Yep. They were
Pacers-
up 4 with the goaltend that wasn't called, turned into a 3. They got it to a 1-point game, and then they just start going back and forth with lead changes.
But we just look for moments.
Damn.
Ty had one.
Man,
Ty had one.
This is a big game in New York, man. It's a big game. Knicks got to win this one. Knicks got to win this one. This is well, they had a game 7 last year. I was about to say the biggest game they played in a long time, but this is probably the biggest game in the playoffs for them.
They had 2 of those last series, didn't they?
Nah, because
The biggest game in MSG, I think Eddie said, for game 6.
I still thought, especially with Tatum out, I still think they could have won a game 7 in Boston. I'll put it to you like this. I would give them a better chance last series if they would have lost game 6 to win game 7 without Tatum in Boston than I would bouncing back from 0-2 down going to Indiana for a couple games. I think that's an awful situation. So they got to win this one. Worst case scenario, it's on par with that.
Not even saying either. Like, however, not like just what I've been seeing on Twitter. They've had like 3 of the biggest games in the last 25 years there already.
Yeah, they ain't been in the playoffs that much.
I'm just saying, like, how many? What's the limit here?
They hadn't been in the playoffs that much. When they go to the finals, they're gonna have some more biggest game in MSG history. They hadn't been there much. So yeah, this is a big playoffs for the Knicks. Did you hear that they're naming streets after all the players in New York? So PJ
No.
Tucker Way is the thing right now. Everybody, DeLon Wright has a street.
Okay.
I think that's pretty cool. And then, like Beam Team 1, they could have had Terrence Davis Lane.
TD. You know what I just realized? There is not a goddamn person in this building besides us.
Oh yeah,
of
the
course
office is
not,
closed
yeah.
down already.
Done.
Building's closed.
They told us to have a great weekend at 9:00.
It's
that's
12:30. It's over.
That's a shoot. They're all at Bottle Rock. That's right. There is literally no one here except Charlie. I think Andy might be here. I couldn't even find Complex. I've been texting Complex since like 10:30. Man.
Is there any more crumble cookies over here?
Oh,
Me
those
and
were
Damon almost
fire,
died.
Bro,
yesterday.
weren't they? Oh, we sure did.
We almost died.
What happened?
We'll tell you the story of how a crumble cookie nearly killed us when D'Lo and KC returned here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Karosh walks in here yesterday. Yeah, you like chocolate chip cookies? Yeah, Karosh. Shout out Karosh. He's always looking out for us.
He is.
KC, Will needs your advice, but I feel like Will's got to rock with his school that he went to here.
That's tough. That's tough.
If you got a degree there, yeah, like
Well, I mean,
you could be a Sac State supporter.
yeah,
That
yeah.
lane has been opened up and paved.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, be a Sac State supporter, but I mean, LB, SU, those are your people. Those are your people. If they play each other, when they play each other in basketball or anything else, feels like you got to go with Long Beach. But if they're not playing each other, yeah, you want to see Sac State do well. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, you can be a Sac State football fan. They're not going to be in the Big West.
Our main man, Chris Biderman.
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good, man.
What's
How
up,
are you?
man?
I'm good. I'm good. I assume you guys got me here to talk A's, right?
That's it, man. No, we can talk a little bit. Hey, we can talk anything, man. We vibing.
Cool.
We vibing. How are you?
Friday's good. I'm good, man. I'm good. Just yeah, things are good. Gonna be a long weekend of work, I think, with A's Phillies, but can't really complain.
Yeah, I'd imagine your workload probably increased quite a bit with baseball in the city.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely did. But I like it because sometimes the summer just felt slow, and I would rather have stuff to do every day than try to like come up with stories and stuff on my own.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's cool. It's cool. And like, I mean, it's just pretty dope that there's Major League Baseball in town, and it's 10 minutes from my house.
Yeah. That's pretty cool, man. I wish I was when I left the I went to the Yankees A's game and I left and it was, congested trying to get out of there driving. But one of the ways you get out of West Sac is like you go through like a neighborhood and that the pyramid building, the state building, you pass that.
Yeah.
There's houses right there. Like there it is. I'm not gonna say it's Wrigley, but it's in a neighborhood. Center Health Park is, and to know that Major League Baseball is right there, literally in these people's backyards. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. Like you can, say what you want about the A's and why they're here and all that stuff. I think that stuff's perfectly fair, but just from the standpoint of like, man, there's a game in town. You want to go? Let's go. Like it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That Yankee series was wild. It was just wild seeing like all those dudes and Aaron Judge and everybody like playing in that ballpark.
I was tripping out because we went to the grass, to the lawn on Mother's Day. I'm like, there's Aaron Judge right there. Aaron Judge in Sacramento is crazy. They got to get these guys some transportation to the clubhouse, though. Come on, man. Come on.
These guys need to kill that losing streak they're on.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I mean, legend has it. I don't know if you guys know this or if this is common knowledge or not, but apparently when they built the stadium in 2000, it was initially supposed to have the clubhouses behind the dugouts underneath the grandstand. But it was kind of like when they built SoFi in LA and there was all that rain that like delayed it a year. There was a bunch of rain, and so they ended up just scrapping the clubhouse.
Hang on, Chris. We're coming back right now. Sorry.
All good.
We'll tell you the story of how Crumble Cookie nearly killed D'Lo and KC.
It's almost all she wrote.
Our man Chris, but by the way, just be clear, it was magnificent.
No,
it would have been worth the death. Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee joined us. We were just talking A's baseball with Chris Biderman. His workload has drastically increased since baseball has come to the city. You brought up the Yankees a minute ago, and I told KC this, who went to, I think, the Sunday game, that was the first time since with the A's here that it felt like there was an event happening in Sacramento, and I missed it, and it hurt. Like not being there, like not seeing the Yankees in Sacramento felt painful.
Yeah, well, you'll have another opportunity for a series like that. The next one will probably be, I mean, this weekend might be sort of similar. The Phillies aren't the Yankees, obviously, but Giants, when they come 4th of July weekend, will probably have a pretty big event feel. So that'll be fun. You should definitely try to come out for that.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'm look, shout out, to the Sacramento A's. That's what I call them, but I'll be in that Posey Orange Friday jersey. Look, man, I'm Giants. I'm always going to be Giants. Don't get it twisted.
I mean, that's kind of the weird thing with the A's, though, right? Like you call them the Sacramento A's. I feel like in town they would be embraced so much more by the community if they were just like, yeah, we're just going to be the Sacramento A's as long as we're here.
Yeah.
And they've decided not to do that for whatever reason. I guess they don't want to, I think they think they're going to alienate people in Vegas if they do that, but I don't think that's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, and it's one of those things where, like,
man, F them people in Vegas.
Oh,
what are you talking about, man? You here? You in my house? Yo, you in my house? You gonna play by my rules?
That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I think there's so much civic pride in Sacramento. Like, if they really embrace it, I think the A's would be they could be like a real marketing. I don't want to say juggernaut, but they could like do some great marketing in town if they really embraced it. But they're just kind of not.
Well, see, there's two things going on. Number one, people like myself, I just call them the Sacramento A's anyway. So,
right.
So whatever. Anytime I see a Sacramento A's scripted shirt, yeah, I'm getting it. Yeah, I don't sell it right there on the corner. I'll get it. It's all good. So we ain't tripping off that. But then the other aspect of it is, Chris, and I know you know this, Damien, obviously you do too. Well, we are smarter than people think. And even if they gave us the name Sacramento A's, until they're ours, we're like, all right, we thank you for patronizing us real quick, but we know you're not ours.
We know what time it is.
Yeah. So I think there's still a little apprehension to embrace the Athletics as an organization here, because we know it's not ours yet or ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the A's haven't exactly earned the benefit of doubt either. Like they don't,
Yeah.
the way they've operated the last few years. It's I get it. But yeah, it's I think it's just a missed opportunity. I think the A's could be really popular in town if they really wanted to be, but it seems like they're not super interested in appealing to Sacramento on their way to Vegas.
The very least, just get the pitcher that's getting taken out of the game. Get him a cart, please. Why does he have to walk beyond the wall? Get my man a cart. That's all I say.
That's all we need.
Those guys need their steps too.
Chris obviously does great work for the Sacramento Bee. Also covers the San Francisco 49ers for Candlestick Chronicles. His partner over there, Kyle Matson, ditched us for the days. He's going on vacation here pretty soon, so we're happy Chris was able to join us because we really haven't spent much time talking about the Brock Purdy deal. Obviously, I think it was a week ago today. I think the Brock Purdy deal was announced.
Sounds right. Yep.
Since then, we've gotten all the details on it. Chris, I'm curious what stands out to you, other than the fact we have gotten really loose with what the word guarantee means.
Yeah, I think it's always funny, right? Like the initial reports, 5 years, $265 million. And then you see all the graphics on all the TV stations of $53 million per year and where it ranks among all the other quarterbacks. And then can we say, oh, is he as good as Justin Herbert? Is he as good as Jalen Hurts, et cetera, et cetera? And then the structure of the contract comes out, and I have it up here. His cap hit for 2025, $9 million. His cap hit for 2026, 24.8. His cap hit for 2027, 30.8. And then there's an out, at which point I would expect if he's playing well over the next 2 years, they're going to renegotiate that deal. So, the 5 year 265 is all just kind of window dressing, I think, for his agents. So they could say, this is where we got Brock Purdy relative to the rest of the league, which is totally fine. But yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about it from a pure, like, what's it mean for the 49ers standpoint, I think it's about as good as it could be, honestly. Like, they not only the timing of it, getting it done in May, getting it done while he's in the building practicing with the team well before training camp. There's not going to be the training camp circus that's been there the last couple of years. And I've heard from people in the building, like, with all of the contract stuff happening during training camp and Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams and all these guys not practicing, that has had a tangible impact on what they're able to do on the field. And the results spoke for itself last year when the Niners went, 6-11. So, yeah, like, I think this is all positive, getting Fred Warner done, getting George Kittle done. This is all moving in the right direction just from an operational standpoint. And the cap numbers, it works for Purdy because he gets a bunch of money up front. The cap numbers work for the 49ers because it's not onerous on them, and they can revisit that deal in a couple years and shrink his cap numbers. Like, I would be stunned if in 2029 Brock Purdy has a $72.5 million cap number, which is what he's currently slated for right now. This is all up for renegotiation down the road. So I think it's a well-structured contract for the 49ers, and Brock Purdy gets $100 some odd million guaranteed. And I imagine that this will just get more flexible as time goes on.
Chris, I know you kind of, as a football player, as a quarterback today, timing is everything. Your contract largely depends on what happened with the contracts before you, and this is just part of the game, and this is the salary slot you go into if you're a guy like Brock Purdy. But a lot of people see that contract and say, "Oh, he's not good enough for that," or he got paid like a top 10 quarterback, but he's not a top 10. That's all for debate. I just want to ask you, the football guy, do you look at Brock Purdy and think he's a top 10 quarterback? I think he is. I think he's that good, but just a football guy. Contract alone,
man, did you just call me a football guy? That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
It's better than calling you a Buckeye.
Okay, the man is a Buckeye. He actually went to Ohio State. That's why he roots for them. Unlike you, who just roots for cheaters.
Go Blue. They're not cheaters.
Really?
No, they take accountability is what they do.
Hey, Chris, did you hear the one about the Michigan coach who was suspended this season already before a game has even been played?
Self-imposed. They're getting out in front of it. I love that for them. Such a school of integrity. Yeah, I forgot what your question was. Oh, do I think Brock Purdy is a top 10 quarterback? Yeah. I think in moments, for sure. Like in moments, he looks like, when you want to break down efficiency. I mean, the issue I think people have, and we're part of it too. Like in the content game, like you try to divorce the quarterback from his situation, right? And you say, all right, take out all the other variables. Where does Brock Purdy stack up? Probably somewhere in the 8 to 12 range in any given day, in my opinion. But you have Christian McCaffrey healthy, you have George Kittle, you have Kyle Shanahan dialing it up, you have a good running scheme. Like Brock Purdy could elevate from that 8 to 12 range to, top 3 in efficiency like he was a couple years ago. So I think the 49ers believe that Brock Purdy's worth the money because they can have a top 3 offense and an offense capable of winning a Super Bowl with him as their quarterback. And that's really all that matters to them. It's not, should he get as much money as Jalen Hurts? They're not divorcing Brock Purdy from the situation because he's in the situation. So to me, yeah, the 49ers can absolutely have a top 3 offense with Brock Purdy. There are a lot of other variables involved, of course. And maybe in terms of evaluating quarterbacks, you say, all right, if this quarterback, say Patrick Mahomes, doesn't have elite receivers or elite playmakers, can you still have a good offense? Maybe that's the difference. And maybe Brock Purdy, yes, does need playmakers, but I don't necessarily view that as a knock against him. I just look at it like, can the 49ers have a Super Bowl type offense with Brock Purdy? Yeah, they can. And are they as insulated from injury? Like, can they still produce that Super Bowl level offense if they lose weapons? Like maybe, another quarterback, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson could, maybe not. But it's really hard to win a Super Bowl if you're not healthy anyway, right? If you don't have all your guys anyway. So that's how I view it. I think Brock Purdy on any given day can be, the 8th to 12th best quarterback in the league. And if the Niners are humming, they can absolutely have one of the best offenses in the league. And that's how the 49ers view it.
Real quick, Dave, I also thought about something else because Chris talked about different variables to, getting a deal done with Brock Purdy. If I'm John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and I'm in a meeting with Jed York, I'm like, oh, no, Brock is the guy. Brock's the guy. We need to sign him. He's our quarterback. Yeah, but let's sign him, because if I say no, Jed might be like, all right, how many quarterbacks have you guys gone through? And you chose these quarterbacks and you're asking me to do this again? Maybe you're the problem. So it's one of those things like a boxer. Like, I can't say the guy I'm fighting is a bum because then that would make me look bad. So I'm like, hey, Brock Purdy's the guy. That's the guy. Yeah, that's the guy. Sign him, Jed. I think they believe it. But even if they didn't, there should be an element of, all right, we picked this guy. We can't say he's no good because then he would start falling on us a little bit easier.
There's always, like, anytime you talk to anybody about Kyle Shanahan, right? And this is public, but like, there's always this feeling like, man, Kyle Shanahan really loves Kirk Cousins. Like just like the guy, the worker, how he handles himself, how he plays the game. Kyle Shanahan really likes an extension of himself at quarterback. All of that is also true, and if not more true, for Brock Purdy. Like, Kyle Shanahan loves Brock Purdy. He has more conviction about Brock Purdy than he does about Kirk Cousins. Obviously, at this point, Cousins is old, coming off the Achilles and all of that stuff. But like, Kyle Shanahan gets a bad rap for how much he loves Kirk Cousins. Well, he feels more strong about Brock Purdy at this point, and that's one of the reasons why he's hitching his wagon to him. Mm-hmm. And so that's, there is that level of conviction there. Now, will it turn out to help them win a Super Bowl? We'll see. I think a lot of things do have to go right for them, but that's true for any team that's trying to win a Super Bowl. So, yeah, I'm in on the idea because I don't know what the alternative is. If you don't sign Brock Purdy, you're going back to the draft. Are you bringing in Kirk Cousins? Are you trading for somebody? I just don't know that there's a better alternative out there, particularly since Brock Purdy's he's going to be 26 this year. Like there's still plenty of opportunity for him to get better.
Brock Purdy isn't the only one who signed a deal with the San Francisco 49ers. Fred Warner did as well. George Kittle did also. How do you feel about the 49ers offseason, to date?
I think it's a mixed bag. I think the Warner contract and the Kittle contract, those are obviously very good developments for the Niners. I don't feel as strongly as it's like, oh, it's terrible that you lost Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw and Charvarius Ward. Like, I get the idea that, man, you lost a bunch of good players who were on a team that helped you get to the Super Bowl. But at some point, you got to make moves to keep your window open as long as you can. And the Niners, instead of overpaying for, I mean, what do we say about the team last year? They were old, slow, and expensive. Well, in the moves that they made this offseason, trimming some of the fat, I would say they're less old. They're obviously less expensive. And they potentially are faster if you look at, the traits that they really valued in this draft class coming in. So they prioritize speed, they prioritized youth, they prioritize getting cheaper. And I think that's a good line of thinking. I just have no idea if these rookies are going to come in and contribute at the way they need for them to contend right away. I think that's obviously the big question. Like, Mykel Williams could either be, a Pro Bowl type guy in year one, or he could be Cleveland Ferrell, who's like a decent player, but ends up being kind of a journeyman in the league, right? Like an average level defensive lineman. We don't know yet. So I'm high on what Mykel Williams could be, but like, you never really know with these prospects. So I agree with the line of thinking in terms of getting younger and trying to build through the draft again, like they did when they first became contenders, 2018, 2019. I'm just not sure. I don't know how strong of a bet it is to say that these guys are going to become those next members of the core that allows you to continue contending for Super Bowls. They might not. But I'm copping out here. It's a cop-out answer, but I'll have a better idea once we actually see him play in the fall.
I want to backpedal a little bit, man. We talked about Fred Warner signing that deal that hopefully, much like George Kittle, makes him retire as a San Francisco 49er. And you've seen a lot of 49er football throughout covering them and just throughout your life. I hesitate because I try to show respect, and I love me some 52. Patrick Willis, I love me 52. Chris, man, is this dude Fred the best linebacker in 49er history?
Man. Oh, man, that's tough. I'm a big Pat guy. Pat's come on the podcast multiple times. He's one of the nicest humans in the world.
He really is.
Yeah.
For a guy who murdered people on the field, he is an incredibly nice person.
Incredibly nice guy. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. They're so different stylistically, right? Like, Pat could run and cover as well as anybody in the league at that time, but he was still like 240, 245 and filling gaps in the running lanes and just killing people, right? And Fred can do that to a certain extent. But I don't know if Pat could ever do the thing that Fred did. Like, remember the play against CeeDee Lamb? CeeDee Lamb's running like a route straight down the seam, and Fred just turns his back and covers CeeDee Lamb and breaks the play up. I think it was a big third down in that Cowboys game, regular season game a couple years ago. I don't know that Pat could ever.
That was playoffs. That was playoffs.
Was it playoffs? Yeah, okay, that's right. I don't know that Pat could necessarily do that. And I don't know that Pat necessarily had to do that given what the defense, what their scheme was as much. So if you were to say who's a better coverage linebacker, Fred Warner all day. You're going to tell me who's a better run defending linebacker, I'd probably go Pat. But Fred's not bad in that area either. I guess it's just I think Fred is more of a team, like a vocal team leader. He's the dude. I mean, this is a tough question, man.
Forget that I ask. I don't even want to. We don't want to answer it. We don't, because those are both my boys, man. We don't want to answer it. Forget I.
Yeah,
it's
a stylistic thing. In this current era of football and the way offenses play now, Fred's the answer. You go back 10, 15 years, Pat's the answer. So that's the only way I could. That's the only way I could do it. Again, a huge cop-out answer on my part, but I feel so strongly that both guys are elite at what they do in their eras that it's hard for me to be like, this dude's definitively better than the other.
That's the correct answer.
Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee. Have you ever heard the story about Patrick Willis asking Kenny Caraway for a picture? And Kenny essentially told him to kick rocks.
Come on. No, that's
True
not
story.
what happened.
Was this at a Lakers game or something? What was happening?
Well, that's a good call.
Whose side are you on?
It actually wasn't.
What's going on?
It was on the field in Santa Clara at Levi Stadium, and Patrick Willis said, "Hey man, come on, get in the picture." And Casey was like, "Nah, it's cool, man. Y'all go ahead." Wouldn't take a picture with Patrick Willis.
No,
Wow.
not wouldn't. No, Chris. No, see, they're misrepresenting what happened.
Did I
I wish
mention?
they tell the whole story.
Did I mention he had on D'Lo and Casey merch at the time? So it would have been a great
Wow.
way to go. Literally told Patrick Willis, "No scrub. I'm not here for your stupid pictures. I'm just trying to enjoy football."
In fairness to Kenny, like I do the same thing sometimes. People are like, get in the picture. I'm like, no, you guys are good. You don't want me in that picture. Like you guys look great. You don't want me like sullying this picture. So if that's where Kenny was coming from, I can get that because I've done that. But Pat has asked me to take a picture with him, and I actually have it deep in my Instagram feed, like from years ago. It might have been the same day because he was taking pictures with everybody. But yeah, man, I've been in that same situation, and I did take the picture with Pat.
I can't imagine to be a level of a star where an NFL, because I got a picture. I got a picture with Patrick Willis. Like Patrick Willis said, "Hey, let's get a pic." I'm like, "Yes,
See, no,
let's do it."
Chris, this is what happened. I'm gonna tell you real quick. This is what happened.
Find my Patrick
So
Willis picture.
we're on the field before, and I ended up being on the field and just coincidentally standing next to Jason Verrett. It was before the Cowboys game last year on Sunday Night Football. So I'm standing next to him, and we're talking a little bit, but it's Jason Verrett. He don't know me. I'm just sitting here. I actually showed him. Yeah, great dude. I actually showed him the finish of Bears Commanders. It had just happened. I was like, yo, look what just happened. And he told us, well, hey, look at this. This is crazy. Da-da-da-da. So we're talking. And everything happened, but he's there. He sees John Lynch. He sees Hufanga. He sees all these ex-49ers are showing him love. He sees Patrick Willis. And Pat, they're talking or whatever, and everything's good. And I guess Pat saw me and Jason talking and thought I was with Jason. And he's like, hey, man, come on. Let's get in this picture. Let's take a picture. And I said, no, I'm not. No, man. You guys get in the picture.
Man, yeah.
So
you guys take a picture.
I respect it
crew.
because if there's a picture of Kenny with Pat and Jason Verrett and all these NFL guys, and then just Kenny randomly, we're like, what is Kenny doing in that photo? How did Kenny sneak into that?
The moral of the story is they're right. I should have took the picture.
That's right.
I should have gotten the picture. They're right.
You got to learn lessons the hard way sometimes,
The funny, I'm never going to be able to find it.
No, I have. You got a lot of them. That's your boy.
Well, no, I have one, and it was only because it was something Io was doing, and we were at a dinner together. It was like, hey, let's take a picture. And I'm like, yeah, Patrick Willis. I'm gonna take a picture. These two big time guys, like, I don't know, man. Like, not sure.
Shout out Patrick Willis, though. Like you say, he seems like the nice. I mean, look, he didn't even know me. He's just like, hey, get in our picture. Seems like the nicest guy on earth.
Nicest guy.
He really is. I did find a picture of me and Shamon Moore. Not that.
Oh, snap!
To do with anything?
Who got the most honeys that night?
We know the answer. To
that. I don't know. We don't know.
That's young D-Lo. That's for sure. I don't know what year this is. That's young D-Lo.
Where is that at?
Looks like Las Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Radio Music Awards.
I'm trying to see the pictures when you're at Ricky's, bro.
Oh, those pictures do not exist. Those pictures do not exist. That's Ricky's was the place that I learned dark-skinned women love me. Ricky's turned your boy into a man. That's what it did. 705 J Street, downtown Sacramento.
World famous club. Ricky's.
World famous. Chris, great catching up, man. We appreciate you as always. No Kings basketball to talk about. It's all kind of we're all just kind of in a holding pattern, man. Just hoping something happens. I think you went on a tour recently to talk about your hate for Domas. What was that? Was that Locked On Kings?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was with Matt George, and Matt and I have talked about Domas so much offline that he's like, you got to come on. And it's like, yeah, now you finally see the light. Now you see what I've been talking about for the last couple of years. Sure, I'll go on your podcast and confirm everything I've been saying.
Oh, damn.
Chris, we appreciate you, my friend. Have a great weekend. Enjoy A's baseball. We'll talk again soon.
You too. Have a great weekend, guys.
Yes, sir. It's our man, Chris Biderman, right there, the Sacramento Bee. And, well, Chris Thomas out there.
Slid.
Chris Thomas out there said, I live those moments. He's telling the truth.
It is lit.
He was at Ricky's. I remember Io called me one night, late. Hey, man, my cousin just got shot. What? Where? At Ricky's. What? What are you talking about? Yeah, we was walking down the street and like a bullet hit his pant leg. I was like, yo, is Rio hurt? Nah. It just hit his pant leg.
Technically,
all right, man.
Technically, he got shot. If he was playing baseball and it hit his shirt, he'd get first base.
He now refers to himself as a gunshot victim.
Gunshot wound to the pant leg.
Oh man. 705 J Street.
Shout out Ricky's. Shout out. I think I only went to Ricky's once or twice. I think. I don't know why.
Ricky's like that was a built-in part of my paycheck for like 4 years. I think we did every Club Ricky's ever until that thing shut down. Man.
And now,
and then, what was it? It was Hard Rock. You could be on 7th and J, and you could see Hard Rock on the other corner.
Hard Rock
when that joint opened up, and I would literally be on the corner watching the two spots. Like, man, we got to do better.
Hard Rock.
There was a stretch of like 2 months where it's like we got to do better.
Man, that was where I went. That was my first. Well, the first time I legally went into a club. My 21st birthday, I went to Hard Rock.
Okay.
Great times.
Could have come across the street to Ricky's.
Wow. I didn't know I had a connect.
Wow.
That was an all-star weekend. I went to Hard Rock on Thursday. Shout out Ace. He came out from New York. He was with me. Went Hard Rock on Thursday. Sidelines on Friday.
Oh my God. Yo, you was on the D-Lo schedule. Let's go.
King Lounge on Saturday.
Yo, D-Lo and Kenny been hanging out way before we actually knew it. Wow.
Sidelines.
Man.
The smallest room in the history of clubs.
Ever. Just sweat. Just dripping off the walls. Nasty for no reason. 10 times worse than Tanel. We'll come back, man. We're hanging out. We'll tell you how Crumble Cookie almost killed us yesterday on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I just realized, is Jesse in there? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, did he bring your wow?
What's up, man?
Man.
What's Leezy talking about?
I hope it's nasty.
What's Leezy talking about?
Oh, okay, nice.
I was gonna say it for there, but I got plenty of goodies for y'all over there.
See what's popping over there. I'm gonna see what's popping.
Leezy, yeah, you good? You all right?
I'm good. I'm all discombobulated.
All right, man. That's what happens when you're in demand the way that you are.
I'll let you guys know how the morning's been. Hey, it's still not over.
I am never gonna find that picture. I don't even know if I had that picture. Come to think about it.
What's up? Oh, they can see me? Tupac Leezy? Oh, I guess they can. I didn't think
Well, they saw you walk in.
Oh, okay.
Leezus.
What up? We out here. Happy Friday, everybody. Chidey House was good. Aldrin Dre, you are wild. I heard that take driving in. Talking about Kobe wasn't exciting. What game was you watching? Kobe was doing work.
We learned Aldrin was young, though.
Yeah, that is true. I'll give him a pass. He was watching Kobe with what's his name? Jordan Clarkson and young Julius Randle. He wasn't watching Kobe with Powell and Shaq. Dr. David. What's up? Presence. Hey, Manny. Chill. We'll see. Leezy dressed like Ja Rule. I like that one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, you just leaning into the jokes now, bringing people burritos, huh?
Yeah. Be careful, man. He's gonna start asking you some questions.
Where did you go? Do you
want to say? I very much want to say. I gotta let the world know, bro. Also, here's this. They hooked me up. Yeah. The back of it's the nice part. That 20%.
Big ups.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How much time we got? 1 minute.
What's going
You
on?
bring me a paper towel.
Yep.
KC, they say I'm dressed like Ja Rule.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
I like that one though. That was good. I see.
Come on.
It's in the video. See, Secure knew. It's all love, man. Don't get mad.
What, you had to pull an Ant Edwards?
Me? Oh, wait. What video?
Talking about
No, no Ant Edwards right now. Ant-Man, he's going through it. Ant's the man, though. He cool. Hey, I was with you, Casey, yesterday. You was talking about who got the belt. I'm like, I want to say Ant too, because Ant is that guy. But right now it's looking bleak right now. It's not good.
It's looking bleak, and I ain't talking Memphis.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys that, man. Tyrese Halliburton's got the belt.
Hey, it's seeming like it.
All right, settle down.
Watch.
Jalen about to go crazy tonight. Jalen about to go crazy tonight, bro. Stop.
Mixtape.
Mixtape, man. We need this one, man.
Hey,
We
shout out
need
to
this one.
43rd. Shout out to Mobb Deep. Shout out to
Yeah,
Pat
man.
Poos.
Yeah, man.
Fat Joe.
Papoose.
Oh, wait.
Papoose, settle down, brother.
Oh, he-
Papoose, settle down, bro.
Oh man, he in trouble.
Just be happy with your woman, man. You got a new woman, be happy with
Hey,
her. We ain't gotta.
His new
Actually,
girl,
it wasn't Papoose. It was Remy that needs to settle down. My bad.
Remy tripping.
Settle down. Move on with your life. He's moved on with his.
Papoose' new girl is a boxer. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, Clarissa Shields.
Yeah,
The greatest women boxer of all time.
I wouldn't be having no problems with her if I'm Remy
The
Ma.
GOAT, as they call her.
Yeah, Remy Ma, lay low. Hey, also, man, nah, I gotta save it. I'm up here yapping too much.
Now look at him.
He's learning. He's
Yeah.
learning.
Yeah.
Why? We won't
Yeah,
clap it
radio
up.
boy right
Hey, let's
there.
go. We'll talk about it on the other side.
Look at him. Back here, our boy Leezy in the building.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Leezy, the most in-demand dude in the city right now.
Saying, man.
Busy day. Big busy day.
And Leezy brought some food today.
That's
Give it
right.
up for Leezy.
Clap
Give
it
it
up.
up for Leezy.
Well,
Shout out
not-
Leezy,
not-
yeah.
Not for all of us.
Oh, there is for all of us.
Oh,
D-Lo.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
That's my
Yeah,
man.
yes, sir.
That's my man.
Yeah. Hey, I just want to give a shout out to my
Okay.
people.
To be clear,
Oh, yeah.
don't do that.
Oh, don't bring food.
You do not have to do that.
But
No matter how much this man bullies you,
yeah,
be a star, Kenny.
Leezy, hold on.
this is my Ricky Hazy.
In all seriousness, Leezy.
Yeah.
Don't listen to this man. Bring some damn pizza next time you come here.
I like that.
Go ahead, give you a shout out.
Yeah. Hey, I want to give a
Leezy
shout out.
Shakur.
That's right. That's right.
Birdie.
Me against the world. All eyes on me. Shout out to my people at Algo Buenos, my people in the Thomas. They got the best Mexican food. They do catering, weddings, special events, you name it.
Okay.
They hooked me up today. I was telling them, hey, I'm about to go be on the air. They said, you want some food for your friends? I said, yes, I do.
Yeah,
And so we got chorizo,
Yeah.
birria, you name it.
Yeah. Shout out to what's the name again?
Algo Bueno. Shout out to the homie Marco. He's the owner. That's my guy.
Big house.
What's up, man? That's
sir.
terrific.
I'm gonna check them out. I
They're
got
really
the burrito
good.
right now. Some good stuff.
Yeah. Hey, try it with the mango sauce. It's hot, but it's good.
Ah.
Oh, no.
Ah.
Okay.
Not really my thing.
All right.
Not really my thing. Yeah, and they got some frijoles in here. I don't usually do that, but these are good.
Yeah.
I like it.
They gave me, I said, hey, can I get a little bit of everything? Because I don't know what you guys like.
Mhm.
So we got plenty to choose from over there.
Next time,
Yeah.
no frijoles.
Oh, okay. I'll let them know.
I'm just-
I'm hella picky, so I don't even know what that is. I'm like, all right. I
They're
go,
beans.
oh, wow.
Kenny hates beans.
Oh, well, rather Mexican food and beans. Come on.
I've had perfectly good Mexican dinners without beans.
Yeah.
Give me extra rice. No beans.
Okay.
It's all good.
That's fair.
For those that don't know, we're expecting Xzibit to come hang out in the studio coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We'll say around the top of the 2 o'clock hour. He's going to be performing at Cesar Chavez Plaza, Cesar Chavez Park, concerts in the park tonight, hosted by your boys.
Yes, sir.
They gave us one night all summer, and tonight's the night, and it's going to be a big one. My test been blowing up all day.
Oh, the people
I
going
own the
up.
crew coming
Oh,
out,
yeah,
Mikey
oh,
Winfield
yeah,
coming
oh,
out,
yeah,
Chris pulling up.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
We're going to have ourselves a little night tonight. That is for sure. And Leezy going to be there to document it all. Man, your boy killed it last week, by the way.
Which one?
Aaron.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, your boy killed it.
I'm fully aware. Aaron put on a good show. Aaron's been making music forever, but now he's popping off. Now all the eyes on him now. Hey, he did his thing. They were giving out roses to the girls. They were out there rocking. They was out there dancing. It was a movie. Hey, Aaron did his thing.
Man, big ups to him, man. A
Aaron
star
Lee.
is born.
Yeah,
A
Mr.
star is
Saxon,
born.
he
Yeah.
did his thing.
Yeah, most definitely. Just to pay this off real quick, since we've been talking about food for 5 minutes, our man Bill ordered a bunch of crumble cookies for the office yesterday,
Yeah,
and
shout
they
out,
got here like right at 4 when this show ended and our second show started. So normally at 4, Kenny has some time to like eat something.
Mm.
I'm usually snacking on like a protein bar or whatever, and I had just gotten ready to eat when Karosh comes in and says, "Hey, Bill ordered these for everybody, but I wanted to grab them for you, before they were all gone." And y'all know what crumble cookies are. Those are monsters.
Oh yeah.
Most times, you cut them things in 4s and you're satisfied.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Karosh know me because that's my man.
Mhm.
He brought what can only be described as the ultimate chocolate chunk cookie.
Oh.
That one was fire.
It was so good.
That was really, really good.
It was so good.
Chocolate chunk.
I ate the entire cookie.
That's be careful.
That's facts. I was like, hey, I'm gonna take a bite. Oh
Yep.
no, it's gone.
Ate the whole thing. Now, mind you,
Mhm.
y'all see I'm green juice, I'm beverages. I don't eat a lot. My sugar intake, despite the massive sweet tooth I have, is very low. I do not eat a lot of sugar.
Mhm.
I knew as I was doing it, this is going to hurt.
Oh yeah. I've been there.
It's like drinking. The next morning you're gonna pay for it. When I finished that cookie, I was like, yep, it's not gonna be long. And sure enough, about 3 songs later,
Yep.
I'm like, hey, Casey, I think I'm gonna die.
That's facts. He did say
I'm like, no, it wasn't anything wrong with my stomach. It was like that sugar was hitting me, and I was like
Yep.
hunched over in the chair, like, come on, man, you got an hour.
Hey, good
Got
food will
an
do
hour,
that
bro.
sometimes. You
Get
just gotta
through
lay
it.
down after
that.
work.
Get
That
through
was
it.
just a lot of because I felt the same. He said it, and I was like, yeah, I know, because I tried to do the same thing, and I'd say about 70% of the cookie was gone, and I said, I should probably stop. I should probably stop. Save this for later because this was a lot of cookie to eat, and I stopped.
Yeah.
I felt a little way like once again I had a lot of sugar.
You had that
And I was
self-control.
Yeah, else I would have died.
Paramedics get here. What happened? They had an entire crumble cookie.
And then
It would have been all bad. But I saved it. Took about an hour or two, and then had it on the way home, and it was all good.
Oh yeah.
So,
Them crumble
great,
cookies.
great cookies.
Those
No,
are-
this one was different too, because this wasn't like the super like it was like I don't know, they just cooked it perfect, baked it perfectly, I guess.
They had one because my girl Abby loves these, so she went and got like a bunch of them like last Sunday, and one like they serve like cake. Like
Yeah.
one of the things was
Yeah,
like, this
cake.
is not a cookie. This is a straight up cake.
Some of it is just cookie dough. It feels like.
Yeah, one of them was a cheesecake, and another one was just a straight up cake. This in no way, shape, or form is a cookie. Now I ate it, just to be clear.
Yeah, yeah.
Look,
I ate it.
Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, yeah, I ain't a sucker.
Nah.
But oh man,
They.
I still think crumble cookies in-game activation at the Sacramento Kings game is the greatest bit of all
man,
time.
Love that.
It is.
It is the greatest bit
It
of all
is.
time.
They did. They hit a home run with that one.
Mhm.
Absolute home run. James came in here one time with crumble cookies.
Yep.
And he had, I don't know what it was. I was like, get it again. I've never had it again because I don't know what the cookie was.
Mhm.
He had like 4 different kinds.
Mhm.
And I want to say it might have been like a peanut butter something.
Hey, that's on me right there. I love
and
peanut butter.
I was like, oh yeah, it's no chocolate chip, but sure, I'll have a little piece.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't think anybody else got any.
Oh,
I think I had it. I just
Man.
kept going back to the well.
Shout out. I think that's what it was. The Trace Lacher. Shout out. That's what I think it was.
That's late.
Can you imagine like if Xzibit is on the way here and he's listening?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
driver.
What do y'all got me?
let's
called
turn
to do?
around. Let's turn around.
Exhibit. What is your favorite crumble cookie?
Yeah.
That-
Well, hey, Xzibit, if you're listening, just know the first thing I'm gonna ask you about is that damn chiropractor you saw.
Yeah,
That video was crazy.
yeah. I wouldn't mind. I saw that. That was crazy. And his reaction to it, D'Lo, like you said, he was in a state of shock.
Man.
Yeah.
You like the chiropractor?
I used to go every now and then. I think I should go again because feeling a little tight. But yeah, the chiropractor is good. You gotta be careful though, because you gotta go to the right one.
Yeah.
They gotta know what they're doing.
100%.
Yeah.
That's why I just don't go. But isn't that one of those things where it's almost like cracking your knuckles, which is what I just did.
Yep.
Once you start, you feel like you have to keep going to get that same relief.
Yep.
That's usually how it goes.
That's like me.
Yeah,
I can
you
pop
have
my
to.
back, but when you go to the chiropractor and they lay you down, and, well, they adjust you. It's a whole different feeling. It's organic.
What kind of chiropractor you go to?
It's an organic feeling, Casey.
No, it's orgasmic.
Oh,
I was trying to type so fast, I misspelled it, I don't know if I did it on iPhone, but orgasmic.
Oh my! Word of the day.
It seems like that's exactly what it was where you went.
It was pretty nice.
Jasmine wondering what chiropractor you go to.
Yeah, I don't know. And Leezy I mean, it was a 10-yard hold. We just let it go.
Hey, referee's busy.
Rob Brett Snyder just hit a home run right now. Sorry.
Oh man.
Red Sox up 11-3.
Hey, Dave Hepner's back was turned. Let him live.
I just cut another short.
Let him live. Man's over there working.
Playing on the computer right now. We're having a lot of fun.
Wow.
I got you with the steel chair. Ref wasn't looking. I was like Eddie Guerrero back in the day.
Then threw the chair back at
I
KC.
have the flag right here. It's just, I didn't know what to call it on.
It was him, ref.
It was him.
He's holding the chair.
And threw the flag at me.
Leezy,
Yes, sir.
you big Tyrese guy.
Oh yeah. I am a big Tyrese guy.
You loving this postseason.
I am, and I'm trying not to be obnoxious, but it's not working.
That's all right.
It's not working.
That's part of being a fan.
Yeah, man. I was a big Tyrese guy. We got to go through this whole thing. I understand when he was here, the Kings wanted to win now. They moved for Sabonis. We did win now. We made it to the playoffs. That was great. Pacers wanted to rebuild. Here we are. I understand a lot of people don't like Tyrese because he leans into his bits. He's a bit of a heel, loves WWE. But I'm really impressed with what the Pacers are doing. I've always been a Tyrese supporter, and seeing him even get to this level was something even more than I imagined. It's been a great ride to witness, and it's part of the new NBA. You've seen all these different stars come up. It's no longer just Kawhi, Paul George. Nowadays we're getting Ant-Man, we're getting Tyrese Halliburton. It's good to see something new. And I understand a lot of people may not like small market teams, but this is what Adam Silver wanted. There was a time where
that's why the CBA is what it is, and aprons exist.
Yeah, there was a time when it was always Cavs, Warriors, Cavs, Warriors. You could write it in pen or whatever, but now it's good to see different teams rise up and get a chance.
It is. It's cool.
Mhm.
It's cool. I don't have no problem with it, but you better be careful.
Yeah.
Because if we gotta, which we just might, we gotta watch that Oklahoma City Thunder crowd for the next 7 years. Yawn.
Well, no one's watching the crowd except for us. Like Shea has to be bigger than the crowd. Chet's got to be bigger than the crowd. That team has to be bigger than the crowd. We watch the crowd because it's just kind of fun.
Yeah,
It's what we
but
do.
it's also it's entertainment. It's a TV show. Like you want to feel like you're watching
crowd,
something
absolutely
special.
A
And I
crowd-
joke about the crowd thing, but there is
a good wrestling crowd can make a moment, right?
Yes.
We think about Austin coming out during the Mankind title switch.
The John Cena RVD match.
Yeah, we think about like in Philadelphia, Cena in Chicago, like crowd reactions. Hogan in Rock in Toronto, crowd reactions can make what you're watching bigger.
Yeah,
and you're right. You were 100% right. OKC's crowd does not do that.
Hey, what was that one wrestling event in Puerto Rico that they recently had in WWE? You said it was really good. What was that one?
Oh, was it Backlash? I don't remember what the name of the event was,
but
but it was Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny was in Puerto Rico, and it was
lit.
It was insane.
Man, the moments for Bad Bunny, obviously a little bit Damian Priest and what's
Carlito
too, but they went crazy for little homegirl.
Oh, homegirl?
The little wrestler. She's not a little, but she's short. She's Puerto Rican, and they went, and she never gets any other pop, but she went back home and went crazy for her.
Yeah,
and it is two separate conversations. Like them, the Oklahoma City Thunder being good and winning championships. That's what everybody should strive for. That's the only thing that matters.
They can't make their crowd not suck.
No,
there's nothing Sam Presti can do about that.
Having a good crowd is everything, though. Like you said, like just look at when it was Kings and Warriors.
It's everything from a TV perspective.
That's it. Well, hey, Kings Warriors, they had one of the highest ratings when that series was going. Our crowd, people loved it, but people love the storylines as well. So yeah,
that was our crowd versus Steph.
Yeah.
That's essentially what it was, because it certainly wasn't our crowd versus the Chase Center.
Oh,
No. The dental office?
It was our
that's
crowd
where they
and
were
Steph.
crowned the dental office.
Mhm.
Because it was.
That's a good
boring.
point. No, that's a perfectly fair point. The TV spectacle. The good thing is, though, Indiana's got a really good crowd.
Mhm.
Mr. Halliburton, shout out.
Let that man back in. First of all, I said, well, I don't know if Mr. Halliburton was in New York or Indiana, but they were catching him on social media
Yeah.
out at a bar
Yeah.
or wherever. Mr. Halliburton, go home.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Will you go home?
It's 10 o'clock, Miss Halliburton. It's getting late.
Man, go home, Mr. Halliburton.
He said,
Because
"I'm outside."
I do not think Mr. Halliburton would have been temporarily removed from games had he not given that stupid news interview.
Yeah.
As soon as I read the transcript from that news interview, I was like, oh, because he was like, yeah, Giannis ain't confront me. He ain't say, and you know how Mr. Halliburton is.
He gets hyped.
Yeah, he was like, oh, now let's be clear. He ain't checked me. No. Don't nobody check me.
I can guarantee you that's
just like this. The statement was enough, Mr. Halliburton. We good.
Yeah.
But I hope like this. Come on, man. This is the conference finals. Let the man watch his son play ball.
And I think Charles Barkley was talking about it on Inside and saying like Adam Silver. We don't know back channels, but that's not the NBA didn't. That
they said it was I believe the way it was the Pacers. They said it was the Pacers and Mr. Halliburton. I understand why you did it. I do. You're attempting to send a message to everyone. You cannot do this.
Yeah.
Okay. Message sent. Understood. Let the man watch his son play in the Eastern Conference.
Big moment.
Finals.
I definitely hope they.
Maybe from a suite.
Yes.
From a suite.
Maybe
That's
watches
fine.
him play
That's
from a
fine.
suite.
Hey,
Well, I'd put him down there. He ain't gonna do that.
and in New York, you might want to be tucked away.
You're absolutely right. He won't.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not talking about the guard.
Oh, okay,
no,
I'm
Indiana, I was
talking-
just about to
No, I'm
say.
talking about Indiana.
I'm about to say, let's start this in game 3.
Yeah. Let's not invoke travel privileges yet.
No,
Let's just let the man show up in Indiana.
they're gonna be at the airport waiting for him.
They're gonna
That's
have
the
his
problem.
face at Madison Square Garden. Do not let this man in.
For real.
For his own safety. Do not let this man in. They threw trash bags at Brian Windhurst,
Come
for
on,
God's
man.
sake.
Come on.
D-Lo,
Wendy wasn't doing
Mr.
nothing.
Halliburton's gonna be like the security guard. He's be like, "Help me!" Remember the video? Help!
The Boston
He gonna be like her. Somebody
Help! He hit me.
Spike Lee, right there. He hit me.
That was that New York?
That was Boston.
It was New York fans.
New York.
in
Oh,
Boston.
yeah.
That was the best moment of the play. All of Tyrese's moments.
Yeah.
That was the best moment of the playoffs, where that poor woman said, "Help me!" I fell over this chair. He pushed me,
I didn't touch it.
and the brother that she was talking to was like, "What's wrong with you,
Yeah, he knew he didn't do nothing.
Karen? Go take a break."
That's another missed situation here going on with the Knicks, and I don't know if he's going to be back in time. I need to find out. But Spike wasn't there. The Spike's out of the country. He wasn't there in game 1. Spike need to be back. I know he's got a movie to promote, but
Come on.
this is more important.
How is Spike Lee not there? But Timothy Charlemagne or whatever his name is, how's he there? Spike Lee's the real Knicks fan.
Well,
Come on.
Spike was working. He was what was a movie premiere? It
First
wasn't a
of all,
premiere, but
was it the Denzel joint?
yeah.
First of all, Spike is a mascot.
Well, settle
He's a
down.
fan.
That
He's a
sounds
mascot.
disrespectful.
He looks ridiculous.
Why?
I love Spike Lee. He looks ridiculous.
I'd rather see Spike.
He's
in
a
love.
character.
Yeah, I'd rather see Spike in love than Kylie Jenner at the game. Like, come on, Spike's been here.
But Kylie Jenner just watching basketball with
Well,
her boyfriend.
just
I'm
watch.
not exactly sure.
Hey,
but
Hey, I don't know.
Just watching basketball. Get the hell out of the way. That's supposed to be for the Spike Lees.
Yeah.
You want to watch basketball? Go to a suite.
was she in the way?
Well, you talking about just watching basketball? We ain't just watching basketball on the floor at the Garden in the Eastern Conference Finals. Move. Give me more Stephon Marbury. Give me Latrell. Give me John Starks. Give me Spike Lee.
Carmelo.
We don't need you just.
J.R.
I'm just
Smith.
here. You're taking up space. Get the hell out of the way.
Oh, you're gonna make me do this? Okay, I'll do it. Kylie Jenner, a bigger star than all of those people you just named.
No, that's fine. But I'm just here. That's
She
not
wasn't bothering
Mr. Brown,
nobody.
You can just be here in game 59.
What you want her to do? Dress like a mascot, like Spike does, and
Yeah,
run
get
around?
hype. Hey, Go to OKC. How about that?
There
Do
was
that.
videos of
Go
her
to OKC.
cheering.
You'll fit right in where you just sit there. I'm here.
Wow.
Just having a good time.
Go to
Wow.
OKC.
Yeah.
Go there. You can do that there.
Playoff-
This is the Garden we're talking about. I need atmosphere. I need vibes.
Is there like a bad season like Keeping Up with the Kardashians?
Did Kylie Jenner do something
What's
to
going
you?
on? What is this?
I got love for.
They
Kylie.
need
I got
all the
love for
real
Kylie.
fans there right now. It's looking bleak, and they need all the real people out
That's
there.
not what the Garden is. The Garden are the richest people. I'm sorry. Wasn't Larry David courtside?
He was.
Larry David didn't even get out of his seat when the shot went in. He just went, oh no. He just put his hands on his head and they put the Curb Your Enthusiasm music behind it. And it's hilarious.
That's on brand for him. Yeah.
That
That's
was
hilarious.
cool. D-Lo, you are a little quicker on the draw at this than I am. I'm gonna try it anyway though. What do you think those tickets are costing?
Ooh.
Oh, man.
I mean, they probably won't even show like the Larry David seat. Like
I don't
on
think you can
Ticketmaster.
buy those
Yeah,
tickets.
but the closest you can get, how much you think those are going for?
The closest you can, I'll go 7,500.
Mm.
I'll go 35.
No way.
35? No.
No way.
No.
No way.
I'm gonna say, let me get 85.
Seven. I'm going 7,500.
Don't hit that music. No. Does not count.
That's right. And unsanctioned.
Let's see.
Leezy's not in the league.
Yeah, this is. I
top.
don't even know what this is. This is a Saturday night main event.
What are you trying to? Well,
I
come
got
on,
the
our
answer.
truth.
Yeah, you got
You're
the
the
numbers.
commissioner of
Come on.
this.
I got the answers here.
So what is it?
What are the numbers?
I said 85.
I said
I
75.
said 35.
Oh, we're way off. Is it 5 numbers?
Second row. This is.
Oh, I didn't think. Okay, I didn't think they'd get
we'll
that
do it
close.
now. Second row.
Okay,
Second row.
second row, Madison Square Garden, game 2. I'll let you go.
I'm gonna raise it. I'm
Yeah,
raising.
me too.
I'm
Me
going,
too.
I'm gonna go 13.
Okay.
We're raising it up.
Oh, that's
Last
a
time
good
I
one.
I questioned myself. I lost. I'll just stick to 35.
No chance. I'm
I'll
going.
just stay here.
So
35,000.
I'm gonna-
35,000.
Hey, look, he shook. Hey, my win streak is coming. It just took one. He shook.
I'm gonna go 12-5.
Let's go. What's the number? We got it.
D-Lo.
Oh,
11.7.
Oh man, $11,700
Second row.
for a single
Per
game
ticket.
ticket.
woo-wee.
Man,
Per ticket. So they got it right here for 2. Quick math. What is that? We're working at
I'm not-
like $23,000.
That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
So
$23,000.
that's a lot of money.
That is. I mean,
Yeah.
Kamara could go.
Yeah, Casey's going.
Yeah,
He's
Casey
going.
and Kamara can go
Yeah,
together,
go
Go
but
have fun.
Let's see if I can find. There's no way. Like you said, I don't even think you can buy the court size. But yeah, the second row is the closest you can get.
I didn't even think you could buy that, to be honest with you.
They got the Joe Button seats, as they like to call them.
You mean the
Behind 50
Yeah,
Cent.
50 Cent Fat Joe seats and the guy behind him.
Check this out. Second row is $10,000. You move to the third row, they got some for $7,000. $3,000 difference.
One row.
Hey,
You're not
So,
even
but here's the
courtside.
thing. Here's the thing. Are those resale tickets?
Yeah, these are verified.
Okay, so
resale
those are people selling them. Those aren't like Madison Square Garden setting their prices. Like those are people selling them. So they're just trying to get whatever they can.
and that's all that's available. They got. I see one blue dot. This
Okay.
is in section 110, row 11, seat 9. That's
I'm going. That one
Right.
might be 2,500.
but it's a regular one. It's like it's like it almost looks like if you were by the NBC area
Okay.
in
So lower level.
mhm.
I'd still say it's in the range of 2,000.
Leezy.
I'm gonna go 4. Let's say 4.
4. Wow.
I don't know.
Jesse.
Jesse's just
3,500.
There you go.
It's only $924.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Still wouldn't do it, but okay.
and
Well,
and
Kamara
it's one
sent us
seat.
tickets the other day that were what, like $1,500?
Yeah, and it's one seat. Just go by yourself.
Well, go with all my friends.
Well, let's see. Now I'm curious. What
We're
is
gonna
it?
look at Oklahoma City.
Yeah. What is it?
Oh,
this
this,
Hey,
this is
hey,
the
I'm
ultimate
from
hater
Oklahoma.
move right
Let
I'll
me
here.
throw
tell you.
$35 on this one.
Yeah, that's a lot of money in Oklahoma.
$25.
Oklahoma, you can buy some property with that, boy.
Game 5 here on Wednesday. Yeah, game 5 on Wednesday
It
in
might not
Oklahoma
happen.
City.
Oklahoma City might have
verified-
seen their last game of the
Yeah.
conference finals.
Yeah.
verified resale. This is 5 rows back.
Oh, that's still gonna be healthy. I'll go 4,000.
Oklahoma's cheap. I'm gonna say 2,000. I'm just gonna go lower than D'Lo.
3,500.
3,500 is right in the middle. 35.
Yeah.
This one goes to Leezy. He knows his
Let's
hometown.
go.
Okay.
1875.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, different.
We can
world
go to
out
the
there.
game and then afterwards have nothing to do. There's nothing.
Go to
do
the
there.
movies. That's what I heard.
Do
All they have is the drive-in and the roller rink. That's it.
Come on, man.
We ain't got.
They don't
nothing.
even have a punch bowl over there.
Not that I know of. You can make some punch at home, chill. That's it.
So does everyone from like Oklahoma just drive to Oklahoma City to have a good time, or how does that work?
You drive out of Oklahoma, brother. That's what you do. That's what I do.
I heard there's
Go to
a
Norman.
Yeah,
I
Langston.
heard there's a good. I mean, I'm not saying it's Washington D.C., but I heard there's a good number of. You'd be surprised how many black people are in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, we're all in Sapulpa, Oklahoma, hanging out. That's it. That's where I'm from.
Those are the ones who didn't make it all the way to California during the migration.
Stop.
Yeah. You know what's funny? As a kid,
They're like, the hell with this.
Yeah.
They just stop here.
as a kid, I was like, I didn't want to move, but now that I'm an adult, I'm like, this is the best thing that ever happened to me.
Mm.
Yeah. I went from the 918 to the 916.
There you
I
go.
think about that from time to time because my dad grew up in high school and stuff like that. They moved to Sacramento,
Mhm.
but he was born in Indio.
Where's
I
that?
always think it's like Coachella area,
Oh,
and
I didn't know
I
Coachella
always
was a
think about-
place. Sorry to interrupt.
yeah,
But yeah, I just know it as the event, the festival, but Coachella is the actual place. I was like, oh,
yeah.
I ain't never been.
So I always think about they never moved.
Yeah.
Where
Or-
does the South begin?
Where does the South begin?
Yeah. Like Oklahoma's considered the South,
I
right?
consider it the South. People get mad and say,
Hell
no, it's not
no.
the South.
Some
They
people
the
say it's
Midwest.
not, right?
No,
It's the
that's the
South.
Midwest.
We're above Texas.
Oklahoma's the Midwest?
Oklahoma is the Midwest.
No.
That is not the South.
Oklahoma's almost the center of the United
Texas,
States.
Texas.
It's on the
Texas,
far side of right. It's on the far
well,
side of Texas.
Depending on
Top
what
of
you,
Texas.
depending on how your terminology and how you view the South, some would even say that Texas ain't the South. The South to me is Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama,
That's a
all
different
that
South.
other
brother.
stuff. That's
So
what
it
I'm
almost
saying,
has to
man.
be southeast
Yeah,
for it to
almost.
be the South.
Yeah, I'd even look at this on a map. It probably doesn't pan out, but Tennessee feels like the South.
Having been to Tennessee, absolutely feels like the South.
You know, but maybe it's Dallas and Houston. Yeah,
Oh,
we're on
yeah.
the southern part of the continent, but
Complex
don't
is
feel like
walking
the
really
South.
fast, so I think
Oh.
Xzibit might be here. I'm not sure,
okay.
but Complex is walking
I got
really
it.
fast.
It was that walk.
Yeah, it was that walk.
Get my camera.
We'll come back. We think Xzibit might be here. He's going to join us here either way shortly. It's Tilo and KC. Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right.
Be hilarious.
Oh,
Some chatty
Complex
house.
just text.
It'd be hilarious if it was DoorDash getting
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
here. No, Xzibit is here. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me get this flag out of here.
Shaq.
Like, what the hell's going on around here?
Yep. Nah, Eddie's at 245 now.
This a roller, not a mula. Damn.
Oasis.
Hey yo.
Leezy put that bandana on because he knew Xzibit was here. Oh man. Oasis is one of them dudes where it always feels like an event when he's here.
Oh man, he's big time.
Like, oh man, Oasis is here. Something's going on.
He's big time. Shout out DJ Oasis. Mr. 916. X to the Z.
What up? What up? Nah, I closed it.
How are you, brother? KC, man. Yes, sir. All right, appreciate it, man. Thank you. What's up, man? How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Appreciate you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have a seat over there by the wall. We're coming back from commercial here in just a heartbeat. X to the Z. What's up, boy? How are you? What up, boy? Nice to meet you. All right, we're coming back, fellas. Let's go, man. Concerts in the park tonight. Cesar Chavez Plaza, Cesar Chavez Park. Our man X to the Z.
Yeah, man.
Xzibit here. What's up, baby?
What's up, man? What's good with it?
Yes, sir.
On, man.
Yo,
Yeah.
I got to pay this off. I've been talking about this for 3 days.
All right.
I don't know how this wound up in my algorithm.
Yeah, okay.
I saw a video of you getting adjusted by a chiropractor.
Oh, yeah, that was a while ago.
Yo, that video is crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
The look on your face when he hit your neck the second time,
Yeah, relief.
it looked like that was a look of, yo, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, no, first time getting adjusted, man. I suggest if you haven't done it,
See, I don't want to do it, especially like the neck adjustment, man.
Yeah,
like,
no. No, it actually is good, man.
Yeah.
You know, you don't know it. You don't know it's messed up until you get it fixed. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt.
I knew the video was old because he asked you about making music, and you were
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, I'm working on an album now." Obviously, the album is out now. Kingmakers, yo,
Come on, man.
yeah,
Come
Kingmakers,
on, man.
dope, man.
Man, thank you, man.
There's-
Look, this is I tell people, you know, we worked on this for a long time, and I just didn't want to put it out until it was correct.
Yeah.
And now that it's being received so well, you know, I ain't never had a number one nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think I've won a foot race in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, so to have this kind of reception is humbling. It is I don't know, man. I still haven't really processed all of it. But the music is really out there and people are really responding to it. And, you know, I'm excited about the opportunity to bring it to them live now.
Yeah, yeah. Look, it's got to be energizing too, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
now you talk about bringing it to them live, but also getting back in the booth again, right? And like, hey, let's do this again.
Yeah, I'm tired of cats telling the legacy artists to take a seat. Nah, sit me down. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me to do nothing. I'm whooping your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't play with me.
I don't think all of them put the effort into it that you did, though, because there's some that came out where it was just like we'd hear it and we'd be like,
that ain't it.
Yeah, it's like what we do this for?
But I still love it.
Yeah,
I still.
Yeah,
love
but you didn't do that though. Like the
Yeah.
album, like
Yeah.
the Dog Pound put out an album a little while ago. I was like, yo, this actually hits.
Yeah.
Like this works. They cared what this sounded like.
Right. Yeah, and that's what it takes. We've been given this, you know, algorithm, this place where people can just throw stuff out continuously. Now it created this vortex, this big fire hose of just BS music that just flows, and you have to kind of like, your attention span is so short. There's not really much to pick from because it's just so much. And so I had to figure out a way to cut through the noise.
Yeah.
I had to figure out how do I get through this so people can hear this message that we're trying to put together. And so the climate of the industry is so different. I had to learn a lot of things about how I wanted to present myself, because I'm not the circus guy. I don't want to join the circus. I don't want to be, I want my music to speak. I don't want people to care about who I'm sleeping with or my, the drama of Xzibit. I keep all that, away, because what really matters is the culture, the music, the communication, the connectivity of what we're saying, and is the music reaching? And that's what I want to do. So listen, this album for me would have been out years ago, yeah, like a year ago, but for some reason it would always be something that kind of like pushed it in a different direction, or we had to pivot here, or we had to do that. But then when the album was done, it was like divine timing. Yeah. It was like Conor McGregor came in and said, "I want to do a partnership and start Greenback Records, and we want to put out music." I was like, "The fighting dude," you know what I'm saying? Like Conor McGregor, like, and then that lined up, and then my management company, Bobby D Presents, they're already locked in with these festivals and shows. They do the biggest shows, across the planet, and it just kind of lined up, man. And then all of a sudden, we dropped on the 16th, and it shot to #1, Jack. You know what I'm saying? Man. So now I'm looking at this, and I'm saying, what the hell was wrong with my other releases? You know what I'm saying?
Got your question. The other
I was like, wait a minute. But it's a testament to what people are looking for: authenticity. Mm-hmm. People are looking for people that love the craft, and that's what I'm here for. I love that. You know what I'm saying? And it's being received, and I'm looking at the numbers, and I don't know much about. I'm like showing my son. My son is like, I'm trying to, what does this mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's weird because you look at my numbers and it's like 2,000% up. My streams are up, 24,000%. It is just wild. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. And then I'm looking at the iTunes chart, and it's me, Kendrick, and Snoop, and then just floating, going back from #1 to #3. Yeah. Man, I don't know,
the West right there.
Man, straight
Xzibit,
up.
Kendrick, and Snoop. Damn.
Man, I'm about to cry in the car. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, it's dope, man.
You mentioned something that really resonated with me just a second ago, because I'm, from a different era, probably your era, where if an artist put out a project, the project was put out with the intention to digest the entire project, listen to the album, sit with it for a couple weeks. And you talk about how we have a New Music Friday segment. Yeah. Every Friday, there is just a gang of songs and albums that come out, and you never get an opportunity to like sit with a project and kind of go, oh, I started off liking this song, but man, track 13 goes crazy or whatever. Yeah. I felt like you kind of brought that back, or tried to bring that back with this album, where it's something that you sit with the project for a few weeks, a month, and maybe you start off like in one song, and then you hear more and more, track 12, and you're like, no, I think this is my joint now. Right. And I appreciate that.
Right. Yeah. It's listening out of order, which is not the natural way to actually hear a body of work. I come from the era where physical copies were sold, where people had to recognize a date. They had to get up, put on clothes, get in their car or whatever transportation they had, get to a store, stand in line if there was a line, buy it, and there was an investment of time, energy, resources to get music. Now, buying music is an option, and it is something that I think is damaging to the artist. But what we're seeing with all this streaming and all these difference in the closing of record stores and all this stuff, they try to monopolize the industry and control it in a way that it backfired. They thought the CDs were going to sell forever. Now there's only 2 or 3 main big record companies. Everybody's independent, and now the thought is, how well can you communicate with your audience? How well can you get to them? How well can you speak to them? And does it translate into people engaging with you? You can't trust the algorithm for everything. Having a bunch of followers is like having a bunch of monopoly money. It means absolutely nothing. You know what I'm saying? Until you can activate them, and nothing beats good old fashioned elbow grease, meeting the people, going out there and,
Right up.
and seeing the people, you know what I'm
Yes, right
saying?
up.
Directly, you know. So I feel like it's a different time, but the way Kingmaker was created is to listen from the top down. Now you can start from 3 and go to 4 or 5 or whatever, but if you play song 1, you're gonna get sucked into the album. If you get past that first, second song, you listen it all the way down because it's sequenced that way, and it's a cohesive body of work. We used to open up packaging when you get a new album, and you could see the linear notes, and it was like the producers, the artists, the engineers, the mixing engineers, the mastering engineers. You don't get that now. You just hear a song and then you just take it for it and you keep it moving. Hopefully people get to hear this album and it does what it's supposed to do and it changes some things. That would be nice.
And it's such a, like, I feel like those two things you're talking about are identical. When you talk about getting out and meeting people, those are the ones who are more likely to put on track 1 and run through it to the end.
Absolutely.
The algorithm is the one who's more likely to pull a track from the
Right.
album and go, oh, this is my favorite, I'm gonna put it on TikTok.
Right. People follow the dots. You know what I'm saying? They look on the
Yeah.
dots and see what the popular, but group thinking doesn't always work well for everyone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like watching a television show out of order. Like
Absolutely.
the episode might be funny or it might be good, but it doesn't make sense.
Right. You only go into the parts that are being highlighted.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. I make music to because it's the best way for me to communicate. I've been in love with hip hop since I was a child. So to be here now and one of the considered artists that people have been investing into for a long time, I feel like I owe my fans some integrity. I couldn't leave where my music was in 2012, and I didn't want to put this album out until I felt as though it was a representation of what I wanted, and I had the freedom. And thank God I was able to come and do music because I want to, not because I have to. And I was able to take the time to really build this, so that it was something I could be proud of, because I made this album for me first. I found my voice. I was able to, show some growth, show some maturity. And I'm glad that I was able to put this record out in 2025. It's been absolutely crazy.
It all works for a reason.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And then the last part of that is God doesn't open doors for you until you're ready to walk through. You know what I'm saying? I did a lot of bright moments in my career so far. And I just think back my decision making in my 20s, in my early 30s. I would have been a wreck. You know what I'm saying? I made a lot of money, but if you give me millions of dollars at that time, I don't know. I don't know if I would have made it out. It was pretty wild.
I could dig that, man.
Yeah.
I was really hyped that you were coming in to talk with us, because one of the things that I appreciate about you is just your love for the art of hip hop. And I got to ask you this, because I'm seeing something right now in hip hop that I think is great. In this rap battle between Joey Badass and TDE, I think both sides are just going crazy with the bars, and I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Bars are back.
Man, I love it, man. And
Bars are back.
last year, obviously, Kendrick Drake or whatever, those are two icons. I love both of those guys, but it got silly, right?
Yeah.
At some point. And it was refreshing to hear these guys kind of going back and forth for bars. And I just wanted to hear what you thought about it, because I know you appreciate that these guys are really kind of elevating each other's games by the way they're coming out with these songs.
Okay, yeah. Listen, as long as it stays there, it's good. As long as it stays on wax, it's good. But it never stays there, and that's the dangerous part. So we saw what happened with Drake and Kendrick, but that was a higher level of things that probably we don't really understand behind the scenes, because that was David and Goliath. Well, no, that was Goliath and Goliath. And we saw that play out. You know what I'm saying? And now we see Kendrick doing, stadiums. And Drake is a phenomenal artist. I'm never gonna take anything away from Drake or say that he is, whatever. But I mean, I'm West. I'm with Kendrick. You know what I'm saying?
Right
That's
up.
just what it is. But both of those artists are phenomenal, and I'm glad it panned out the way it was. There was a clear, defined winner loser. Period. Right. Some people want to argue that down, but I'm not here to argue. Look at the stadiums. And so then you look at what our generation or my graduating class experience, where it became the death of Tupac and the death of Biggie that started with some internal things that transferred into music and then turned into what it turned into. I think there's a common denominator between all of this, because if you look at the media coverage of what's going on with Joey and TDE, you have to be careful, because people ignite fires and sit back and watch other people burn. So when you say Joey Badass calls out the West Coast, those are the lines that they're putting up there. The West Coast ain't just nigga. You are battling a couple dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like from TDE, don't instigate something from the entire coast. Everybody in the West Coast ain't rapping. You know what I'm saying? You and these guys aren't, really like rocket scientists. You know what I'm saying? They have one direction, is go.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, why are you fanning that? Why are you even bringing remnants of that? People died. Important people died. All people are important, but specifically to our culture, losing Pac and Big so early, who knows where the direction of music would have been at that time. You know what I'm saying? If they had not engaged in that.
Yeah.
So I say all of that to say this. Hip hop is built on the battle. DJs battle, breakdance battles, rappers battle. Like it is a friendly competition. The word friendly is important. But now we've put all this intention on winning. Everybody wants to win. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man, let's just push the culture. If it stays on wax, I'm with that. But
social media don't.
But isn't that what hip hop was built on, though?
Exactly. But the media has to take some accountability for the way that they position us against each other. Joey Badass is not battling the West Coast. He's battling a few niggas from TDE. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't position us like that, because you putting two lions in a cage at close quarters, and nobody wants that.
Right.
So that's how I feel about it.
I feel you.
You said a few minutes ago you made Kingmaker for you.
Yeah.
Why?
Ooh, I'm not a religious guy. I'm not a political guy. All that stuff is too violent. I stick to gangster rap. At least I know who doesn't like me. But I made this for me because hip hop it saved my life. When I was young, I was really in a tough spot. I was really angry. I was in and out of, jail, and I was doing a lot of stuff that was, I didn't realize, what was ahead of me. I thought I was going to die at 21. So hip hop became my therapy, and it gave me a place to kick and scream, and not hurt myself or anyone else. I was able to get aggressive and get my thoughts out and flush, these things, and kind of come back and heal. So I was able to, have that and what my homeboys didn't, right? And so the talent kind of kept me driving, and then of course opportunities happened, and then things, started escalating. And so that was like, it saved me from where I was. So, I haven't put out a record since 2012. And there's a lot that has transpired between 2012 and now. And I was doing film, and I can remember specifically, I was done with Empire. I had just finished filming Empire. and I went to I had just got I called my man Tato because I was like, hey, I'm gonna get killed tonight on Empire, so I'm coming back and I want to have a meeting with you. Tato by my right hand. He used to work and manage Game, but he wasn't working with Game anymore, and he was just kind of floating. And we had never had any interaction, so I went and I talked to him, but he always carried himself professionally. He was always on top of everything. Every time I saw him, regardless of what was going on, it could be 1,000 people there, and it's like wrangling a bunch of cats, you know what I'm saying? But he was always professional there, representing himself in the organization really well. So I was down to nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like I had, my management was gone, my business management was gone. I was just doing film and TV. But I know music was calling me. So I went to him and I was like, listen, here's what I'd like to do. And I would like you to do this with me. And he was like, okay. And we started with just me and him started. And then we just started kind of like just clicking one thing at a time. And now fast forward 2025, we have this album, this body of work that I was able to, get all of my stuff out. And I learned a lot, man. I learned a lot. There's no shortage of mindless music out right now. But we need that. Even when I was a kid, we had 2 Live Crew, you know. We had that kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? We had Akinelli, you know what I'm saying? Put it in your mouth. We had all that. We had it. But we also had Rakim.
Yeah.
And we also had,
balance.
Tribe Called Quest. And everybody, yes, we had Little Kim, but we also had Rod Digger. You know what I'm saying? The diversity of hip hop has been taken away from us because everybody's chasing the W. Everybody's chasing the win. People are afraid to fail. I've been failing a long time, but you only get to see the W's because, you just get to see. But if I hadn't have failed, if I hadn't tried, failing just means you're trying.
Right.
And you shouldn't be ashamed of that. Right. And so that's why, I look at hip hop and I felt like this was the exact time that I need to drop. I have something to say. I found my voice. I know who I'm supposed to be saying this to. I know why I'm supposed to be saying what I'm saying. And speaking from a vulnerable place is not a bad thing because people can relate to that. I'm not Superman. I care for my family. My circle got really small. You'd be surprised how much space and room you get to work when everybody thinks it's over. You know what I'm saying?
No distractions at that point.
Woo! My room got so empty I could echo. I was like, hello. But
we laughing. That ain't funny.
That's real talk. That's real talk too.
It is not funny. It's real. And, I just stopped asking why after a while and just was like, this is supposed to be like this. So now I'm comfortable around my circle. It's very tight. There's no frivolous people. There's no hanger-oners. There's no entourage. Everybody here has a specific purpose and a reason. And I don't carry myself to endanger the group. I have nothing to prove. I'm not here to be a tough guy. I'm not here to do all that stuff. I don't want my shenanigans, to be outshadowing the craft, and that's where that's why I say I made this for me. Like I made this record because I know what I'm capable of, but I don't think the world has been able to hear me musically. I had some great bright spots, like I said, and people that watch the MTV show and have seen me in films, they fell in love with my character, right? But I feel like I didn't have the opportunity to bring what I love, which is hip hop, to the masses in a way that I'd like to, right? This is the first album. This is the album I've been trying to make my whole life. This is the album from top to bottom. Everything is exactly the way I want it. You know?
Yeah. This is powerful, man. That's some good stuff. And you said something that resonated with me as well about people being afraid to fail.
Yeah.
I got a 12-year-old son. He plays sports and all this other stuff. And I try to teach him the way that I live my life is I can live with not being good enough. You know, if I'm trying to be a radio host or a musician or an athlete, if I put in all the work I can and I'm not good enough, I can live with that.
Right.
I can't live with I just didn't try because I was scared.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's something that'll haunt you. And when you talk about the music that you make and the message that you try to put out, if it's genuine and you put your heart and soul into it and it doesn't do the numbers you want, it feels like something that you could live with because I gave my all. But if I just was, I'm afraid to put it out because I don't know how it's going to be received, that seems like something that
you can't get over that.
Yeah, it's like I can't do that. I can't be afraid to fail, like you mentioned.
No, I tell people all the time, we're in a fight. You're gonna get punched in the face. You're in a fight. You know what I'm saying? Don't expect to fighting in real life is not like the movies where the guy waits for you to hit him and hits you back, and then you know what I'm saying? Like it is cutthroat. We are in an industry that does not care for us, does not take care of us, but we have to take care of ourselves, and we somehow have to navigate because these are the channels that we get to talk to our people. And it's weird because it's like a popularity contest, like high school. You know what I'm saying? You know, the smartest kid in the class doesn't get any girls, but you know, hold on. The guys that peak in high school, they sitting in Chili's, and the smartest guy in the class now owns Amazon.
Yeah.
Just wait. Be patient. Don't be afraid to go forward. And I admonish this, whether you're doing art, whether you're an athlete, whether you're a scholar, whether you're a painter, it doesn't matter. Know that everybody's not going to see your vision until they see it. So continue to go. Don't be afraid. And stop worrying about what people think about you. The worst prisons that we put ourselves in is in our minds. You'll stop yourself from advancing or growing simply by worrying about what people are going to think. I don't do that. I don't give a damn what you think about me. What? When people try to come and give me criticism that I don't want to care for or has no weight to it, I'll wait till they finish and then be like, okay, you feel better about you? You feel better now that you said that to me? It doesn't change anything in my direction. This is the choices that we make and the things that we do. I always tell people, you have to silence the noise, put on blinders, and realize that every choice comes with an invoice. You know, the things that we decide are the things that are going to come back to us. You can be vengeful, you could be negative, you could think the world owes you something, so you're going to be mad, so the whole world's going to know you mad. Nobody cares. You're going to spend your whole life thinking somebody cares that you mad. They don't. So pick yourself up. Do whatever you got to do. It's okay to lean against the wall, but you can't sit down. You got to keep going. And so I think these things, this thing right here, this phone, this smart device is giving a pseudo intelligence to this generation that they don't have to retain information and they think everything is automatic and it lands on you. I come from the generation of let's go get it. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing comes easy. And if it does come easy, it does come easy, it's usually not worth it. And it doesn't last. You know, when you have to fight for something, when you have to go for something, when you fail, you get up, you try again, you may fail. When you actually get there, you will appreciate it. You'll protect it, you'll respect it, and you'll learn a lot about yourself. Like where's my limit? And if I can reach my limit, how can I go past that? That strengthens you, right? That's how I want my sons. If anything, my sons take from me, that's what I want them to take from me. You know, not the popularity, not the art, not the, you know what I'm saying, like be a stand-up guy, you know. Leave things better than the way you found them. If you move with that, no matter what kind of things you're going for, you'll end up getting there and appreciating it a lot more. Stop waiting for it to land on you out of the sky. Like, stop thinking that the entitlement, I deserve this. You don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate. That's it.
Yeah.
So I say I know I'm reaching out, but it all meshes together, and that's the mind state and the outlook. The view that I have is a lot different, you know, than where I was over the last 10, 13 years. I had to humble myself in a different way because I had all these outside sources, you know, with a divorce and, you know, things that, you know, I out of my control. You know, and then things are getting fed to the media and people are just nitpicking and whatever. I chose not to speak about any of that. I let the music speak for me.
You mentioned a minute ago that you thought people fell in love with the character. Like, this album is personal to you because it's who you are, but people fell in love with the character of Xzibit. Isn't that still a testament to you, though? Isn't it?
No. They didn't fall into the character of Xzibit. They fell in love with my character of Alvin, me. I wasn't rapping on MTV.
Oh, okay.
I was talking to them people, them kids, like I talk to my family at Thanksgiving. I have a horrible sense of humor. I tell dad jokes all day. And it had nothing to do with my street credibility or my rap skills, or that's who I am. And that's how I carry myself, right? With a positive energy and being able, you know, being approachable, you know, meeting people where they are, not speaking down to people, not speaking over their heads, not thinking that you know, I'm better than them. That carried out. That's not an act. You know, nothing I did on that show was scripted. So it was just like off the cuff, like whatever. And that's what I meant. It's not. This is not a character. You know what I'm saying? My music is a real branch. It's a piece of me, right? But my character, my integrity, my heart, my soul is still intact. I probably could have been way bigger than I ever imagined if I was, you know, a little soulless. But I can't carry myself that way. I'm good in my skin and I'm running my race. So whenever I get there, I get there. That's why, you know, again, it brings back to the Kingmaker album. I've never had an album explode like this out the gate. And I know there's certain things that are in place that weren't in place before, but I've had bigger machines. I've been on Sony. I've been on Columbia. I've been in the race car. But for some reason, in that little room in my studio, we came up with this idea in this project that is resonating throughout the world. And I realized it's not the machine. It's the voice, and how much can you put of yourself into this record. And I found that you don't have to sell the truth. Give yourself an opportunity to tell the truth about yourself and watch what happens. Good, bad, or indifferent. That's what I did on this record.
Real quick about Pimp My Ride, hearing you speak. In a way, was that a little therapeutic as well? Because you were able to go on that show and be Alvin. You didn't have to be Xzibit or, you know, anything else. Like, you can go out there, crack jokes, have a good time. And did that help you as you kind of grew as a man to be out there and be able to just be yourself instead of what people said? Not at all.
No.
Not at all.
No. It did not. I did that show because I thought they were gonna play my music video. I didn't do it.
That's called good.
but let me tell you the flip side of that. The flip side of that is I became a global brand. I was in people's homes. I had people walk up to me now. Hey man, I grew up to your show. No, you're a big part of my childhood. That feels good. That's dope. That show allowed me to become an actor. It really put me in a position where Hollywood recognized that, oh, this, he's resonating as a global brand. Let's see what we can do. Now Hollywood is weird because they'll give you enough rope to either pull yourself up or hang yourself. They won't help you. They just want the bottom line for them. So once I realized that I had an opportunity to hit that, I started taking it serious. I took acting lessons. Like that's what MTV did. It gave me the path to do something else. Now I like to push myself. I like to do things that challenge me. Things that, I could do music in my sleep, but acting I have to work at. I took it serious. It gave me the opportunities. I went from doing, XXX2 to now doing movies with The Rock, doing movies with Jennifer Aniston, Clive Owen, Werner Herzog, Nicolas Cage. Going into the room and beating actors in the audition. That's where you take it serious, beating people who have been classically trained as actors into the room, working with Chris Carter as an FBI agent on X-Files 2. Things that take me outside of now. Look, my agent, he can call me and be, hey, they want you to play Thug Number 1 and Grease Gun 7. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a challenge. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's a caricature. You know what I'm saying? That's where they just want Xzibit to come in with a gun and we just gonna make some bread. Nah, that's not exciting to me. That lowers the standard to me.
You gotta be a football coach with
The
Rock.
And I don't know how to play football, but I sure play one on TV.
We got Xzibit at Concerts in the Park, Cesar Chavez Park. The buzz today, I think this is going to be the biggest Concerts in the Park we've ever had. It is going to be popping downtown. This has been an incredible conversation of like looking forward and positivity and Kingmaker. And well, with all that said, that Up in Smoke tour.
My mother would kill me.
That Up in Smoke tour is still to this day the greatest hip-hop tour of all time.
Thank you, man. I agree. I think it was the catalyst to what we're seeing today. To be part of that tour, it was crazy because I could clearly remember when we did the Snoop Dogg single, how that translated into me not only meeting Dre, becoming friends with Dre, him trusting my creative choices, and recruiting me basically to the Avengers. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been a fan of these guys. Like, I bought NWA CDs. I bought Ice Cube CDs. I bought, I bought this music. And now these guys are saying I'm one of them. Let me go put on my super suit. You know what I'm saying? And then like that was crazy to be on that stage and then come home and release a record. But again, that show, there was only 30 shows, something like that. And they were all in the States. We didn't go overseas. It was just a blueprint of what hadn't happened before. To have all those acts that were associated and this big album that they were supporting. And it was incredible. I'll never forget that, and I'm always going to be proud that that's part of my legacy as well. Up in Smoke was definitely a big pivot in my career.
It's a time in history right there.
Absolutely.
Man. And look, he was already accomplished before this, but
not like that.
When I heard him on Bitch Please,
yeah.
man, Xzibit was like the rent's due, man.
Yeah.
The rent's due.
No, but I mean but I was like, I come from the Wake Up Show alumni, me, Raz, Sophia, battle rap scene, hardcore underground. That was our genre. And you got to remember in the West Coast what was happening. It was like G-Funk had, turned into, in the Death Row era, and the Death Row era was finished. And Dre was trying something new. And he recruited us because at the time, Eminem was doing what he was doing. I was doing what I was doing. Corrupt, Nate, he just put us all together and created this thing. His artist that he had worked with on the Chronic and adding a new level to it when he brought us in, right? Hitman, all these guys that were on the record. And it just panned out to be something really dope. And I'm always going to speak of Dr. Dre in high regard. That's my brother. That's my friend. I confide in him, and we talk about personal things outside of music. For him to show up in 2025, since we've been rocking since 2001, 2000, even before that. I mean, it's a testament to our brotherhood, man. I love that, man. It's my guy.
Really liked Kingmaker when we first heard it. Love it now that we know what it means to you.
Yeah.
Can't thank you enough for your time. Can't thank you enough for being here. Sacramento going to turn out for you tonight.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
it's up tonight.
Yeah, you're gonna have yourself a night, man. Tonight,
Yeah.
Cesar Chavez Park. The concerts is free. Concerts in the park.
Yeah, come down, man. And I brought my team with me, man. We came to get down. We didn't come to I can't wait for you guys to feel the energy that I have. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I love this, and I love y'all, man. And it feels good to be back and be well received. That energy is going to transfer tonight, and I like the fact that the city is putting this together. Free concert. I'm all with it. We don't expect to come and see some lazy mess. You know what I'm saying? Where the guy's just up there, rapping over his vocals and having a crowd sing, go do all the work. Nah. Come enjoy this hip hop. This real.
Yes, sir. X to the Z.
Yes, indeed. Appreciate you, my brother.
Yeah,
Thank
love,
you so
man.
much.
Peace.
We'll be back with more Steeler with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That was that shit right there. Yo, for real. We've done this show 5 years. That's the best 45 minutes we've ever fucking had. Yeah, real talk. And that's you.
Like I said, you ain't got to sound the truth. That's real talk.
That's real talk, man.
That's where we at.
He was at the pulpit today, man. That boy, he was preaching.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Let's do it.
So they're gonna go in front of the. Oh, you guys are doing it? Yeah. All right. Sounds good, man.
Hey, that was really good stuff.
Thank
You were really back in some lines. I go voice over
Yeah.
You're like, hey, if you're failing, that just means you're trying.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you guys, man.
Man, appreciate you. We don't have the time tonight.
Yeah, I'm in here, Russ and Spencer. What's up, guys?
Body
Scooter will work, and
Cried
that's it.
twice.
Man, he bodied that. Boy.
Jesus.
That was such real talk. That was such real talk, boy.
Oh, look at Tony doing the sign off.
Yeah, man.
Oh man, I wish we could. Oh, Tony.
See, Xzibit got you guys in your feels. I was going to talk about how there's been like 30 different send-offs for this show. We caught them all the game. Nothing gets past us. Dan text me, hey, it's fine, man.
Yeah. I told him, I was like, hey, don't worry about it.
Oh,
And Jesse was like, I got him.
Yeah, I was like, you want me to just leave it or?
I don't know how the fuck we edit that. I'm see if I can flag down Complex when he walks by.
Anthony Gonzalez guy or whatever. The one, the guys you guys interview normally have to meet Gonzalez.
we
for
have-
Fridays, you guys-
Oh, Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie. I said Anthony. Eddie. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
yeah.
I'm about to jet, but I'm gonna send you this via phone. Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna send it to you today.
you want to do
Yeah.
it both within the 4 o'clock hour? Okay. I mean, I'm at the first block.
That's a good idea, Steve. You know how much money I've saved this station because I've caught these cuss words?
Okay.
Just keep the ledger. Keep taking.
Yeah.
And we get the concerts in the park plug in there.
Yeah, always.
Okay, yeah. Then that's what we'll do. Yeah. Yeah. Do what you did is fine. Are they both about 5 minutes? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Okay. All right. That'll work. Thank you. No. What I was trying to figure out, I didn't know it was going to be that good. So we were going to do one segment. We're going to air 2. So we've got it. We're good. We're set. Yeah, we're set. Man, that was incredible.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible.
Wow. So many gyms, so many bars and for life.
Man,
You know
that
what I'm
was
saying, in that conversation. Wow.
that was absolutely, I don't know, man. That's one of the best conversations we've ever had on this show.
Yeah, straight up.
And that was
Straight
all
up.
him. That didn't have nothing to do
Nah,
with.
he-
With all due respect to you, that didn't have nothing to do with us.
I agree.
That was him.
I agree. Yeah, he was.
That
he was
was him.
sensational. It was amazing, man.
Almost cried twice. Boy, it was cooking. Then we look up and Around the Horn is ending.
Oh,
Again.
Tony, stat boy. Damn.
Yeah. All
Again.
right. Well, Jesse was like, how many times is this show going to end?
Yeah.
I think it's
It's
officially
over
over.
now.
It's like, I mean, I was introduced to a lot of people through Around the
Mhm.
Horn. To
Mhm.
Jamil Hill, Woody Page,
Yep.
Plasky,
Bomani was on there the other day.
Bomani Jones. Yeah.
Mariotti. I didn't like him.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
nobody
Pla-
did.
you said Plasky.
Yeah.
Um,
Bob Ryan.
what's my man's name? Blackstone.
Yeah, the professor.
Mhm.
The other professor.
Yeah, that's sad to see that go, man. That's sad to see that go.
Yeah, I mean, things got to end at some time. Like I think Mina Kimes started there, and look where she's at. You know what I mean? Like it introduced a lot of sports writers to sports media, like
Mhm.
the camera facing version of sports
Yeah.
media.
Yeah, it's interesting. I remember the weekend Twitter was about to die. Like Twitter was going away.
Yeah, I wish it would.
And some people talked about Twitter being that, and they're right. Like there's a lot of people that we've been introduced to
hmm
through Twitter that we wouldn't have
Yeah.
if it wasn't there. Like whether it's an established writer or content
Josiah,
creator.
yeah,
like,
like yeah.
there's a lot of people that have started careers, legitimate careers, by being on Twitter, man. And I was like, damn, I didn't think about it that way. But that happened. Same thing with Around the Horn. Like we got introduced with so many people through that platform.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that 2:00 hour with Around the Horn into Tony and Mike. It's iconic, man.
yeah.
It's iconic.
It's the way we consume, and some of it is because of Twitter, but the way we consume information, sports information, and talk about it nowadays, it's tough for shows like Around the Horn
Sure.
and PTI, because I mean, maybe it still kind of works out here, but on the East Coast, it's 5:30.
Yeah.
We didn't definitely moved on from the previous day, and we're worried about
But it's
tonight.
always worked though. I mean, it's been like that for what, at least 10 years.
Yeah. I mean, it still works.
I mean,
for
it's
me.
different.
Yeah,
it's different. Like I know these guys, Tony and Mike, they recorded this show, and it would be recorded kind of like the live to tape thing, like we do with Jake. But it would be, maybe an hour and a half early. If something happens, they're in studio. Yeah, they're in studio and doing it live.
I was trying to think of,
or not in studio. You know what I mean? They're wherever they do the show
Right.
from, but they're
They
doing
used
it
to
live. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of, because one of my thoughts was one of the reasons why these shows worked is because we weren't inundated with sports talk. It didn't feel like we were inundated with sports talk all day long.
Yeah.
When they started.
Yeah.
You might get your cold pizza, your original first take.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, it
Oh,
wasn't
pizza. That's a deep cut right there.
It wasn't nothing. And maybe I'm wrong, but it felt like there was nothing until these guys. And was there anything like when first take went off at 9 or 10? What the hell would come on?
Yeah, I have no idea.
And that's kind of why I was like, okay, well, now we get to hear what somebody has to say about the game we saw before. Nowadays, we didn't already heard 12 hours of that before we get to these guys. We're kind of, I love them, but we're kind of done with what we've been talking about at that point by the time they come on. So
yeah, man. Yeah. Man, this is the Divas match. This is the this the Divas match.
Are you guys
right
all
here.
right?
No. Because we had Xzibit, and then we got Eddie in a few minutes. So this is the popcorn match right here.
Who is it? Go ahead. Who is it? What's the match?
It's Nikki Bella versus.
Oh, no, Nikki wouldn't go right here, would she? Because she's Nikki Bella.
What does that mean?
Nikki's.
I mean,
it means it's the match you go get popcorn. It's Nikki
People
Bella
wanna
versus Michelle McCool.
Hey, that's a legend according to the last 3 years somehow.
Well, yeah, according to Undertaker's documentary.
Yeah, however the hell that happened.
I don't know.
I mean, you're not wrong. I just thought Nikki might be a little above that, a little bit, maybe not.
Natalia versus, I don't know.
No, Cesaro versus KO.
Wow.
Half of that was right. Cesaro versus Ricochet.
Got your,
Cesaro versus Cope.
Oh no.
Cope.
No.
It didn't register for a second. That's funny.
Cesaro versus Miro, I think they called him.
Just calling that man Cope is freaking hilarious.
Maybe with
my
Natalia
goodness.
versus Carmella. That's it right there. Natty.
There it is. That's
Natty's the one.
That's the one.
We got 3.5 more minutes before we can send it to commercial, though, boys.
No, Jesse's emotionless ass. Like, oh, look, what are you guys being little bitches for? It was just an interview.
Go be the bitch. Come on.
Teach a man how to squabble. I swear to God, I hope you sob at your wedding.
I'll cry at my wedding, yeah. I think you guys are gonna like really learn who I am, like when I'm around like family and my wedding and stuff. I'm not like as cold
I
hearted.
felt like I learned who you were the other day.
Yeah. I was telling Chris, like, shout out Dame, just let me vent too, because I was really going in.
Jesse hit him with the no, you don't know nothing about, don't talk.
No,
about
pretty much. Pretty much. He's like, yeah, no, that's fine, but let me tell you why that ain't gonna work for me. Okay.
Oh, I also got a little
Kelly versus Stacy Keebler. That's another good one.
Yikes. I got a little sad news. Just a little sad news. Sac State lost today.
Oh, it's already over?
Yeah. And they got no hit.
Oh, goddamn.
Damn, that happened fast.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they got no hit. Now they're not out
a
of the tournament.
45-minute game?
It started at 11.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
When
more
you
so
show
life comes at you fast.
yeah, I guess
And
so.
We're talking
When
about
I-
automatic bids and
When I showed it, they were in the 5th inning. But it's double elimination,
all right, we're good.
so they're not finished. I
Only
think
that
they
matters is the result.
might play tonight. I think they play tonight. And the loser, I think, had to play a doubleheader today. So come on, guys. You know what to do. You know what to do. First of all, get a hit. Let's start there. And then
Well.
and then we're gonna take it from there. They lost, they scored a run though. No hit and scored a run. That
Walk me
bases
through
loaded
it?
walk. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Well,
think
you
they
didn't
lost,
say it
like-
was a perfect game.
Oh.
You said it was a no-hitter.
I think they lost 5-1 or something like that.
Okay.
Utah Valley. I always hated Utah
man.
Valley.
I almost saw Chris Schilling.
Oh, who doesn't hate Utah Valley? Just America's nemesis, Utah Valley.
Utah Valley, the Bearcats.
America's nemesis.
Wait, is that a shoot or are you being funny?
No, I'm just being funny.
You might not
I
be that
wouldn't have
far off.
known.
Yeah, I know.
How would I know?
You might not be that far off. I'll find out. I'll tell you when we come back from break.
Well, what do you want to do for the next 60 seconds then?
Well,
Eddie
Xzibit
Gonzalez.
really messed it up.
Well, Kenny ended the segment.
This is Randy Orton versus Triple H following Undertaker versus Shawn.
Schoolboy roll up
Hold
for
on.
the pin.
Is this the greatest match of all time? Ain't that what that was? Oh no, that was
Orton
Randy Orton and
and
Edge.
Orton and
Or
Cope.
Stupid ass name.
If you ever refer to that dude as Cope, it's immediately going to be funny. Eddie Gonzalez joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Xzibit
Shout
might
out
be the
Leezy. I
first
think he
person to
had
throw you guys off your game.
Shout out to Dame. He was quicker than me. I gotta use the bathroom. It was quicker than me.
We got time.
Nah, that's all good. I don't think this is going to be one of those situations. We're good. I hate to be this way, but I've gotten to the part of this burrito that I just can't rock with. I took a bite. And I was like, it tastes a little different. And I look.
Oh, it's got avocado.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, forgive me. If I'm dead wrong, I'm just asking a question. Avocado is vegetable, right?
Fruit, I believe.
So I'm not. That's what made me think because my tongue started to itch, and I think I'm allergic to fruit. And that's what made me think. I was like, oh man, what did I just eat? But well.
Bro, it's not like Casey and D though. Like I listen to music. If it sounds cool, I'll turn it up. Pretty much.
Goes off vibes.
Pretty much, yeah.
No, Aldrin, this is a shoot, and I love fruit. No, like not all fruit, but I love strawberries. I love pineapples. I love oranges. I love a lot of fruit, but I can't take more than 4 or 5 bites of something max without my tongue starting to itch. And that is
Oranges are pretty hit and miss.
Yeah, I'm pretty good with it. I'm usually pretty good with it. It's all good. Pineapples. I love pineapples. I'm just gonna die for pineapples. I'm gonna die because I don't care if my tongue is itching. I'm gonna keep eating these pineapples. I love me some pineapple.
Utah Valley's the Wolverines, by the way, according to Charlie. That's pretty close by me, by the way. That's
a
same
good
family.
call. That's a good call. That's a good call. Eddie.
What's good with you?
Good, man. What's good? We on a commercial still right now.
I was X to the Z.
Oh man, he took us to church.
Yeah.
He was a lot. I thought he'd be fine, like because I've seen interviews with him, but he was like giving life lessons.
Really?
Yeah. When we're done, you should go check it out. Like
I gotta check it out.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yo, he's
great.
lived a life too.
Yeah, straight up. But yeah, it was
He's
it
lived
was
a hell of a life. He got some shit going on too, I believe, like or did recently. So yeah, I heard the album cool though. I don't know if you
It
played it.
is. It is. Yeah, I listened to it. It's good. I mean, I didn't know what to expect going into it. You know, OG getting back into the booth, but he did a really good job.
I keep telling myself I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play Snoop. I haven't played either yet, but
I haven't listened to Snoop yet.
I heard a
either.
little of Snoop. It's
Snoop.
I guess.
You know?
Yeah.
Modern Snoop.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
I feel like it's trash, but it's not anything I'm going to listen to again.
Yeah, I'm not. I want to hear it just to hear it, but I'm already knowing like I'm only gonna get so much out of it. Yeah.
Oh man, I think I might be allergic to avocados. You know, after a long spell of this not happening, I had Chipotle about a week ago, and it happened again.
What?
Chipotle tries to kill him every time he
You
eats
got
it.
the bubble guts from that?
No, I get a grain of rice stuck in my throat every time, only from Chipotle, only. And I'm like, yo, what's going on here? What are they doing? My wife
That
actually
rice
made
good, too.
Chipotle bowls at the crib, didn't have this issue. So
That rice good too.
It's bomb.
Man, it's fire.
Just like pineapples, I'm willing to die.
Yeah,
Whatever.
We're coming back, Eddie. Hang on. All right, we back up here. Our man Eddie Gonzalez, kind enough to move his 2:15 time slot here to 2:45 because we couldn't let Friday go without talking to our brother.
Real quick, I want to ask him, do you live on Darrell White right way? Or is it PJ Tucker Lane? Where do you live? I heard they changing the names out there.
Hey man, I ain't seen none of that over there. I'm over here on Tyrese Halliburton Plaza right now.
Hey, one of my favorite clips from the game was Eddie's over on playback. He posted that joint on social media. I was like, oh, I'm watching this. I need to see Eddie's reaction to this shot.
Yo, I've been saying for a minute now, I had to tip my hat and call the Yankees my daddy. Like he's just a dude. I got nothing left to say. He's just a dude now. My thing about the Pacers, I don't know if we get into this or not, but you don't have them 3 comebacks and not go to the finals at least, and not have like a real, like, you know, this is DVD championship DVD stuff. So they got some good mojo going over there. But again, I'm not messing with PJ Tucker way. You got it over there.
I do feel like a team of destiny. You know, these moments that they've had in this postseason,
but they're also good.
They're
really good. Yeah, don't
really
get it twisted. That's a good team.
They're a really good team, and Tyrese deservingly so gets the credit for the moment and everything that he was able to do. Aaron Nesmith, this dude, man, I would love to have an Aaron Nesmith on the Sacramento Kings. He can shoot the rock. He is tougher than a $2 steak, and he does everything on the basketball court tough. He defends tough. He attacks the basket tough. Even when he shoots his threes, there's a level of force to it. It feels like it was great to see him have that. Well, not great for me because I wanted the Knicks to win, but just as a basketball fan, it was great to see him have that moment because he's one of those guys. He was supposed to be a high draft pick, came out of Vanderbilt, averaging 20 plus, and he had to answer some questions about himself and reform the way he approached basketball to stay in the league. And he did that. And salute to him for that. I love seeing that.
Hey, we talked about this at the lottery, right? Like there's different ways to skin a cat in this league. And the Pacers went and found him, and not even found him. People knew who he was on their Celtics bench. And like you said, he's on a championship team, can't scratch the rotation, has to kind of reevaluate himself and find his place in the league. And even last year, he was in and out the Pacers rotation. Rick Carlisle don't play. You know what I mean? You either gonna bring it or you not. And then they go get his replacement, essentially, Pascal Siakam. But it's great talent evaluation. It's great understanding of that archetype, what he can bring to your team. He's a great defender. And then he's hit the most threes in the fourth quarter in the history of NBA playoff basketball. And he did it in about 4 minutes. It looked crazy out there. I said on stream, if you did this to me on 2K, I would have turned the game off. Even when I was winning by 2, I would have unplugged the controller. Because what? And that's not a slight to him as a great shooter, but like, yo, that doesn't happen like that. And it's a resilient bunch, man, a talented bunch. And even Nembhard, he goes and scores 7 in overtime. Again, we all watched the Halley shot. Nembhard is the one cooking in overtime, and he scored 7, and the Knicks scored 10. You got 4 big points from Obi Toppin, including a huge dunk that essentially iced the game. And that's another dude they found on their bench and just found a way to get him to play. Again, different ways to make yourselves into a championship roster. This is not a team that won the lottery. This is not a team who even drafted their best player. So it's like all this talk about the bad teams, they have to win the lottery to get better. No, they don't. They just have to be better at what they do, and the Pacers are really good at what they do.
Are you there has been a lot of talk about emotional stability and emotional recovery from a loss like that. Are you buying into that? Is that a little overblown, or you think this is really something the Knicks got to contend with?
Kenny might not like this, but this team hasn't really been tested this year. Like this team, the Knicks have not really been through too much adversity this year. And even when it was getting a little dicey and Jason Tatum had fire come out of his ears and then they were giving him hell in the Garden, and it was like, all right, if they go 2-2, it's a wrap. He tore his Achilles, and then they finished that game off as well, but it was a different situation. So I am a little worried about it. I think Jalen Brunson, look, he had a great game. 40 points. He was there all night. This is a team that relies on their defense on the perimeter with their wings, and then they rely on Jalen Brunson on offense. So I'm a little worried about the emotion of that. That's, again, once in a lifetime type loss. Like all the odds say it was one of the craziest losses of all time.
99.
They know what their bread and butter is.
I think it was a 99.3% win probability.
One out of 682 teams have had this lead and did it, and now we have the one. But that's also one of those things you can say, yo, like that's never happening again. We were up 14 in the fourth, and our guy had 5 fouls. It's fine. But I expect the Pacers to be better. I expect the Knicks to be better. I think this is going to be, the de facto finals. Not because they're going to win, but this is the best series we're getting in this playoffs.
I'm with you on that. We'll touch on that in a second because I think I smell what you're cooking. But Karl Anthony Towns, is he a top 5 funny player in the league? Like ironically funny, he cracks me up.
It's like the voices, the sassiness, not derogatory, just like I don't know what else to call it. Just everything. His girl's kicking it with Suni Lee, like he's yelling at the crowd, like he's a hilarious dude. That picture when JT is making a layup and he's just in the back like this, and it's like it's a given layup, like yo, like it is like unintentional. How do you control that? What is going on? Hilariously entertaining player. I'm for it. Like I'm just like, hey, we probably could all get caught. If the camera was on me and you, KC, all day, every day, they'd catch us. You know what I mean? We'd be a meme too. So I like him. I think he's talented. I think he cares. Like this is the stuff that matters to me. Everybody laughed at him when they won their first play-in game and all this other stuff. He cares. He's a dude that cares. He's been through a ton. Like I gotta let that man just live and have his fun how best he can at this point.
I love it. He got molded by going out to Rucker Park and Washington Heights,
man.
I mean, and now Chalet, we had to go back.
Jersey hoopers, they're not exactly welcomed when they go out there, though. Like, it's not a lot of love when Jersey come across the tunnel, man. Unless you, Kyrie,
did you get your New York accent yet?
You make the Gauchos stop pressing. The only player in the history of basketball in New York to make the Gauchos stop pressing. Nah, they're looking at Jersey a little crazy.
Did you get your New York accent yet? Cat got his. Ebro got his. Have you been there long enough to get your New York?
Oh, that's a good question.
Depends on the company I keep, man. I started saying mad out of nowhere. I don't say brick yet, but I know what they mean when they say brick. Like I'm kind of picking up the lingo. It's been a while, but
you're giving up hell.
They tell me I got an accent and they talk regular, but I'm like, do you hear yourselves?
Eddie gonna be Ebro part 2.
Eddie gonna be
look, man.
Good look,
this
I got the
wasn't even on purpose. This just I need a cut and I threw one on, but like I'm out here.
Like I got the fitted Yankee. I'm headed over to Rucker Park. I'm going to Rucker Park.
You know what I love that they do? And this is not for nothing. I just remember this because of the Remy Ma video. She's going around the crib and she's showing all the stuff. But New Yorkers call every pair of shoes sneakers. Sneakers, 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 sneakers. Yo, I have some shoes. Nah, sneakers. And she did it in that video, and I was crying laughing.
This is New York's finest right here, Eddie Gonzalez.
What borough?
I remember I met Eddie. Eddie was gonna write an article on me when I was across the street.
Yeah,
those hoes said no.
Drama.
Yeah, they said no. I didn't even get to link. I was gonna have a piece
surprised.
written by the great Eddie Gonzalez,
Hey,
and
let
they
me
were
tell
like,
you how big
nah.
time this dude was. I get a call from a New York number that I don't know, and I'm like, let me answer this. I'm not gonna say who. I'm not gonna say what company, what. But it was just like, hey, don't do that. I was like, oh, all right.
That's a shoot.
That don't even make no damn sense.
It was after I called a particular individual a moron.
Well,
They was a little sensitive to that. They straight up called. They wouldn't let me talk to Eddie.
That's
They're
You
like,
called a
"Nah,
moron a moron. To be honest.
Oh man. Okay, so we got two great basketball teams in the Eastern Conference. Like that's how I feel. I feel like this conference is a fight. I think a lot of games are going to look like game one. Maybe not quite as dramatic as game one was,
different outcome.
but I think they're going to be close.
We might
Do
get
you have a
few.
pick? Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Do you have a pick? Do you have a pick in this conference finals? Like, do you have a team?
I picked the Pacers coming in. I thought the Pacers would get it in 6. And for some of the stuff that we saw in the comeback, the pace, no pun intended, that they play with is exhausting. It wears teams down. They have so much firepower that when they're clicking, and again, maybe not 6 straight threes clicking, but clicking, they're tough to deal with. I think they're underrated defensively. Can't even say underrated because in the conference finals right now. But what Nembhard does for them, what Neesmith does for them, and Miles Turner in the middle, and even Siakam when they want to go to this small lineup and just be a bunch of 6'8" dudes in Halliburton. I really like what they do. I also think the Knicks, they're just a little more limited with their firepower. If you're counting on big games from KO, a big game from OG, how many of those are we going to get in this series? So I picked them, but I do think it's going to be a really close series. Now I'll tell you this though, if they win tonight, we got to look. We can empty out some garden dates for some concerts in June. I know Lil Wayne's coming. I know a couple of the other people are going to be in town, so I think we'll be safe if they win tonight. And that's the thing about that Pacers team. They won a Game 7 on this court last year. They are not worried about Fat Joe and Timothy Chalamet and Bad Bunny and all these people sitting courtside. You could bring Larry David if you want. Tyrese Halliburton don't care about none of that. So all the little home court and the Garden ain't seen a game this big and this long. They don't matter to them. They've done it. They've been there. They've rolled the dice. They've done the choke sign. They've done it all, and they're not worried about them at all.
See, Eddie gonna make me go there. Well, Halliburton, you doing that choke signal? Do that on the train. Do that on the train.
What's he gonna do that on the train for?
See what happens. Do that on the train, Tyrese.
Why would you do that on the train?
I don't tempt him, man. At this point, he's like, he got it from me.
Did you know he had this in him?
It's funny because he had a huge Game 7 last year. He had a huge Game 7. They made dang, and they had the toughest games against the Celtics out of anybody last year until he got hurt. And it was like, now this is different. Multiple game winners in one playoff run. But I'll say what won me over, when you cross over Giannis, and Giannis is like love, hate Giannis, whatever, but Giannis is a guy. And you cross him over for a series and you send him home like that, I got to tip my hat and just say you a guy too, because that's what that takes in that moment. And it was no hesitation. I don't want to switch. I don't want nothing. This is the guy I wanted. Boom to the cup. And that's it. Let's move on. So he's earned it from me. I think he should have earned it from everybody. I seen the conversation. Is he a superstar? I don't really care. He's a guy that's going to win you some games in his back-to-back conference finals, and now he's up in this one. If he goes to the finals at 25, yeah, we got to start looking at where we ranking everybody in the NBA as it pertains to Tyrese Halliburton.
Also, what is a superstar at this point?
A dude like Austin Reeves has a signature sneaker. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we ranking these dudes by at this point? Bring back the days when the signature sneaker mattered in a way that it just simply doesn't anymore.
Oh, that's why I say I think Anthony Edwards is a superstar.
Oh, no doubt.
I think he's the no
He's
disrespect.
He's
to
the
these guys.
Lamborghini at the start of starting five.
Yeah.
Well-
no disrespect to these guys out here, but we might not see him that much longer, but he's the true superstar left.
Is he the Chrysler at the light with the Phantom right now, though? Is that what we seeing?
That's how you feel. He's got to play with 27. He's got to drag his carcass around.
Hey man, Shay's over there playing with Lou Dort and Caruso. It's not like he's playing with like firepower over there either.
None of them
I'm not a Shay fan, but I'm just watching the performances between the two guys and saying, "Oh, you're outgunned." Like you're. There are levels at hand here, and I love Ant. Somebody asked me yesterday, "Is he overrated?" I'm like, overrated by who though? Like, do we have him top 10? Because we could run off 10 guys and say he's not better than those guys. So is he overrated if you have him 12? He's probably properly rated. He's great. He's fun. He steps up, but he's had a couple up and down games in this playoffs already. I've watched his team win a game 7 where he played horribly. I watched his team win a elimination game a series ago when he didn't play all that great. So, he's just now learning how to play make. He's got it. He's got tough sledding out there. But we watch other guys have big games against this team for the Nuggets. So, like, again, if you're saying he's top 10, maybe he is a little overrated. But I could run 10 names off at you right now, and you'd be like, oh, they're probably all just clearly better. Shea, Jokic, Giannis, Tatum, on and on and on. You got the 3 old heads. You got Victor Wembanyama. You got all these dudes. You're like, yeah, they're probably better than Anthony Edwards. And so I don't think he's overrated. I think he's just running into a tougher horse right now.
Did Ant duck the media last night?
I
don't think Ant spoke last night. I think he ducked.
Once the game got to 27, I moved on with my life.
You're having a tough conference finals. Your favorite teams are getting their ass kicked.
Well, the Timberwolves are my favorite team. They're not on that
I'm
list.
not sure the way that you be acting.
They're not on that list. But
you love everyone except the Kings. Man, this guy.
What's this guy talking about?
Favorite teams, plural.
No.
Yeah, the Knicks and the Timberwolves.
I am a Kings fan. First and foremost, that's always going to be. I'm a Knicks supporter. There is a difference.
Okay.
You won't admit it.
Do you do that in the NFL too?
I do, not to this degree. I like Lamar in Baltimore.
Oh, we all got a root for Lamar. Like, come on.
I got.
Like, how could I not? What you mean?
Well, hey, just speaking the truth over there. It's in the contract. That's what we do.
We finally got a black quarterback in Las Vegas, and she's slow as hell, but
we rooting.
Lamar out here. Lamar out here killing people on TV shows.
Well, he is. He is. Yeah, he ain't here for it.
That's my quarterback.
Hey, I don't think the Timberwolves are very good, man. Like, I really don't. Like, I wasn't into them all year, and I'm not buying them now.
We got a lot of fool's gold in the first 2 rounds. They had a great matchup with the Lakers, and it just lined up for them. They're a really athletic team, but it's one of them teams, if they can't shoot, then what are they? Losing a game to the Warriors with no Steph just simply off being bricks should have been the clear sign to us. And then they play 4 more tough games with them for basically about 3 quarters every time. Eventually, they outgunned them, and it is what it was. But, yeah, we got some fool's gold on the way to this. I love Anthony Edwards, and I think he's incredible despite what I just said. And I think he's had great performances and shown he's going to be one of these guys in this league. He's only 23 years old. But you're asking Jaden McDaniels to hit a ton of shots. You're asking Noah to hit a ton of shots. I think you're watching Naz Reid kind of revert to below what he is, but this is what you're expecting in high-pressure situations. Rudy Gobert's been fine on defense, but he's an absolute zero on offense, which is just unplayable at this point against these lineups. And you have no shot creation on that team outside of Ant and Mike Conley, who might be retiring in a couple of days here. So I'm with you. Like, I don't know what that team is, why we all got souped up in it. And one of the dudes I'm looking at too, Dante DiVincenzo. Game 1, he shot 3 of 16. I think he was like 1 of 12 from 3. First of all, why is he taking 16 shots? Second off, and this was like a hot name, not only at the deadline, but also last offseason. What is Dante DiVincenzo good at? He's not out there guarding anybody. He doesn't drive to the rim, and he's not hitting jumpers. Like, that's the level of roster we're looking at. Mind you, when you look on the other side of the court and you see what them dudes are doing, and it's like, oh, yeah, this is just a different level of team that we're looking at.
I'm like Rick Brunson over there.
Rick Brunson.
What did he know?
You here?
Because he saw something.
Eddie, you've been around the league. You've been to different places. And even if you haven't, you've talked to people who have. Is Oklahoma City boring? Not the city itself, but going to those games. We know they're loud. There's a difference between loud and electric. They look like they're just loud when somebody scores. That's about it.
It is boring. And I hate to say it. And I'm not even going to get into the foul baiting of it all and all of that. But, you know, when the Warriors used to go on a 20-0 run, it was big shots. It was all this stuff. When the Thunder go on a 20-0 run, it's a really fast physical defense. And as much as I love defense in the NBA, a real handsy, fast team that then also flops a ton on the other side, that's not all that fun to watch. It's not all that fun to watch one dude dribble a bunch and then kind of wiggle around and sneak layups here and there. And it's just not, we don't have that level of explosion that you get from some of these other teams. Even the Pacers, when they're going, it's high octane offense. When the Knicks are going, and look, they got a grifter over there too. But when they're going, it's a little dude doing a bunch of crazy stuff, hitting tough shots, finishing around the rim, doing all this. When the Thunder are going, it's just like random guys hitting corner threes and one guy handling the ball a lot. And this is on the most basic level. If we're at the park, we're watching these guys or whatever. But they are a little boring. But they might bore their way to a title. So I don't think they care. I don't think Oklahoma City cares. But it's definitely not the most fun team to watch that I've ever seen.
You said a couple minutes ago you're not a big fan of Shea. Do you have a player comp for Shea? Is there someone he reminds you of?
I seen this video. I've been saying this for a little bit as of late. And if you remove one element from his game, there's a little Kobe in there. There's a little younger Kobe in there with the footwork, with the kind of smooth handle, with the mid-range jump shots, with the attacks of the paint. There's a little bit of that. There's a little bit like tall Iverson, if you want to do that, because he handles so smooth. And I've never seen anybody use the tween dribble quite like he does to attack. He's a very unique player. But again, you had that element where it's frustrating to watch him sometimes. It just is. And it's not the amount of free throws.
That's where the James Harden part comes from.
Yeah, it's not the amount of free throws. People can use the amount of free throws. No, it's the way he goes about getting them. He's not dunking on dudes and getting thrown on the floor. He's not, you know, guys are jumping on him and he's nothing he can do. No, he's seeing your hand and he's diving at your hand and he's grabbing your arm and he's jumping under you as you jump over him. Like, it's stuff like that. And they say, oh, it's a skill. And that's why I tweeted that. Like, I'll admit it's a skill if you admit this is the worst version of basketball possible. And people didn't like that. But I stand on it. If three of us were at the gym and we playing threes with somebody else, and Dame, you pump fake and then you slide jumped into somebody, they probably kick us out the gym. They're gonna look at me and say, "Who is that? Your man? Like, what's up?" So I just don't like watching that. I don't care who it is. People are like, well, Kobe did it. I hate it when Kobe did it. I don't like play basketball. If you can't do it in the gym with the homies, I don't really want to see it on the NBA court.
When my boy Brunson took Neesmith's arm and made Neesmith hit him in the face, I said, wait a minute. All right, settle down.
It's crazy because he wasn't really doing that much in the Celtics series, and it was crazy. He was fun to watch. He got a little bit of it off last night. He shot that three and then was trying to back up on him. I said, oh, man, this is – I know it's desperate times right now, but come on, brother. Make the shot. Like, what we doing?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Did you go to that Liberty game on Saturday to open the season?
I did. I'm happy you brought up the W before we got out of here because I was going to bring up the W. But I did. I had a good time. Man, the Liberty look like a team that might be.
They might not lose, dude.
They're looking like a team that's
real. They might not lose.
They have so much depth in a league that lacks depth, and they just fire on all cylinders. What I love about the Liberty, they move the ball. And it's like touch passes all around the court. We getting layups. We getting wide open threes. and they can play big, they can play small, they got shooters. Like that's a tough team. To watch what they did to the Aces, which made it a completely uncompetitive game. And then the Aces go with Connecticut the next night and run them off the court, and then run Chicago off the court. It's like, oh yeah, this is a problem. This is a problem right here.
Did you see your girl last night?
Well, not the best performance of her career.
Your girl was 0 of 8
man.
with 12 rebounds.
She missed 6 of those on one possession.
Look, and like as much as I want to say, look, John Cool Jones is John Cool Jones. Don't get it messed up. That's still a lot. That's still a lot. I don't want to pile on Angel, and I know like the W discourse a little sensitive. You can't always pile on everybody and stuff. But there has to be more to what she does on the court. There just has to be. Like she has a shot put shot, so it's not like she's gonna be pulling up off the dribble making jumpers. Like I watch her and I'm kind of curious, like where does the development go from here? She's gonna have to be a better finisher. Great motor, incredible rebounder. She's a good defender, but she's just gonna have to matter on offense. That team lacks guards right now. It's gonna be a long season in Chicago. Hopefully Haley Van Lith gets some run and they figure something out. But man, that team does not look good in any of the times I've seen them.
Yeah, Chicago is rough. Indiana, this is where Indiana is gonna be dangerous this year. Caitlin stunk last night.
Yeah,
it was like her first game in 3 years she didn't hit a 3, and they won.
Yeah, and there's always smoke on the court when she's around, but that's a dangerous team, and that's one of those teams when that offense is clicking, when Kelsey Mitchell's hitting her shots. Aaliyah Boston just continues to evolve and get better. They're just fun to watch. Like even obviously with Caitlin, but just kind of like that, watching that team starting to click. Maybe they're not contending with the Liberty this year, but they got something going on out there. It's gonna be a good year for them. An all-star game out there, like you got what the Pacers going on. Indy got something cooking, man. The home of basketball to a lot of people. So
look, and we just waiting in the weeds. You know what I'm saying? We're just waiting in the weeds. Everybody talk about everybody else.
Who's we?
You know who we is. Stop playing. Don't know.
We actually don't.
This Ace is over here.
I don't know, man. You jumping between so many goddamn teams. I don't know who wins.
I don't have 2 teams.
You got the Knicks, the Timberwolves, the
Timberwolves
Aces.
are not my team.
I beg to differ.
They're not my team.
You gonna get an
Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought he was gonna say the Valkyries. I thought he was gonna say the Stars. I didn't know where he was going, man. I didn't know where he was going.
It might be different.
I got beef with the Valkyries. You ain't never gonna hear me talking about the Valkyries. Aces for life, bro. It's Aces for life. That's a squad.
That is so wild. But all right.
You got a pair of them A1s?
I tried.
Oh, man.
Oh, you get him? Yeah, he got the pink ones that nobody could get. Yo, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't even want to talk about how I got them because I'm gonna get shamed for talking about it. I went to a Nike run. They gave us some pair. They gave us some gear. You know,
that's dope. That's dope.
You feel good?
Hey, you look good, boy.
I meant to tell you that. Hey, you even make a call? Like, what's up?
Hey, you look good.
I thought you was locked in. What's up?
we was talking about you the other day, man. You look good, boy. You shedding them pounds.
Oh, hey. I'm headed to the gym right after this. What you mean?
There you go.
Come on,
there
man.
You go. Get that work.
Everybody keep asking my trick. You got to starve and you're gonna have to work. That's what you're gonna
Yeah, you're gonna be cranky. Just know that if you're trying to lose weight, you're gonna be cranky as hell.
Look, Eddie headed to the gym.
I'm in the store staring at Reese's Pieces, just mad.
Eddie's gym is right on the corner of PJ Tucker Way and Duke McBride Lane
Boulevard. Hey, go get that workout in, boy. We appreciate you.
My brothers, good to talk. Good to talk.
Yep.
Hey, man, pick a W team. Pick one.
I got one. It's the Aces. What you mean? It's Aces for
pick
life.
one team, period.
Bro, it's teams Aces, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a Knicks supporter. That's it.
Well, you was about to cry the other day after that Tyrese shot went in.
First.
He did almost.
Let them know. Don't cut them no slack.
That's it. All right, boy. We appreciate you. Yes, sir. That's our man Eddie Gonzalez right there. We'll come back. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sorry, I gotta load the computer for KSFM because we gotta move lightning quick at 4:00.
What's up, Damien? How you doing?
Hold on. What doesn't sound good? Oh. Okay. Okay. Thank you. What's up, Will?
Hey, what'd I do wrong? I'm
You good?
How about yourself? Yeah.
Is there a chance you're talking through your computer microphone and not your microphone?
Definitely a chance.
Sounds a little open, but that could just be me, and I'm focusing on 50 other things.
How's that?
Yeah,
There you
that's
are.
better.
Yep, that's it.
You guys ever tried frozen grapes?
Oh yeah,
Fire? I've only
that's the
tried
move.
the regular way.
Mm-hmm.
I never have. Everyone talks about it.
That's a good move during the summer. That's a great
I've heard
move.
that.
We've had some really good batches of grapes this year where they're just like crunchy.
Wait, do you grow your own?
No, I
I was
wish.
about to say I need Will's life.
We did plant, we got 2 blueberry bushes that are starting to grow some blueberries, and I'm very excited about that. Thought about you with those.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love some blueberries.
Yeah. And we put in a peach tree, mini peach tree, and it's got like 6 or 8 peaches out there right now.
I guess I'm buying a bag of grapes tomorrow and throwing them in the freezer.
Do it.
Yep.
Do it. All right, got everything set up over here. I'm good. We good. You guys got anything going on this weekend, Will?
Yeah, we got Kennedy's birthday party tomorrow. Just doing a small get together with a few family and friends. So I'll do that tomorrow. Not sure about Sunday and Monday. Probably just hang out in the backyard. Spend a lot of time in the yard because she loves it out there.
Oh, that's terrific.
Yeah. How about yourself?
Nah, not much, man. We got concerts in the park tonight, and my goal tomorrow is I'm gonna do some stuff around the house, but my goal is to relax tomorrow. I'll cook on Sunday.
Nice.
Hopefully spend some time at the pool.
Next weekend will be the weekend at the pool.
Not for me.
Oh yeah, you're gonna miss it. Well, it'll be here when you get back.
Yeah.
You see triple digits next weekend?
Yeah.
Brutal.
Here we go, Will.
Yep.
The moment is definitely past, but Eddie jumped on with us right after we were talking about it. Matt George texted me and said, "Dude at the airport thinks Utah Valley is my alma mater." I thought that was terrific.
Go Wolverines.
Go Wolverines.
Oh, goodness.
Yes, indeed. As we welcome in our man, Will Z, here as we close out this Friday, as we close out this week, as we head into Memorial Day weekend. Will, thanks so much for being with us. You have been writing about the Sacramento Kings over at SI, ranking the Sacramento Kings trade values. First of all, what went into did you have a formula? Like, what went into these rankings for you as you put this together?
Yeah, just a loose formula, looking at contract, age, skill, and just general desirability around the league that I think a player might have. So like Levine obviously is more talented than
arguably one of the most talented players on the roster, but he's a little further down on the list just because of some of those other circumstances. But it was kind of fun. We have been doing, there's just so many trade ideas and trade proposals right now that I just had to do something different to write about. And yeah, so you want me to start at the bottom and work my way up of what I did?
Let's cook.
All right, so I'll start 10 players under contract. Just a quick refresher on who they are. This is in no particular order. We got Sabonis, Levine, DeRozan, Monk, Keegan, Valanciunas, Carter, Ellis, Terrence Davis, and Isaac Jones.
Those are the players that are under contract right now.
Under contract. Yeah, a few stipulations. You've got a few player team options, non-guarantees. For Keon is a team option. Terrence Davis is a non-guarantee, and Isaac Jones, I think, is a team option or non-guarantee, but essentially the same. So at the bottom, I put Isaac Jones. It was between him and Terrence Davis. They both are kind of in the same circumstances, money and contract-wise. For Jones, he has I think, $2 million contract for next year and can't be traded until June 22nd. And his club option has a deadline of June 29th. So you've got about a week's window where you could theoretically trade him to a team, and then that team can cut him. So if there's a team that wants to save $2 million, you can theoretically do that. Same situation with Terrence Davis, who I slotted at 9. Again, TD, I think, is a little more, 2.5 non-guaranteed contract. His timing is a little different. His contract, he can't be traded until July 9th, and his contract isn't guaranteed until January 10th of next year. So a longer window there kind of was the differentiator between that and his experience.
So we're going to do this a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Who's the most tradable? Who is the most valuable asset that the Sacramento Kings have? Then we're going to work our way through this, because I'm genuinely curious if you caught some heat for an article you wrote the other day. Like I can't wait to find out if you did. And I can't wait to find out.
I didn't. I know what you're talking about.
All right.
Okay. So
the most tradable asset for Sacramento was who?
Keegan. Like, still, I think, has the most potential, and is a wing, can play good offense, good defense, and is at $11 million for next year. Extremely tradable contract, under team control with the restricted free agency coming up or the extension, depending on the timing. But to me, I think it's still Keegan. It was close with number 2 and who I wrote about, but for me, it's still the combination of position, skill, contract puts him at the top.
That's not surprising to anyone, right?
To be honest, when you actually see it, like, yeah, it makes sense. I had never even thought about the idea of trading Keegan Murray, and not saying that that's what this is, but
yeah,
I had never even thought about it. And then
that's a nice change from the guy who's tried to move him for the last 2 years.
I want Keegan here, but it goes to Will's point. I think he's the guy that realistically can net you back the biggest return if you're trying to improve this roster. Yeah, man. And a lot of people are like, you don't move on from a Keegan Murray, when he's your best defender and all this other stuff. But what if you were able to get 2 6'8" defenders and guys that, one can score 10 points a game, the other 7, but they're playing defense. Now you've turned your 1 good defender into 2 good defenders. And that isn't that what everybody wants, right?
Well, my question would be, are you trying to be a defensive team?
Well, just having people that can defend. Conceding that.
Well, I don't
guys that aren't top flight defenders.
I just don't know necessarily if a 10-point per game guy and a 7-point per game guy is the same thing as having a 17-point per game guy.
Maybe offensively you can look at that any type of way.
Okay.
But defensively, you got 2 guys that can defend. If they're 2 guys, that's what I'd be trading for. 2, like almost damn near splitting Keegan Murray in half. And now you've got 2 guys that can defend on the perimeter and are versatile. And their combination gives you the points per game that you might be missing if you move on from Keegan.
It's an interesting way to look at it because it feels like everything we've talked about trading Keegan before is you trade Keegan for a singular star. You take Keegan and picks or Carter or whatever pieces you want, but Keegan's the main piece from the Kings, and you turn that into a star level player. So instead, you're taking it and splitting Keegan into more role players and good role players, ideally. Huh. Which is what we've seen work for teams in this year's playoffs. Like a number of players who can defend, who have the length and athleticism. Like that's kind of the makeup of a lot of these teams.
Like these guys, I don't know if you get guys that are this good. But just for argument's sake, if you were able to turn Keegan into Jaden McDaniels and Aaron Neesmith, I think that'd be really helpful for what you're trying to do.
I would think about that for sure.
Who's Keegan that absolutely makes the most sense, especially because of his age. It's like the, maybe not to the same degree, but it's the Tyrese trade motto thinking. A young player for that can go establish himself on another team. We're getting guys back who can do a variety of things that we need, or maybe one bigger swing, one bigger offensive punch or defensive punch or whatever. Number two, it's people have probably caught on. I thought you were going to catch heat for this article. I think you thought you were going to catch heat for your article. It sounds like you didn't, but who's number two?
Yeah, it's Malik. And for a variety of reasons, I think Monk is so unique with his skill set of both scoring and playmaking. He has the ability to start or come off the bench. I think he's proven that. Didn't go great as a starter, but I think he could slot into a lot of different teams as a starting two, or go back to a bench role. His contract is phenomenal. $18.8 million next year, $20.2 the year after that, $20.22 or so player option for the 2027-28 season. So you've got him locked up for 2 years. Maybe he picks up that option or maybe he declines it. But in terms of today's NBA contracts, like $18 million for Monk is a steal. I think we knew that when we signed him, and it's just become even more true. So super great contract to send out for a team wanting to get under the cap. And also for the Kings, this isn't really what the point of this article was about, but for the first article I wrote about trading Monk is looking at the trio of Keon, Levine, and Monk. And Damian, you and I talked about this when I was on last week. I think one of the three of them needs to go to just clear up space and to spread out the money on the roster. And I was honestly shocked at how many people were into the idea when I did. The first article was just about the idea, and then I threw out the idea of a swap for him and Jared Allen, and people were on board.
I think Kings fans are about into anything that'll make the team better. But I think you wrote another article, or maybe you just sent this to me, about the amount of money that's tied up in the guard position and the center position.
Yeah,
there's
it's like
no
127 million. Yeah,
127 is at the guard position
between the two. So the guard and the
two.
center.
Okay.
Yeah, which is just absurd. Like there's no way you can take that into next season and hope to compete. Unless you're running constant 3-guard lineups. It's just, and I have another, I don't know if you guys saw a Levine trade idea, but the odds of trading Levine, we'll get to that after if you have time. But yeah, to me, Monk, super tradable, super, I don't know, just a attractive target for other teams, I think.
I forget how low that 18 million actually is in like the NBA world. For like Malik is good. Like Malik is good. 18 mil is like, oh yeah, we do that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's probably easier to do now as a trade than it might have been. Signing sometimes can be more difficult. If you can shed salary off your roster in a trade, there'd probably be significantly more suitors for him this year than there was last year when he could sign wherever he wanted to.
Right. Yeah. Right. And you got a situation where you get him in the right situation, where you can maximize everything. that he brings to the table. And he's a guy that can, for certain teams, can take them to another level, whether it's a championship or they're a bottom feeder and they go to the playoffs or whatever. But he can help elevate your team. He absolutely can.
Any other names we should touch on? Actually, who is number 3 on the? Oh,
Yeah.
Huh.
This one was interesting. So for 3, I went Keon, and mainly a similar idea is his contract. Like Monk's a great contract. Keon is literally a steal at $2.3 million for next year. Like he is a starting caliber player making $2 million. Like that's unheard of. It's possible. A lot of options around Keon this season. James is really good about laying out all the details. They can opt out and re-sign him. If they opt out, he becomes a restricted free agent. But if they opt in, they could theoretically trade him. And to me, you're not trading Keon for another $2.3 million player. You're trading Keon with another salary and bringing in a proven star. And Keon is basically acting like a draft pick would in terms of like money and talent and the high value at a low cost that is just hard to find nowadays, especially in this CBA. So I don't think the Kings should trade him. To me, you do whatever you can to keep Keon. He's the exact type of player that fits Christie's system to a T, but there's the option. And if you want to go for a big swing for the fences type deal, you got to at least look at it.
I'll ask you the tough question here, Will. Let's take your top 3. You had to trade one and it got you back, not whatever player, but a player that you feel would help this team out. Which one of those 3 are you moving on from?
It's probably Monk.
Wow, Will Z hates Malik Monk. Man,
write it on a notepad.
Who knew? Put it on the note card as a good call, Will.
I think I'm more open to the idea of trading Keon than probably everyone else in Sacramento. But to me, that's knowing that if you do that, then you get back someone really good. But I don't think that's realistic. I think a Monk trade is more realistic, and I'd rather I want to see more of the duo of Levine and Keon, I think, than I'd want to see the duo of Levine and Monk.
Tough turn of events for Will Z. Hannah's in the chat saying divorce in all caps.
Well, I'm a little surprised Hannah knows what you're talking about, so I'm not surprised by her. I'm surprised that you guys think maybe I'm just being emotional about it, but
I can't imagine that.
I feel like people was kind of turning on Malik last year.
I don't think it's turning. I think it's assessing the situation. And that was Will's. It's not like Will wants to trade Keegan.
I'm not saying Will's turn on. I'm saying like the fact that you thought that people would be upset about him trading Malik.
Yeah,
felt like people was kind of people, I'm like, they turning on my boy. Hey, I'm still rocking with 0, man. Stop.
Will posted the article. I was like, I'm gonna go check the comments.
They were positive. I was shocked.
That's crazy how they do my boy.
I think they just want this team to be better, and they realize, man, he might be able to make the Kings better. I don't know. Do you think that combo of guards that Will just laid out, the Levine, Keon, Malik, all of that money, do you think that works?
I don't. Well, no, because I think they need a point guard. They're missing a point guard, but I think I would probably be more apt to moving Keon, even though I don't want to. I don't think we want to move any of these guys, but Malik.
No, because we haven't mentioned DeMar, who's the one who's obviously going to be traded this offseason.
Malik, his ceiling and what he can do in a game, in a potential playoff series, being an X factor, I'm not ready to move on from that one. Keon, while I think he provides a whole lot, what he provides, I don't know if we're going to see enough of. If we get a point guard in here, and you got Levine and you got how many minutes is Keon going to play? And I think you can use Keon and what he brings and what he can net you in return elsewhere on your roster, a wing or a 4 or something like that. And I'd keep Malik Monk.
You see what Steve Kerr said about Jonathan Kuminga?
No.
He's not a 38-minute per game guy on this roster. And that had heavy Keon Ellis as a situational
big time
guy or role player or whatever the line Mike Brown used was. It was just like, oh, all right, Steve. Okay, well, good for you because you're going to have teams calling you this offseason. Good for you and Mike
I wonder if
Dunleavy.
Steve feels how I feel about Kuminga. And it's kind of rough.
I think he does.
It's kind of rough because Kuminga's pretty young. And so
I think he absolutely. I think he feels exactly how you feel because you hate him.
Don't hate him. Don't hate him. I think
Jonathan Kuminga, Kendrick Lamar,
nobody,
and blueberries.
I love blueberries.
Do you?
Avocados.
Oh, that means you hate blueberries.
Avocados. Yeah, avocados.
Jonathan Kuminga is unbelievably talented. I don't know how impactful he is on a game.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I don't think you were fair in your assessment, though.
Yeah.
But the games that you use, that was accurate. But there's a footnote to those games.
Nah, got to tell those.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc. Wow, I feel like we've gone a couple of days without impression.
Well, season's been over for a while.
That wasn't the call. That's not what I was doing. Great stuff as always, Will. Glad you're not catching heat for some of these trade articles. Keep churning them out, man. We'll keep reading them. National media is Will Z right here. Thank you, my brother.
Thanks, Ash. Have a good one.
All right, my man Will Z. Will Z, president of the Get Malik Monk Out of Here fan club.
Man.
Dividing households.
I'm gonna chain myself to the Golden One Center.
I don't know what that's gonna do. Hey, what's this idiot doing after we traded Malik Monk? Somebody get his ass out of here. Oh, that's Kenny. Oh, he's fine. That's fine. Leave Kenny there.
Oh yeah, man. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that Malik Monk, man, he's certified verified in the city, man. I think a lot of people of people got upset with him specifically in his game last year.
I think people. I'm not trying to be fun. I think people were lashing out last year.
Well, still are.
Yeah, well, they are, and that's fine. People are frustrated. They want something to happen. They want to feel like it's a positive step moving forward. And it's like we talked about with Matt yesterday. No matter what the Kings do, half the people are going to love it and half the people are going to hate it. It's like an election. Like someone's going to lose, but half the people are going to be upset. Yeah. Or someone's going to win and half the people are going to be upset. No one can agree on where this team should go. This was trade assets that Will wrote about. Keegan is a commodity. I do not think they are trading him.
I don't think so either.
I think I go so far as to say, I think we're past that point where I wouldn't trade him now because it would be difficult for me. I don't know every particular, but I know enough. So you didn't want to move him for Pascal Siakam. You didn't want to move him for OG Anunoby. You were shutting down conversations that involve Keegan Murray. Okay. But you're willing to move him now with Levine, DeRozan, and Domas locked up to big money on your contract. I don't know that that's the move.
Should Scott Perry be beholden to what looks like the mistakes of the previous regime? Because I think we agree. It was a mistake not to trade him for those people. Not Keegan being a bad player, but we've seen what OG has done for the Knicks. We've seen what Pascal has done for Indiana.
Not knowing every single particular. Mm-hmm. Was that a hang up or the hang up?
I don't know. I'm assuming it. That's an assumption.
Let's say it's the assumption, the hang up. Yeah. It was a mistake.
So
it was a mistake.
So my point is Scott Perry probably shouldn't say, I can't trade this guy because we didn't trade him for.
No. I think the team's in a different position now. I don't think this has anything to do with Monty and Wes and Mike Brown or anybody. I think it has to do with the team is in a very different position. You could argue it made more sense to trade him then. I don't think it makes as much now. Unless, and maybe this is where it really does come into play, unless it falls more into your theory or your idea of acquiring, I think it was OG, like the Emmanuel Quickleys and the RJ Barrett. You're acquiring a couple of guys to come in and fill immediate needs for you. Maybe in that sense, it works.
Because I'm thinking the other thing that I think about as well is if I'm Scott Perry and I look at Keegan Murray, and there's a couple of different ways that we talked about this before, a couple of different ways that you can go with Keegan Murray right now. But let's just say I don't believe he's a $30 million a year player. Why not move him to Houston for, and I'm just throwing out names, Cam Whitmore and Dylan Brooks. Number one, those two guys, you put it this way. You sign Keegan Murray, you're locked in to that number for 4 more years. You trade him for a Whitmore and a Brooks. Now, Brooks might be on an expiring or something. Like now you're not locked in anything. If you're trying to clear your books and get assets and stuff like that, maybe you look at it whereas I don't want to sign anybody to a 3-4 year deal right now. Nobody on this roster needs that. And now I'm not stuck to having Keegan for another 4 years when I don't really believe that he is a $28 to $30 million a year player. Not saying that's right. I'm just laying out a different scenario. You can shorten your timeline of where your money's been, your money's going to by trading him for 2 guys in that sense.
I don't like anything you just said. But I think the most important thing that you said is the first part. What does Scott Perry see him as? Expendable, foundational. We have no clue. The previous front office clearly, I think collectively, saw him as foundational. What does Scott Perry think? What does B.J. Armstrong think? What does the rest of this front office think? What does Doug Christie think? That all matters in this equation. In fact, that matters more than anything else. That's the starting point. What do those guys? Hell, take Keegan Murray's name out and insert Keon Ellis's name. Take Keon Ellis's name out and insert Malik Monk's name. Do the same thing with DeMar and Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis. Like, there are some guys, Zach being one, and I don't know why no one talks about this, but Domantas Sabonis might be another, where it's not anything you can do about. There's nothing you could do about it. Like, hey, I don't really value Domantas Sabonis. Guess what, pal? The rest of the league doesn't either. And he's owed, I got Will's numbers right in front of me, $49.9 million in 2 years. Like, take the pulse of the league. You think teams are going to be knocking down the door to acquire a $49.9 million Domantas Sabonis? I don't think that they are. I think Domantas Sabonis is very good. I don't think the league sees him as a $49.9 million. What am I doing? It's a $50 million player. His value to Sacramento, this is not uncommon, by the way. His value to Sacramento was not that of his value to the rest of the league. And I don't know how, hey, I got clarity. I don't like it. Guess what? I owe you $130 million. Like Ric Flair said, learn to love it. Because you're a Sacramento King. You can go even further. I don't like you either, pal. But I can't trade you. Like everyone talks about, oh, Zach LaVine, so much money, so much money. Domantas Sabonis, so much money. And I don't know where he fits across the league. But
those things all matter. Those things matter more than anything else right now. What is Scott Perry and his front office's assessment of these players?
And check this aspect of it out too. If I'm Scott Perry and we listen to Matt George and the fans that call in and are in the chatty house on King's Twitter, they talk about this team, this franchise being hopeless, a roster being mid, all this other stuff. If that's how Scott Perry's looking at it, if I'm Scott Perry and that's how I look at it, I'm going to tell you right now, my goal and what we need to do is we need to find a way to clear these books a little bit. Like we got to start having assets. We can't have money tied up, somewhere. And you know what that means? No new contracts. If I'm trying to clear things out and this roster's looked at as mid and all this other stuff, why am I going to sign one of these players to 4 more years? And I like Keegan. I think he's worth it in certain situations. But if I'm looking at this situation with the Kings, and I was like, they don't even have a future. You want to sign this guy that people have said they don't have a future. I'm going to just sign him for 4 more years? Nobody's getting a contract. I'm stuck with Sabonis and Levine to a certain degree. Nobody right now is getting new contracts.
What's the harm in letting Keegan hit restricted free agency? We can keep injuries and whatever extreme circumstances out of it.
Ill will, maybe.
Tough luck.
But this thing, he just you don't get to request
I'm
a
not
trade.
talking about with Keegan. I'm talking about with his representatives.
True.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how common that is. I don't feel like it happens a lot. I don't feel like it ever happens with 4th overall picks.
Well, are we seeing it right now? Up I-80. That's Kuminga, right?
Yeah, but is there any question that Kuminga has a market?
Maybe not the market he thinks he has.
Okay. I think that's wrong. Well, I don't know. I take that back. I don't know what Kuminga thinks. I have no idea. I think Kuminga has a market. I think Keegan would too, to be honest.
You think they both got a $30 million a year market?
I think one might.
You think Kuminga got a $30 million a year market? Yeah. $30 million a year.
Yeah.
That's I can see somebody.
What's a max extension? 120?
Yeah, I think
a max. That's the max rookies.
I think you would be
feels low, but
that would be you'd be looking at Kuminga and betting on his future, betting that he'll get somewhere that I don't know he's shown you he can get yet, but you're bet on that. You know what I mean? It's like this is another extreme case, but Cade, that's a good bet if you're even betting. I don't even think that's a bet. Like you give him the max because he's shown you he's gonna get there. Kuminga, I don't know. Keegan, I don't know. I'm a bet on their future though, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm a bet that they're gonna reach heights that will justify this $30 million a year. Hell, that's what the Rockets did with Jalen Green. I don't know if Jalen Green's a $30 million a year player.
Yeah, but don't you at that age, that this particular deal, the rookie extension, aren't you willing to roll the dice on that?
Sure.
I feel like in these,
yeah.
I feel like there's multiple situations in this. 2 of them result in the player getting paid. We know you're getting paid. We think you're getting paid. We know you're gone. Marvin Bagley, for example, we knew. They knew. He knew. Everyone knew. He was gone. Jalen Green, we think. Pretty sure. Not sure. Don't want to be wrong.
Right.
Pay him.
Right.
Because again,
figure it out later.
Well, it starts to
if it doesn't work.
We're talking basketball money here. How much really is $30 million in the grand scheme of this? You know, you got guys making 60. Yeah, we could if you've managed your roster correctly, and maybe that's where some of this comes from. If you've managed your roster correctly, $30 million isn't going to kill us.
And that's where maybe the situation with the Warriors and Kuminga comes into play. Whereas, as Kyle likes to say a lot, in a vacuum, yeah, we'd give Kuminga $30 million. But when we're paying Draymond 25, paying Butler 60, playing Steph probably 70 soon, we can't just be giving you $30 million.
Yeah.
And that's, to your point, that situations matter. Financial situations matter.
Do you think the Kings are active? Like, do you really think the Kings are active this season, this offseason?
I think
are we talking?
I think the DeMar trade happens.
So weird.
I think the DeMar trade
made it 8 months, 9 months.
And I think that's pretty much the only thing that happens. I think maybe a mid-level free agent or something like that. But I think they're going to try to use the DeMar trade to handle the point guard spot. And whether that's, a Drew Holiday or a Tyus Jones, but I think they'll look to that to handle the point guard spot. And maybe a random free agent, somewhere else being signed. But I don't think they're super active. I don't think there's a lot that they can do.
I did wonder if they try to work their way back into the draft, the first round of the draft, I should say. And I had a thought about San Antonio, the second. Was it 14?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if they have enough to get that high.
Yeah, I talked myself out of it.
I don't know if they have enough.
Like, we're not doing business with San Antonio anymore. In fact, they owe us one.
Right.
They don't. They got over, but
let's think about these teams right now, because maybe in a DeRozan deal, you can get into the first round, late first round. So you're talking about the Nuggets. Some of these people have money issues, but the Nuggets, the Celtics.
Well, they're coming off money if it's a trade, right? You'll give yourself a little space, maybe not a lot, but a little bit. Anyone trying to acquire DeMar, you talk about money issues. It's a trade, so you have to give up salary. It'll make it a little more digestible for you.
Yeah, they would. The Nuggets would. I don't even think the Celtics would either, because those are.
This ain't gonna help the Celtics.
Those are both second apron teams, but yeah.
Oh, Denver's the second apron team too.
Yeah, or they're a first apron.
Okay,
that's inching towards second.
Yeah.
That Michael Porter.
Thank you, Michael Porter Jr.
Man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they got Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic.
Who else lost? Who'd the Pacers beat? Cleveland. Maybe get somebody out for Cleveland.
Okay,
and get back into the first.
Well,
round.
Mitch says Colin Sexton's there. Maybe we could get Colin Sexton from the Cavs.
Actually, I almost died.
Mitch is going to tweet me. Mitch, I was kidding, man.
Actually, I don't think the Cavs. I don't think they have their pick this year. They're inching towards second apron and don't have their pick.
Oh, they'll be fine. They're a run it back team, in my opinion.
They are. It's going to be awfully expensive, though.
That's okay. You got to do it again. You can't. You
one more time.
Yeah, you got to do it again. Quick peek. You are correct. No Cleveland picks. Apparently, no one picks except Brooklyn
and OKC in Utah. That's it. Oh,
yeah,
San
but really,
Antonio.
Brooklyn is just picking everywhere. We got to go, man. We've got a big night ahead. We're headed over to 102.5 for a little Flashback Friday. Then we're headed out to Concerts in the Park. Come join us, man. It's free. Y'all heard Xzibit earlier today on the show. Cesar Chavez Plaza. Again, it is completely free. Your boys are going to be out there hosting the festivities. Come check us out. If not, have a great Memorial Day weekend. Have a safe Memorial Day weekend. And we will see you here Tuesday at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Knicks tape.
All right, guys, we have got to run. I got to get Complex
son of a
Live.
bitch. Get him. Get him.
Probably made it.
Probably did.
We got to head over to 102.5, man. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see y'all later. Almost Jesse on the dump button.